The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, sir. What's happening?
Good to see you too, Joe.
I watched episode 1 and I'm into episode 2 of your new season.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, sir. What's happening?
Good to see you too, Joe.
I watched episode 1 and I'm into episode 2 of your new season. Looks fantastic. Looks awesome. Fantastic information. But before we do anything, I think we should probably address what we know now about the debate that you had with Flint Dibble.
Yeah.
So that was the last time we were here. I appreciate that he came on, and I thought it was going to be an interesting discussion, but it turned out he played fast and loose with the truth, and distorted quite a bit of information that were some key points that you had discussed. One of them being the amount of shipwrecks that were discovered. He greatly inflated the amount of shipwrecks that have been discovered, and then you released a video today that went over a lot of this stuff, and one of the things it went over is the oldest shipwreck that we are currently available. It's about 4,000 years old?
About 6,000.
6,000?
The Dokos shipwreck.
But there's nothing left of the ship.
No.
And this is what's important. That what he was trying to say was that it would be preserved by the cold water. That turns out to not be the truth at all. And that these ships that are 6,000 years old, there's nothing left of the actual boat itself. The only thing that's left is pottery and coins and things of the like.
And especially when you consider the possibility of ships having gone through a cataclysm.
Right.
It's not likely to, but there's a more central point than that, which really needed to be brought up by the archaeologists in this, which is that archaeology universally accepts that human beings were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago. I put the evidence on this into the video. It's not even in dispute. Like the island of Cyprus. The nearest Turkish coast is about 60 kilometers from there. It's always been surrounded by huge deeps. It's always been an island, even at the peak of the sea level, lowest sea level during the Ice Age. Cyprus was always an island. And yet, there's evidence now that it was settled 14,000 years ago. Certainly 14,000 to 12,500 years ago. It was settled, in other words, during the Ice Age. And these were large planned migrations. When you're going to migrate to an island, you can't just go 2 or 3 people by accident because you've become extinct. You have to bring in quite a large population, and they reckon that populations of 1,000 or so were being brought across that water, across the ocean, across the Mediterranean Sea to Cyprus near the end of the last Ice Age. But not a single ship has survived to testify to that. Same with Australia. 50,000 years ago, human beings got there, and even at the lowest sea level, they would have had to cross about 90 kilometers of open water, and in large numbers. And again, no ships have been found to testify to that, yet archaeologists accept that they got there by ship. So to say that we haven't found any ships from the Ice Age is not really evidence about anything.
And if we're finding the oldest ships that we currently are aware of, which is, as you said, about 6,000 years ago, if you tack on another 6,000 years of decay on top of that, what are the odds you're going to find anything?
I think the odds are very, very low.
Now, if we had that evidence and that information when we were confronting Flint, that would have been a very different conversation.
Totally.
But the arrogance in which he distributed that fake information was it's disturbing. It sucks when people just want to win and they don't want to get to the truth.
It does.
And the truth is it's very fascinating. Another thing that was very fascinating that he discussed, I didn't watch your whole video, but it was about seeds. I asked the question, there's a very distinct, noticeable difference between domestic seeds and seeds that are wild. And the difference is the seeds that are wild, they break off easier because it makes sense that it would help them prosper. It would help them be able to spread the seed if it broke off the plant easier. And so they can recognize that. And then when they start using large-scale agriculture, the seeds become more robust and stick to the plant, because it makes sense that it would, if you're going to harvest all the plants and then take the seeds off of it, for the plant to prosper, you would want the seeds to be more robust. So there's these changes. And I said, have they ever noticed a domesticated seed going back and having the characteristics of a wild seed? He said no, but that's not true.
That's not true either.
No.
It's not true. And the whole notion of the origins of agriculture, I think archaeologists got a great deal more work to do on that. Often I'm misrepresented as saying that survivors of my supposed lost civilization would have brought crops with them. I think that's most unlikely in a cataclysmic situation. What they brought with them was the knowledge that crops can be domesticated, and it's precisely during the Younger Dryas that we see that shift from undomesticated to domesticated crops in the archaeological record. And what I'm suggesting is that these were people who had already conquered that problem. They'd already solved that problem. They knew it could be done. And they brought that knowledge with them and shared that knowledge with the people that they took refuge amongst. Because I don't think we're looking at a mass migration. I think we're looking at a few survivors who are taking refuge after a global cataclysm.
You know, it's just very unfortunate when you have a debate and one person is an expert and they're not truthful. And it just.
I think it's very bad. I think it's very bad for archaeology.
It is, because it reinforces all the things that you've been saying.
It does. I mean, to be honest, I felt beaten up after that debate. But looking back in retrospect on the whole thing, I think it actually makes the point that we have a very arrogant, very controlling discipline in archaeology, which has established a narrative about the past, which will fight tooth and nail to maintain that narrative, including using dirty tricks. And I think instead of smearing people who talk about the possibility of a lost civilization, or people who even talk about aliens, I think instead of smearing them, archaeology should understand why people are asking those questions. And people are asking those questions because they're not satisfied with what archaeology is offering. It's not providing a nurturing, satisfying resolution to many of the problems that come from the past. And that's what drives me, is curiosity about anomalies in the past. I'm often misrepresented as saying that somehow I've proved that a lost civilization existed, and I don't claim to have proved that. What I do say is, join me on this journey. There are mysteries in the past. Let's see if they're explained by archaeology or if they're not explained. And I found quite a number that are not explained by archaeology, and that's particularly to do with astronomical alignments, with traditions that are shared all around the world. It's to do with things that archaeologists by and large don't study.
This episode of the Joe Rogan Experience is brought to you by Call of Duty.
That's right.
Intentional one of the things that's fascinating is just even with conventional archaeology, the dates keep getting pushed further and further back.
Further and further back.
And this is one of the things, the White Sands, New Mexico stuff that you have on episode 1.
That's right. Which is, by the way, White Sands. Have you been there?
No, I haven't.
What an incredible, ethereal, otherworldly place. And Alamogordo is sitting right in the middle of that. This is where they did the nuclear tests and the trinitite, which was created there. And there's gypsum sand. It's not normal. It's just the most amazing place. And there, yes, they found human footprints dated back more than 23,000 years.
What do they think that environment was like 22,000 years ago?
Well, it would still have been like that. It would have been gypsum dunes then in that place. Otherwise,
gypsum dunes.
They wouldn't have left the footprints. I'm not exactly sure why the gypsum is there, but there it is.
Is that the same stuff they use for like gypsum board for construction?
I reckon so, yeah.
Wow.
It's a very fine, very white sand, and it just goes on forever, and the dunes are sculpted and massive and huge. We had an amazing time there.
So it looked incredible. So they found footprints there, and these are absolutely human footprints, and there's not just a few of them, there's thousands of them.
There's thousands of them, and what's amazing when you actually see the footprints is you can see the interactions between the human beings and animals. You can see that somebody is reacting to a giant slower.
Yo, Toad Ski.
Behind it suddenly turns.
Thanks for being here, brother.
There's
Thanks for
mammoth
being here, video.
footprints overlaying human footprints, and then human footprints.
Dude, that makes me
overlaying
so
other
happy. How's Mario Maker?
and it goes down from meters.
And we have a
You
brand new
very
Graham
deep
Hancock Joe Rogan
stratification of
today.
these
This was released today,
impressions that
man.
have been left behind by our ancestors, and by animals that are now completely extinct. Mammoths and
It's a good full
mastodons were
moon.
extinct during the
My
Jurassic
friend
Past,
is
and there
here,
are
Toadski.
23,000 years ago, side by side with the footprints of human beings. It's very intimate to see a footprint, to see those 5 toes, to see the heel mark, to see sometimes a child walking beside a mother. That's
Didn't play
there
yet.
in the record as well. It's
That's
quite-
okay.
it's
I
quite
get
something
it.
special, and it opens the door. Archaeology has been very reluctant to accept a much older
My
people of the
friends-
Americas than previously was held. It was held for a long time. But it
El
was about
White Goose
13,000
here.
years ago. They've abandoned it. They did cling on tooth and nail for decades, but that's been abandoned. It's accepted that human beings came here long before 13,000 years ago. And White Sands is one of the places which provides just absolute, definite, irrefutable evidence that they were here 23,000 years ago. But we don't know yet how long before that they were here. This is part of the problem. I often remember a site called
I'm
the
so happy
Saluted
for you, brother.
Mastodon site in San Diego. I went to see it. The exhibits are in the San Diego Natural History Museum, and I talked with the expert
Yeah.
there, Dr. Tom Demaray. And they are convinced that they are looking at human traces there. It was a butchering of a mastodon. The way the bones were broken and the marrow was extracted, they don't see any other way that this could have been done except by human
Oh
beings.
wow,
The thing
wonder,
is,
really?
it's 130,000 years old, not 23,000 years old, not 13,000 years old, but 130,000 years old. And, this opens the possibility that human beings have been in the Americas before they were in Europe. And that becomes...
Interesting, man.
That's crazy.
That's a door that opens all kinds of possibilities which have been neglected. I think that the prejudice that the Americas were only settled very late in the human story led archaeology to not have their eye on the possibility of what happens if they were here.
Right.
And they tend not to look to that.
Well, what I was going to ask is, as they're digging deeper and deeper, they're finding these footprints in White Sands, New Mexico. Is there a possibility that they could dig deeper still and find things that are even older?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
how do they know where to go?
It was found by accident. The first footprints were found completely by accident.
Well, Super Mario
And,
World
they were
Kaizo
found
is
by
amazing, right?
indigenous local people, who were there
SMW
to
Kaizo
Park
is
Service to them. And we have a number of indigenous
up there with peak
local
Mario,
people who speak to the White
which
Sands
is
history.
platformer.
How it feels for them, the emotional feeling of seeing the footprints of their ancestors from 23,000 years ago. The thing is that the dunes are constantly shifting.
You know me, I'm a
Sometimes the
Mega Man
footprints will be
guy.
covered up and then wind will reveal them again. And they're fragile. They can be easily destroyed and wiped off. And in a way, it's a miracle that they've survived. But to
Which is
see the
platformer.
stride of a mammoth, you see how far apart those huge footpads are, and to realize this thing was alive. This thing existed on this planet. Human beings interacted with it. It's very compelling evidence for an early settlement of the Americas.
There is some evidence that human beings came across the Bering Land Bridge.
Oh yeah.
So that probably means there was people already here and people came here
Yes.
from Asia.
Almost certainly. And the way the evidence is looking, it's most likely that South America was settled first, before North America was settled. And that raises all kinds of questions. And we've gone into this in Season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, primarily to do with the DNA evidence of a direct connection between the peoples of New Guinea and Australia and the peoples of certain tribes in South America, and that's very ancient, very old DNA evidence in South America, but also to do with archaeological sites like Monteverde. I did bring up the issue of Tom Dillahay the last time we were on when Flint was here, and Tom Dillahay, who found Monteverde, who excavated Monteverde.
Oh wow,
in South
insane.
America,
$80?
realized that it was plus 14,000 years old, and therefore a lot older than
Are you serious?
as the model for the first peoples in North America. When he put that idea forward, he was eviscerated by his colleagues in archaeology. It took them a decade to come around to accepting that actually he was right. And there are many other sites in South
That's
America,
retarded.
going back 30+ thousand years. They're all controversial because they conflict with an existing model. But I think instead of clinging on to existing models. I think it's one of the problems with archaeology, is this territoriality, this kind of control of the past. I think instead of doing that, it would be nicer if archaeology was a little bit more.
I wonder if they made it like $60 American,
Unfortunately,
which is like 80 Canadian.
Supposed experts in a subject, and someone comes along that's also been studying it, but from an untraditional perspective.
Yeah.
People reject that.
I've come to the point, and I'm going to say some strong words.
Actually, 60 American would be like 85 Canadian, 90.
I've come to the point where I believe that some archaeologists, not all of them, this problem is with a small number of archaeologists, but they're extremely vocal. I think what we're looking at is a kind of abuse of power. Archaeologists have a power. They are the official spokespeople for the past, and they use that power to slap down any point of view that doesn't agree with theirs. So I think that there's an abuse of power there, and at the same time, there's not a realization that that's happening, because the mindset that drives it is the feeling that members of the general public are unable to decide things for themselves. This is the arrogance of archaeology, that they feel that they have to tell people what to think about the past, and they underestimate the intelligence of the public and the ability of the public to discern, to make choices between different possibilities about the past. They think that archaeologists seem to think that only one possibility of the past must be considered by the general public, and that's their possibility. And it reminds me a lot of the heresy hunters back in the 16th century. You know, the people who disagreed with their point of view got burned at the stake. Well, you don't get burned at the stake today, but you can get lynched by a mob of archaeologists.
Well, it's also
online.
the same thing that we saw during COVID with medical experts
Yes.
that disagreed with the narrative. It's the same thing.
It is absolutely the same thing.
When you take esteemed professors and doctors and physicians and you cast them into this kook label because they disagree with the narrative that the medical establishment is pushing, and then they turn out to be correct, which most of them did, you see the same patterns. It's just power.
Yeah.
It's just power in people that have their identity wrapped up in them being the ones that have access to the actual information.
Yeah.
And they don't want it to be distributed by some guy on Netflix.
That's right. It's
Even though you've been probably studying it more than them.
Well,
certainly studying particular
that's
aspects of
the other thing I noticed, which was the sneering attitude towards me. They talk about my wife started taking tourist photos of places that we've been to. Well, we've never been anywhere as tourists. We haven't had a holiday for 20 years. But the working trips that we do are very intense.
Your wife's an amazing photographer. Like, who cares if she takes tourist photos? Photos are incredible. They're of real sites that are very pertinent and very interesting.
That's right.
The whole criticizing amazing photographs is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Like, why would you criticize amazing photographs of the ruins that are perplexing?
Yeah, I know.
How could you?
But it's
Like, how could you find even an area where you want people to agree with you?
It's part of this desperate search to say we archaeologists know everything, and we must discredit in any way we can anybody who has anything opposite to say.
It's an unfortunate human characteristic.
Yeah.
It happens in everything. You see it in martial arts, you see it in science, you see it in everything.
This reliance on experts, I get it. I would like the pilot of my plane to be an expert pilot. I don't want him to be an amateur.
Yeah.
But I don't think that archaeologists and aircraft pilots can be compared in that sense. Archaeology is a much more interpretive discipline. An aircraft pilot is not really interpreting situations that much. He knows what to do in certain situations. Archaeologists are interpreting the past, and yet they seem to get very upset by other interpretations of the past that are offered that don't agree with theirs. And this is the problem of expertise in our society. Yes, expertise is very important. It's incredibly useful, but we should not place all our faith and trust in experts.
Right.
We need to liberate our own consciousness and freely think about things and make our own decisions about things and resist absolutely being told what to think.
Well, the problem is these experts are human beings, and human beings have very distinct behavior traits that they exhibit, especially when they're in a position of power and prestige.
Yeah.
And they like to hold that, and they like to. It feels good for them to be the person that looks down upon the people that don't know better, and tell them what to do and tell them what to think. And when you're doing that with something like art, look, if you're doing that with something like mathematics, and someone's a mathematical expert, math is a very specific and precise science.
Yeah.
It's very specific.
Yeah.
Archaeology is like, who fucking knows what's out there?
Exactly.
Because you haven't searched everything.
No.
It's not possible to. And as we develop more these fascinating technologies like LiDAR, where you have the ability, ground penetrating radar, all these different things where you can look into the soil itself and find things that aren't visible on the surface, see them through trees, see them through that, we're going to find more, and obviously in Brazil they have done, in the Amazon they have done.
Well, that was part of our adventure with
Yes.
season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse. Was working with a really professional team in Brazil, led by an archaeologist, Marty Parsiman from the University of Helsinki, and a geographer from Brazil, Alceu Ranzi. Alceu, years ago, was the first person who noticed that there are these huge geometrical structures emerging out of the Amazon jungle, and he noticed it on a flight on a commercial aircraft in an area that happened to have been cleared by local farmers for planting crops. That there was this massive geometrical earthwork there, and that he actually coined the term geoglyphs for these because he compared them in some ways with the Nazca lines, which again are really.
I do.
Get suddenly this
I
massive
do.
scope and extent of these things, and it's same with the geoglyphs in the Amazon. And
Yeah, you can find some
here's the thing.
good finds there,
The
some
ones
good
we
deals.
know about up till now, we largely know about them because of these tragic clearances of the Amazon rainforest, which is a
Wait, that for what? To
short-term,
buy a Mario Wonder at a
long-term
pawn shop? That's not a bad
thing.
idea, actually.
But now with LiDAR,
It's not a
it's
bad
possible
idea.
to
It's too
find
expensive though,
these
man.
things without damaging any
I would
rainforest
pay
at all.
like
And we
$10
had a LiDAR
max.
expert with us, and you can fly LiDAR off a
I
drone.
would pay
That's
$10.
amazing.
Yeah, it's
They
incredible.
don't know what they
Pretty
have.
hefty drone, but they can fly anywhere, and we found. I say we. It was
Like,
actually the LiDAR
I'm used to
expert who
Mario
found-
being like
he
free,
found-
you know what I mean?
You can see the edge of the
Like-
rainforest where the
Like
clearance is
free
solid
Mario, you get the
rainforest.
console, you get Mario. You buy the NES, you get Mario Bros. 3.
And within a matter of
maybe
hours,
one.
he's found multiple more.
Buy the SNES, you get
So deep in the-
Mario
and
World
deep
for
in the
free, you
rock,
know? What,
covered
this
completely.
$80
LiDAR
Mario? I
allows
don't know
him
about that,
to
man.
see through the cover and to see what's underneath it without damaging it, and there are these huge earthworks, and this raises the question:
Master
how
System
much
controller,
more is
wow.
there in the Amazon to find, especially which even
Master
even the
System.
archaeologists who are most
What's
reluctant
that,
now will
Genesis?
accept that the Amazon had a huge population.
The British
before
Genesis?
Spanish
Master
conquest.
System?
It's so wild. That's such a shift.
Millions, cities.
Yeah.
a
Before
whole different
Genesis,
way of
yeah.
life, a whole different kind of civilization.
Yeah, that's really cool. $5.
One that lived in a man-made garden, which is what the Amazon really and truly is.
That's cool,
and
man.
lived in harmony with that.
That's an interesting thing too. We've talked about that before, but for people who've never heard those other podcasts, they've determined that the Amazon rainforest is at least partially.
Man, the last $80 game,
They've
I think
determined
that like
because
was
of the
purchased. I think it was for
preponderance of trees that
Christmas.
serve human needs.
It was Donkey
Uh,
Kong
they
64,
call
and
them
it came with the
hyperdominant, and things
expansion
like
pack.
the trees, which are providing food
So you could
for
play like
humans
Perfect
and
Dark too.
massive dominance in
with
relation
Perfect
to trees
Dark
and
cartridge, you
farms
know.
to human beings. And it's clear that this is the result of a long-term human project to make this jungle serve human needs.
What was the other one? The ice cream bean? What was that?
Ice cream bean, and I'm forgetting all of the details, but there's a bunch of
Food plants.
of food plants which are hyper dominant in the Amazon rainforest, and these food
I paid
plants
$70
show
for
that beings have been
Dragon
nurtured,
Ball Z Budokai
massaging
Tenkaichi
this
3 in
natural world into something
2008,
that really serves
2007.
human needs.
And there's the other thing that you've discussed
On
in
PS2.
depth, the Terra Preta. This,
Now it's like a
this
$200 game.
man-made, incredibly rich, nutrient-dense soil that they can grow incredible
not fast
agriculture
enough.
off of that we really to this day don't know how they created.
It's
God damn it.
Again, it was a great privilege to have the opportunity to stand in a pit of
Max Payne
terra
3?
that is being excavated. To
Oh,
get
wow,
down
it wasn't
15
good?
feet into that with a-
Can
with
they
a-
Was
recreate
3 not
it
good?
once
I like Max Payne.
It
Why, was
appears
3 not
that
good?
not modern, but indigenous communities.
Interesting, I thought I
in the
played 3.
Amazon are still
Maybe I
doing
just
it.
played the first one.
They're still doing it, mixing all kind of refuse and waste together and enriching the soil with it. So it's not stopped. Terra Preta is still being made, but most of it is very old, and the oldest that they found so far
I
is
hear you.
about 8,000 years old.
So it's just large-scale regenerative agriculture
Yeah.
using some old lost
I hear you,
method.
brother.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And making, see, a rainforest, even when you choose trees that are going to serve human needs, it's not enough. You do need to be able to plant in the rainforest, and that is what terra preta has allowed people to do. Rainforest soils are not particularly fertile by nature, so it's these spots of fertility all over the Amazon, and we went into that mystery quite a bit in one of the episodes.
It's so interesting, especially when you consider the stories like the Lost City of Z, which they turned into an interesting film.
Yeah.
But the book details these records of these incredible cities that these people had visited a long time ago, and then when they tried to go back, there was nothing there.
Yeah.
Because everybody had died off because of European diseases, probably.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. But those cities were just consumed by the jungle.
Yeah.
And much like Detroit, if you go to Detroit now, you can see there's a bunch of neighborhoods in Detroit that are essentially abandoned, and trees are growing right through the houses. And the houses are, that's just a few decades ago.
Yeah.
And the houses are almost gone in some ways.
Yeah.
And if you went back 200 years ago, there'd probably be nothing left of them. And this is probably exactly what happened in the Amazon, except the trees just consume the landscape because it's such an incredible, dense rainforest that things grow so quickly there.
That's what happened. I mean, before the Lost City of Z, we have this very interesting report, and I have mentioned it to you before in a previous episode. The expedition of Gaspar de Carvajal and his chronicler Francisco de Orellana, which was an accidental expedition. They were just going hunting in a longboat, but the Amazon took them and wouldn't let them go back. And they traveled 4,000 miles across South America and they started on the Pacific side and ended up in the Atlantic Ocean.
Wow.
And that's in the 1560s. And they report seeing enormous, thriving, prosperous cities, highly civilized with advanced arts and crafts. And they were not believed because 100 years later, when other Spaniards made that voyage and went into the Amazon, they couldn't find the cities. And the reason they couldn't find them is precisely the reason that you give, which is that the jungle had eaten those cities because the human population had been wiped out by disease brought by the Spaniards. The Spaniards didn't have to have direct contact with those indigenous peoples in the middle of the Amazon. The diseases just jumped from population to population and just killed everybody.
It's so wild that happens. It's so crazy when most people probably aren't even aware. Everyone knows there was a genocide of Native Americans in this country, but most people don't know that 90% of them were wiped out by disease.
Absolutely.
Which is just unbelievable to think about.
Yeah.
Millions of people just wiped out over the course of a few decades or 100 years by diseases.
Yeah, it's an early example of a biological weapon.
Yeah. Right?
And to some
I've
extent,
streamed 100 hours in the last month, last 3 weeks.
Like those.
I was looking at my hours streamed 100 hours.
Well, there's
I've heard that was like a rumor.
It may well be a rumor, but from what I've looked at from the Spanish conquest of Mexico,
I'm on pace for like 120 this month or whatever, maybe more.
And it was spread, and we have some immunity to it that they don't have.
Right, because we had it forever in there.
Yeah.
It's just so terrible when you read Cabeza de Vaca's story about visiting the Maya civilization, and you realize like that was you guys fucking killed everybody.
Yeah, the diseases did. I mean, the battles did kill some people.
Sure.
But not on the order of the diseases. Mexico City fell to the Spaniards primarily because of disease. And secondarily because the Aztecs weren't popular with their neighbors. So it really wasn't just Cortez and 400 Spaniards. It was Cortez and 400 Spaniards plus smallpox, plus the Tlaxcalans, who the Aztecs had used as a sort of farm for human sacrifices for 100 years. And the Tlaxcalans looked at Cortez and they said, we can use this guy. And so they joined him. He had tens of thousands of Tlaxcalan warriors. Otherwise, he would not have had that victory.
So, what archaeology would like is to be in control of expressing that narrative in its fullest form, and I don't think we know. I don't think they can.
No.
Nobody can explain the Olmecs. Explain that. Explain those features. and those faces.
It's a very curious thing, and again, the moment we start talking about people's facial features, then they jump in with you're being a racist, you're being a white supremacist, or whatever. Although they all make heads. Don't serve white supremacism.
Not at all. How would that be racist? Racist if these were the most advanced seafaring people alive 6,000 years ago?
Again,
That would be
the
kind of the opposite.
the racism angle is just being used to shut it down.
Right.
This is something that particularly in the climate in the world today.
Well, Flint does that a lot.
Yeah.
He does. I saw him do that to Jimmy Corsetti online over uses of parentheses or brackets. Did you see that?
I did. Yeah.
That somehow or another that's a code for Jews.
Yeah.
Like I thought what he was doing was avoiding. There's certain algorithms that pick up on particular words that you use. Like you ever see that people. They don't, like, if they want their post to be more viral, they don't write the word cheater.
Mm-hmm.
They write SH and then they put like 2 asterisks and then TERS.
I've noticed people doing that.
Yes. So what people are trying to do by blanking out swear words and cutting out different words is that you can bypass algorithms that selectively remove or limit the distribution of those kind of posts with those keywords in it.
Yeah.
So that apparently was all he was trying to do, was adding brackets to something to enhance the algorithm.
To enhance the algorithm.
But it's just like accusing someone of racism. It should be very clear what they're saying. It should be. It shouldn't be you have decided through some sneaky code to decide that this person's racist. This code means this. This is a commonly used code.
Yeah.
From what I understand, those use of brackets is just to trick the algorithm.
Yeah.
Just like the 2 asterisks for shooter.
I think it's very unfortunate that in serious and interesting discussions about the past, that this issue of race immediately gets dumped into it.
Yeah.
Because those who are dumping race into the issue know that that's a way to shut down a conversation. Nobody wants to be accused of being racist.
It's also the dumbest suggestion because the most sophisticated ancient civilization that's baffling people to this day is in Africa.
Yeah.
So shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
Those were the most advanced human beings ever. And we are in disagreement. There's a lot of confusion and debate as to how long ago they were there. According to their hieroglyphs, they were there 30,000 plus years ago. But at the very least, those were people in Africa. Okay, so all the racism shit should be out the window because no one's saying that was anybody else.
No, that was an African civilization.
They literally have images of themselves. We know what they look. At least drawings of what they look like. We have statues of what they look like. It was an African civilization. They were the most advanced people, perhaps ever. I'm leaning towards ever.
I'm leaning towards ever too.
Yeah.
Because look, can we think of any other civilization that has survived for 3,000 years?
Right.
Which
You
is
can go
what-
visit right now.
That you can go visit right now.
Tourist site.
But ancient Egypt, as a culture, survived for 3,000 years. It survived the Greek occupation, it survived the previous Persian occupation. It was only the Romans that brought it low. The Roman occupation of Egypt was the beginning of the end.
To put it into perspective, I always use this quote. I forget who came up with this, but it's a perfect analogy. Cleopatra lived closer to the invention of the iPhone than she did to the construction of the pyramids.
Yeah.
Even if you use the conventional 2,500 BC dating of the construction of the pyramids, which is also under debate.
It's under debate.
Even if that's true, even if it is 2,500 years ago, the most baffling thing is how did they do it? There's no simple answers. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. There's no simple answers. How did they do it? How did they have such incredible sophistication in their construction methods? How did they get those massive 80-plus ton stones 500 miles down from the mountains with no equipment, no heavy machinery? Whatever they did, I think it's reasonable to say that in a different way, I don't think they had iPhones, I don't think they had email, but they were probably more sophisticated than us today in their ability to manipulate stone and make construction.
They certainly were, and I think they had mastery of techniques that we don't know about.
Right. And perhaps equipment.
And perhaps equipment. The Great Pyramid remains to me an abiding mystery, which, despite probably 100 or more visits to the Great Pyramid and being inside it and spending the night in it and exploring every passage and every chamber, including the so-called relieving chambers above the king's chamber, I still can't figure it out. I don't understand how it was possible to do this. And then the time span which Egyptology gives us, because Egyptology is fixed on the idea that the Great Pyramid is a tomb, and only a tomb.
And that it was built in about 20 years.
And 23 years. Because if it's the tomb of Khufu, then it had to be built in 23 years, because that was his reign.
Right.
He would start, in theory, building it at the beginning of his reign, and it's finished by the end of his reign. That's 23 years. And in the broader span, if you look at the Fourth Dynasty pyramids, and even go back to the end of the Third Dynasty, the Pyramid of Zoser, the Step Pyramid, you find that this is a sudden emergence of incredible skills, which lasts for about 100 years, and then it goes away. It stops. The pyramids that follow the Great Pyramid of Giza, the three pyramids on the Giza Plateau, the pyramids that follow them, the Fifth Dynasty pyramids, are really poor. They're very, very poor quality workmanship. They're falling to pieces. You can hardly recognize from the outside that they're a pyramid at all. When you get inside, you do find wonderful chambers, and you do find what you don't find in any of the great pyramids, which is huge numbers of hieroglyphs and accounts of the person who was supposedly buried in them.
What do you think of Christopher Dunn's work? Christopher Dunn came on the podcast and he explained his theory that he thinks the Great Pyramid of Giza was some sort of a power plant.
I think it's a theory which deserves to be taken seriously along with other theories as to what it is. But one thing I know for sure is that the theory that it was just a tomb and nothing else is bust. That is not a satisfactory theory anymore. So we should be open to a number of possibilities. And Chris comes to this from a background of machine tool making. He's a very precise guy. He's an engineer. He understands this kind of thing. And when he looks at particularly at Saqqara, you have this thing called the Serapeum, which is an underground labyrinth, and it's got wide corridors through it, and then off each side are rooms, and in each room are these gigantic basalt boxes, which appear to have held the corpses of bulls. They're like sarcophagi for human beings, but they're on an enormous, gigantic scale, weighing hundreds of tons, and cut out of the hardest possible rock, precisely engineered. Everything is exact, and it's that, amongst other things, that is attracting Chris's attention to the possibility of a lost technology in ancient Egypt. And then he asked himself the question: well, what was the Great Pyramid? If it wasn't a tomb, what might it have been? And he's come to the solution that it was some kind of energy generator, some kind of power plant. And
using chemicals and creating hydrogen. And
oddly enough, there's just a recently published archaeological paper concerning the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, which is suggesting that they used hydraulics to lift the big stones up in.
Come on, man.
And that begins to come close to the kind of technology in some ways that Chris is talking about. I think it's worth taking very seriously. I've always had great respect for Chris. I've travelled to Egypt with him, and I think he's done very important work contributing to this. And also, looking at the stone vases from ancient Egypt, I remember the first time I was drawn to this mystery, which was.
He gave us one of them. This is a 3D print of.
That's a 3D print of one of those.
This is a 3D print of an actual stone vase,
Yep.
and it might be like not that exciting to people. Like, oh, what's the big deal? What the big deal is the precision in which this
That's
was
right.
constructed with handles on it. So it couldn't have been spun on a lathe.
No.
Because it has these two handles that are also cut out of the stone.
Yeah.
And everything is precise to within thousands of a human hair,
Yeah.
which is bananas.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense given what we are taught was the level of technology of Egypt at that time.
Now, there is some dispute of where these came from.
Mm-hmm.
There is some dispute about what is, have these been made in a modern way? And has someone tried to replace?
Come on, man.
Are we looking at fakes or
Right.
hoaxes?
We're looking at hoaxes.
Well, perhaps in some cases we are, but certainly in others, including those in the great museums in Cairo, they've now moved a lot of the content of the Cairo Museum out to a big museum at Giza. Some of it's in transition, but they have thousands of these things.
The thing is, like, even if this was modern technology, we don't know what they did.
No.
We don't know what modern technology exists that you could take an incredibly hard piece of stone and cut it into this unbelievably precise little vase with handles on it and some bizarre method that we don't know, and hollowed out the inside of it, and some of them with very thin necks and then a hollowed out inside. Like, how? How did you do that?
Very thin neck and then this bulbous base to it.
And it's all perfect.
There's another piece which it's hard to describe, but it's got a series of 3 flanges that come across. It's like a wheel, but it's nobody knows what it is, and it's cut out of incredibly hard rock, or cut or shaped in some way. I've never seen a satisfactory explanation for this thing. I wish I could call up a picture, but I don't know.
Do you know what it's called?
I can't remember.
Jamie's a wizard with finding
I've written about it in Fingerprints of the Gods.
I bet Jamie's already found it. Is that it?
No. Yes, top left. That's the one.
That?
When I first saw that in the Cairo Museum, I mean, it's carved from schist. You know, this thing is hard. And when I first saw that in the Cairo Museum, I thought, how on earth did they do this? Why isn't this a big mystery? Why isn't this being seen as a mystery? Because
that looks like a piece of an engine.
It does, doesn't it? It looks
that looks like something I'd find on my Land Cruiser.
Yeah. It looks like part of something else. We're finding a bit of something larger.
Wow, that looks like, to me, like some part of some kind of machine.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that it looks like.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
If you know, like, automobiles and parts, and you look at something like that, like, oh yeah, that goes probably in there somewhere.
Exactly. And what is its function if it isn't something else? It's difficult to see what function it could have.
What is the conventional explanation of what this thing is?
Some kind of offering bowl?
Click on that, that article. Oh, okay. The Sabu disc, an ancient Egyptian artifact from the first dynasty, 3000 to 2800 BC. Found in 1936 in North, how do you say that? Saqqara? Saqqara necropolis in Mastaba.
Mastaba S311. Those are sort of tombs which have got 2 levels.
What an incredible piece.
It is an incredible piece.
I had never seen that before.
And there it is, First Dynasty. And of course, you can't actually date the object itself, so they're dating it from context. What they're saying is that it was found in a First Dynasty context, but it may have been a legacy even then.
Right.
It may have been an old object even then. We just don't know that. But it's at least
come on,
but it's
man.
at least that old from the context.
So it's at least 3,000 years old. They think it was used in
5,000 years old.
3,000 BC. They think it was used in brewing beer as a mash rake to mix and even out the mixture of grains and hot water in a big mash tun. I don't know what that means.
I don't know either, but I would have thought that if that was your project, you could do it without carving schist into that.
Click on that thing. What is the mysterious Egyptian disc? What it says it right there. That's it. Can we click on that? Can we go full scale on that so I can see what that looks like? Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, it really is.
That is such a specific shape. Like if you're going to just use that to make beer, it seems weird.
And it's a lot of work to make beer.
Yeah.
You could do it another way.
That looks like some kind of a fan to me. It looks like something that would be on a belt.
Yeah.
You know, like on some sort of a.
Something's driving it.
Something.
Yeah.
It looks like a fan.
Yeah. It could be.
It looks like those things underneath it. Looks like that's how you would funnel water or air.
Yeah. It clearly had a function. Nobody would go to the trouble of creating something as complex and difficult to make as this unless there was a useful function.
What is it made out of?
Schist, which is a hard stone.
That's crazy that's made out of stone.
Yeah.
Like how did you
cut out of one piece of stone?
How did you do that? And how are the measurements of that? Oh, look, it's Giorgio. He says it's aliens. I'm just gonna guess. Is this thing that's cut out of this? Oops, lost it there for a second. This thing that's cut out of this incredibly hard stone, like, do they have any sort of an or a guess of how someone would cut something like that out of stone?
I've never seen a satisfactory guess. But those like Chris Dunn, who are studying the technology of ancient Egypt, are confident that we're looking at the traces of a lost technology. We don't know how this was done. Like so much else in ancient Egypt, we don't know how the 70-ton blocks were raised to become the roof of the king's chamber either in the Great Pyramid. There's so much that we don't know and that's not explained and that is easily written off by abusively arrogant experts who
That's-
say there's no mystery here.
That doesn't look super precise in terms of the radius of it. When you're looking at it, it looks like it looks handmade, doesn't it?
I'm sure it is handmade. The question is how.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? So are these vases, right?
Yeah, yeah,
But there's something about it that's like a little more crude.
yeah.
But it probably didn't have to be precise
Yeah.
because whatever it did,
I don't
probably
know.
just had a spin.
And it survived through at least 5,000 years.
It definitely looks like it was something that spun, right? Because you have that hollowed out piece in the center that you would have an axle on or something.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
It looks like it's welded in certain spots too, but like how?
Well, how do they weld stone? How do? What's apparently they carved that shape out of just one. That's crazy. Now that one looks ultra precise.
Remade it off of the original, maybe.
Click on that. See
I
what
would
that
say
is.
that's a remake.
Is it? If it's not, it's insane. That's even more insane because that looks so perfect. Why does it look different than the other images? Well, go back to that one with spinning around. Yeah, look at it. when
Come
it's
on,
spinning.
bro.
That looks pretty precise.
Does it look like they've recreated? Did they only find one and they've recreated it for museums, or is it
No, there's one original. I've no doubt people have tried to make copies with modern materials, but
they were looking at a few different versions of it?
yeah.
Well, also you got to think if it is made out of stone, some of the edges have to be beat up just from being in the ground for
That one's not
thousands
the
of
same.
years.
Yeah.
It's not the same. You sure it's not just a different
Looks all
lighting?
beat up, like the
Right.
It
does.
Smooth. The other one was smooth.
Right,
That's-
right. That almost that does look like a recreation, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. I think that's a recreation.
Okay. Well, whatever it
The
is.
thing is, where you come to this, there's thousands of objects that defy explanation.
What are those, Jim? Put that back up. What are those things? Do you know what those are?
Those first wheels.
Oh,
480.
4,000.
These wheels, 1500 BC, basically.
Mm.
Uh,
And that's one of the weirder things about Egypt, right? We don't think they had the wheel.
no, they definitely had the wheel.
They
Whether
definitely
whether they had the wheel in the Old Kingdom
Right. But
is
that's-
another question. But certainly by the New Kingdom, by the time of Ramesses, they had wheels, they had chariots.
Yeah. But I mean, the people that built the pyramids. That 2,500 BC is not like when did they think the wheel was invented?
well, it's actually not clear to me when it was invented.
Let's see what the I thought the conventional guess of when the invention of the wheel was post the construction of the pyramids.
I believe that's the case.
Yeah.
But one of the things about the wheel is you have to ask yourself, in what circumstances, in what
Come
places,
on,
in what
like,
conditions
come
are
on,
wheels
dude.
useful? There are some conditions in which a wheel is not a useful thing, which is going to get bogged down in the sand, which is not going to be helpful. The use of sleds was certainly part of how ancient Egyptians moved huge stones, and I don't dispute that. The problem is how they then get those stones 300 feet in the air.
Right.
You can slide anything on wet sand on a sled with enough people pulling it, but
How do you get it to the
How
top
do
of the king's chamber?
how do you get it to the top of the king's chamber? That's the
How
problem.
did you fit it perfectly?
Perfectly. And you know, I've been up there and I've been in every one of the chambers above it, and each one of them is floored with these 70-ton blocks and is roofed with it.
It's so nuts. It doesn't even seem like 1,000 years more advanced than us. It seems like thousands of years more advanced.
More advanced in a different way. I think this is part of the problem where I've been perhaps misunderstood by Egyptologists when I talk about an advanced civilization. I keep trying to emphasize that we shouldn't look for ourselves in the past, that if we're going to go back 10,000, 12,000, 15,000 years into the past and talk about a civilization, it's not going to be like us. It's going to be very different. It's going to have different priorities, different ways of looking at things. But one of the things that the ancient Egyptians had, which I'm not aware that any other civilization has had, is the ability to sustain essentially a single culture with a single set of spiritual ideas and to sustain that for 3,000 years.
Come on, bro.
And to keep people happy and fed and well looked after. You know, this is an amazing achievement, amazing stability when you look at it. What our civilization, how old is it really? Can we trace it back to the Romans? Probably not.
Right.
Maybe 500 years, beginning of mechanization and so on and so forth in our civilization.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
If you think, there's so many mysteries to it. For anybody to pretend that they have all the answers to something as perplexing as Egypt.
I think this is an area where I often get criticised, but I think when we look at a civilization and what it is and what it's achieving and why it's so special, When we look at our civilization today, we are fantastic at technology. We are brilliant at science. We can make the best possible machines. And we're a society that is built around production and consumption, and a society in which people define themselves in terms of what they own, and what they possess, what they produce. And it becomes a very materialistic society, a society that's focused on material things, where we define ourselves by our material possessions. Ancient Egypt had a totally different focus. Yeah, they were great at making material things, but that was secondary. Their main thing was, what are we here for? Why are we living this life? What happens to us when we die? They investigated that mystery more deeply than any other culture that I know of, and they were doing so right from the beginning of records.
And they were documenting this journey to the afterlife.
Absolutely.
In hieroglyphs, and it's like, what were you documenting? Like, how do you know? Like, what were you trying? How did everyone agree on this particular myth or this story?
Unless there was some experience being brought to bear in it. It's one of the things that we point out in season 2 is that the ancient Egyptian notion of a leap to the sky after death, to the Milky Way, of a journey along the Milky Way, of encountering challenges and dangers and risks there, monsters that would block your path, gates that you had to know the password to get through. That idea is found all over the world. The path of souls. It's found all over the Americas. That
What do you think that they're trying to say?
Well, I think first of all, it's evidence of a remote common origin of this idea. When it's found amongst cultures all around the world, it's apparently had no.
Come on, dude.
And are often separated by hundreds or thousands of years. Same idea is found about what happens to us after death. The only reasonable explanation I can come up with is that they've all inherited this idea and then developed it in their own ways from a remote common source. And that's one of the main reasons that I'm curious about the possibility of lost civilization. That these spiritual ideas are found all around the world, and they involve the journey of the soul after death and a leap to the heavens. And sometimes it's called an underworld, but really it's set in the sky. And this journey that takes place, where you are judged on what you've done with your life. This is something else that we avoid in the world today, is taking responsibility for our own lives. The ancient Egyptians required you to take responsibility for your life. And if you did not do so, the outcome after death would not be good. You had to celebrate the gift of life. You had to realize the incredible gift that you had been given. And one of the opportunities of that gift is the opportunity to accumulate wisdom. And that's one of the things, hopefully, that we all do as we get older, is get a bit more wisdom and a bit more understanding. But in the case of ancient Egypt, that idea is developed over 3,000 years, and it's essentially the same at the beginning as it is at the end. That the soul, that death is not the end. This is the conclusion of a society that put its best minds at work for 3,000 years on this problem. But death is not the end. We may think it is. Scientists may tell us it is. But when a scientist says death is the end, there's nothing more, we're just physical bodies, and when the light goes out, it goes out forever, that's actually not a scientific fact. That's not something that's been investigated or can be investigated.
Consciousness itself is so confusing. Just consciousness. Just like, what is it? Why are we conscious? What is it local, or are we tuning into consciousness? And when you die, where's that go? Where's that energy go? Is the soul a real thing? Like, what is the essence of life? What is the essence of human life and human consciousness? Those are perplexing questions.
They're very perplexing questions, which actually are of great significance to every one of us. Yeah, I mean, suppose death just is the end. Then that's a way not to have to take too much responsibility for the impact that we've had on others, for the pain that we may have caused, or for the joy that we may have caused. If death's the end, there's no up or downside to that, whatever we do. But from the ancient Egyptian point of view, death's not the end, and you have been given the precious gift of life. What did you do with it? And there are moral aspects to that question. There's these 42 assessors, they're called the negative assessors, who ask the soul of the deceased questions about what they did in life. And those are all moral questions. They bear some relationship actually to the Ten Commandments. But there's another question, which is called the weighing of words, and that question is, what did you do with the gift we gave you? We gave you the gift of the human life. We gave you the gift of the opportunity to love or to hate, at your choice. We gave you the gift to live in a human body, to have this incredible consciousness, to be able to integrate all kinds of information from all kinds of spheres. What did you do with it? Did you leave the world a better place or a worse place than when you came into it? Did you hurt and damage and cause pain to others consistently out of wicked intent, not accidentally but deliberately causing pain? And there are human beings who do that. For the ancient Egyptians, that kind of behavior meant an introduction to Amit, the eater of the dead. And Amit is displayed in the judgment scene. He's a creature, part hyena, part lion, and he sits there, and certain souls do not go on. Their journey ends, and it ends because of the choices they made during life, and because they never took responsibility for what they did.
Well, it kind of makes sense. A natural selection of the souls.
In a way.
That if there's natural selection of humans and natural selection of animals that allows them to prosper, like, and to get better and to evolve, it makes sense that would happen with the soul as well. I'm just so confused as to what the environment was like that allowed these people to keep this insane civilization developing and innovating for so long, that they were so more advanced than anyone else that was alive back then that we're aware of, at least as far as like what we've uncovered, what they left behind.
The beautiful art that they made.
Yeah.
The perfection of their geometry, their incredibly advanced astronomy. All of these things are hallmarks of a very sophisticated, very advanced civilization. Sure, they didn't have iPhones.
Yeah, but just the
But they did other
sophistication
stuff,
of the symmetry of the facial structure of the statues.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Beautiful things.
Just bizarrely technologically advanced.
Yeah.
Bizarrely. Because to perform something like that, you need incredible tools of measurement. Enormous statues that have faces that are absolutely perfectly symmetrical.
Yeah.
How did you do that?
Yeah.
How'd you stand that up?
Well, the answer is we
don't know.
We don't know. There's so
don't
much
know.
that we don't know, and it's that attitude towards the past which I think would be more helpful. Is that we have this mysterious background to we human beings. As you said earlier, anatomically modern humans, we think that they first appeared about 300,000 years ago. Jebel Irhoud in Morocco, 310,000 years ago. Now, I can remember a time not so long ago, back in the 1990s, when it was thought that the first anatomically modern humans were as recent as 50,000 years ago. And then they shifted it, new finds were made to 110,000 years ago, now 310,000 years ago. We don't really know how far into the past that goes. And we don't know about the Neanderthals and the Denisovans, who were also human beings. Certainly they were human, the same species as us, because they could interbreed with us. You can't breed with another species. And that takes the journey back even further. And that's one of the reasons why I have a problem with the notion that civilization just emerges 6,000 years ago. Because we had the same kit, the same wiring, the same brains for at least 300,000 years, and we weren't doing any of this stuff, apparently. I suspect we were, but it's not made the record.
Well, it seems that what they were dealing with in terms of the resources in the Nile Valley was unbelievably bountiful.
It was bountiful.
And that's probably one of the reasons, before the climate shifted and changed and it became a lot of desert. Before that, it was probably incredibly bountiful, and that allowed them to stay there for a long period of time and not have to worry about food.
It certainly did. The bounty, however, goes back much further. This is one of the reasons why I kept on trying to talk about the Sahara during the debate. This vast area, which frankly has not been studied properly by archaeology at all. Hardly a fraction of it has been studied. This vast area, I'm often accused of creating what they call a God of the Gaps argument. I'm saying you haven't looked enough in the Sahara. You haven't looked enough in the submerged continental shelves. You haven't looked enough in the Amazon rainforest. And the argument is that I'm trying to put my lost civilization into these gaps. But these are very special gaps. The submerged continental shelves were prime real estate during the Ice Age. That was the place to be, just as it is today, to be near coastlines. The Amazon rainforest was a bountiful place, and the Sahara Desert was green and rich for thousands of years during the Ice Age, with lakes, with rivers. It was the kind of place where a civilization might well have emerged.
They find whale bones.
Whale bones, yeah.
Whales.
Yeah.
So anybody who doesn't think there's a mystery in the Sahara Desert,
Yeah.
and anybody who really tries to dismiss the notion that most of it hasn't been really excavated, but it really hasn't.
No, it hasn't.
It's too vast.
It's too vast, and it's too expensive to
And the
excavate.
excavation, like, you would have to, you're dealing with a place where how many people even live there?
Nobody knows, because it's not been investigated properly. It's a desert, and it's had relatively little attention. We do know there's some amazing rock art from the Upper Paleolithic in Tassili in Algeria, in the Sahara, but not enough has been done. This is the problem for me with saying archaeology's basically got the story of the human past nailed down, is that there's huge areas which have not been investigated, and I reject the idea that that is a God of the gaps argument, because that's not why I'm proposing there was a lost civilization. And that's all I'm doing. I'm not insisting, I'm not demanding that people believe me. I just want to inject this idea into the discussion so that it can be considered. When taken out of context was a little clip where you asked me during the debate, is there any evidence for your lost civilization in what they've found? And I said, in what they've found, no. And then I went on to say, but that brings us to the point of what they've looked for and what they've not looked for, what they've found and what they've not found. That has been taken again and again as me saying that there's no evidence for my lost civilization, whereas what I'm actually saying is there's no evidence in what archaeologists have studied for a lost civilization, because I'm not studying what archaeologists study. I am very happy to use material from archaeologists, and I could not do what I do if I didn't use material from archaeologists. It's a very important basis to my work. However, it's the astronomy, it's the astronomical alignments, it's the precision of the Great Pyramid, it's the myths of a global flood all around the world. It's a universal story of a massive cataclysm with a few survivors who bring their knowledge to others. This is one of the reasons why I think the Atlantis story, which Flint Dibble is so opposed to, deserves to be taken seriously. Because it's part of a global tradition. It's yet another flood myth, in fact. It's the story, it's just like those 150 or 200 other flood traditions that come from around the world. And it's not enough for archaeologists to say, oh, people experienced a little local river flood, or there was a tidal wave that day, and so they decided that the whole world was submerged with water. That doesn't satisfy me at all. The fact that this is found all around the world, to me, is a memory of something that happened to our ancestors, something so traumatic, something so huge, that it's been preserved better than almost anything else from our past.
What is your take on the Reichart structure? Am I saying it right?
Richat structure, Mauritania. I would not like to say one way or the other because I've not been there. I've not had boots on the ground there. I've not been able to look at it. Yes, it's very intriguing.
Very. Also the salt all around it.
Yeah.
Where it shows that at one point in time it was probably submerged, like something happened.
Probably was, but you might have to go back many millions of years to get to that point. The honest answer to that question is I don't know. I'm open-minded on the Richat structure. It's something that I would like to study, but I have not had time to yet. In future work, it's something that I may study, and after studying it, I may come to the conclusion that it's just a remarkable natural phenomenon, of which there are many, or I may come to a different conclusion. It depends what the evidence shows me, but I try not to spout off on things that I'm not personally acquainted with and don't really know
Well,
about.
good for you. I like to spout off. It's also like there's so many of those things that people thought were myth, like Troy.
Yeah.
And they find it.
Found by an amateur. Turns out to be a real place. I think the myths are the memory banks of our species, and I don't think archaeology takes them seriously enough. There's a tendency to just dismiss them as fantasies, as things that were made up by the ancients for some bizarre reason of their own. But they're the memories we have from the time before writing, from the time before documents were kept. And they're a precious resource in understanding our past. So it's things like that. And then at the end of the day, to twist what I said, that in what archaeologists have studied, there's no evidence for my lost civilization, is completely wrong. Because I've written thousands of pages of books. This is one of the issues. Like, in that debate, I was supposed to prove everything about a lost civilization. I didn't even come here to prove it. I came here to explain why I'm interested in it and why I want to share my interest and my curiosity about the past with others. But if I'm asked to prove it, I would say don't refer to what I managed to say during a 3-hour debate. I'd say refer to the 8 or so major books that I've written with thousands of pages and thousands of documented footnotes. That's where my argument is in place. And you'll find that argument is not based on what archaeologists have studied. It's based precisely on what they've not studied about the past.
Well, regardless of the argument that Flint tried to put forth, that there's no evidence of what you're saying, the exaggeration of the shipwrecks, the stuff about seeds. The fact is, this resonates with a lot of people. This mystery is perplexing, it's confusing, and there's a lot of it out there. It's not like one site like Egypt. There's a ton of sites.
Yeah.
The Sage Wall in Montana. What do you think of that thing?
Again, I will withhold judgment until I have my boots on the ground there and have a look at it. And even then, that might not be enough. I do know that the property owners there are doing a lot of ground-penetrating radar, and there may be results from that. But at the moment, I would not say that's definitely a man-made structure, nor would I say that's definitely a natural structure. I would say that's an intriguing structure. But it is in the geological context where other things like that are found. If I were asked to put money on it,
There it is.
yeah.
Boy, that looks.
I mean, it really is hard. It is hard to resist the conclusion.
I mean, it's super hard to resist the idea that that's man-made, and especially if it goes deeper under the ground, and they think it does. They think it goes.
Oh, it
as
does.
deep as-
It goes deeper. That's what the ground-penetrating radar
How far?
is about. 30 feet.
30
In fact, I was
That
yesterday.
looks so man-made.
Yeah, it really does. When I look at that photograph, to me, that is a man-made structure. But I realize now, in the environment in which I live, surrounded by archaeologists who are extremely hostile to my work, that it's not in my interests to leap to a conclusion about anything.
Of course.
Before I've studied it. And I do intend to go to Sage Wall. I was yesterday with Michael Collins, who's the guy who's done a lot of the videography on Sage Wall. He doesn't know whether it's natural or man-made either. More work needs to be done. But it's an intriguing issue, and it may be part of the lost history of the Americas. We just don't know yet.
What's crazy is that is. How old is that thing?
How old is it? Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? And if you're talking about footprints of people that lived 22,000 years ago,
Yeah.
like what were they making things? Like what?
Yeah.
What was going on? Did they build something like that?
Yeah. Or even earlier.
Right. Or even earlier.
Is it
which
part
crazy.
of the lost story of the Americas? There's so much that's been lost, particularly in North America, with the massive destruction that took place during the 19th and 18th and early 20th century. It's reckoned that there were 1 million mound sites in North America. If you go back to 1500, there's about 100,000 left, which is a lot actually. But most of them are massively destroyed, and the other 900,000 have gone, just plowed under, turned into farmland. And how much else of the prehistory of North America has been lost as a result of a process where first of all there was a conviction that the indigenous inhabitants have only been here for a very short time, whereas we now know they've been here for a very long time. And secondly, there was a propagandistic desire not to give too much credit to them. So let's get rid of some of this stuff.
Wow.
I was very disappointed when we were shooting season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse that we were not allowed by the authorities to film in Cahokia, which is one of the great mounds that still survive, because they've been told that I'm a pseudo-archaeologist and I'm going to mislead the public if I go there. So the best way is just to stop me going there. We tried to film in Moundville in Alabama as well, and again we were denied permission to film there. There's no doubt that archaeology has joined ranks to do their best to prevent me doing what I do.
It's so awful to deny anyone the ability to, especially if you're going to put something like this on Netflix where millions of people are going to see it. Deny people just the access through video of experiencing this site and the mystery that's attached to it. Like, who are these people? Why did they build this? What artifacts haven't been discovered that are inside of this thing?
And here's what archaeologists say. Here's an alternative point of view.
Yeah.
You're an intelligent man. Make up your own mind.
You're being reasonable. That's outrageous.
It's a most unfortunate thing.
Well, it's not unfortunate that there's a lot of people that are interested in it, though.
More and more. It's a fascinating phenomenon. I do see it as an extension of our interest in our own genetic origins, for example. A lot of people, I haven't done it yet, but I'm kind of keen to do 23andMe or whatever it's
I
called.
wouldn't do it.
Nope.
Not now. No,
No.
sell your data away.
They'll sell your data.
Now someone's going to know your exact DNA.
Yeah.
The whole thing's nuts. Like, I didn't know that they could do that, but apparently they have. Not only that, databases get breached. And they find your information.
My eldest son, who is half Somali and half English, had his DNA done with 23andMe. And he found, what it showed was that he's 50% African and 49% British and 1% Spanish.
Ah.
And we tried to figure that out, and the answer is that my ancestors came from Cornwall in the southwest of England. And that's where the Spanish Armada washed up. And the survivors of the Spanish Armada washed up and then integrated with the local community and contributed their genes. So, there is an interest in the past. There is an interest in our personal past, our personal origins, our ancestors, who we are, and there's a much broader interest in the story of humanity that has brought us to where we are today. And this haunting feeling that something's missing, and that we have a civilization today. I often would like to compare it to a sort of furious, in terms of the level of consciousness, our civilization today is like a furious, petulant teenager. But in terms of what it can do, in terms of the destructive power of nuclear weapons, it's a god. So we have godlike powers with the consciousness of an immature teenager. That's what we're looking at in the world today. And maybe by understanding our past better, by understanding our unity that comes down from the past, maybe we can learn something that will be helpful to us in not carrying on in this way, because we do live at an inflection point just now. This is one thing I'm pretty sure that, quote unquote, my lost civilization didn't have, and that was nuclear weapons. But we have nukes today, and we have them in an enormous scale. And behind each of those nukes is a fragile human being with his own or her own ego and complexes and fears and paranoia. And we're reaching a point where those buttons are going to be pressed. We are, as far as I know, the first human civilization that has the capacity to actually wipe itself out completely. We don't need a comet impact. We don't need a solar outburst. We can do it to ourselves. And that requires humanity to make a major step forward in consciousness. And I think making that major step forward in consciousness will be helped by better understanding our own past.
I agree. I mean, it's just disturbing how many times we can travel to ancient places like Greece or any place where you go to Rome and realize, oh, there was a thriving civilization here at one point. And
You were in Greece recently.
Yeah, with Brian.
You went with Brian Muraresky. Brilliant guy.
Brilliant guy. But what a treat it is to have a tour of the Parthenon Acropolis with him.
Yeah.
And, we went to see the site of the Eleusinian Mysteries, and all that. It was very, very, very interesting, but just also sobering, because you realize, this civilization did not make it. This insane, fascinating, complex civilization crumbled.
Yeah.
And the idea
That's
that
shit,
ours
dude.
can't
It's
is
really
one
shit.
that
Sorry,
we
bro.
kinda
I'm
hold
sorry.
unique, we're different.
Sorry for that.
We're better. But there's so much evidence that that's just a normal pattern of human history.
Civilizations come and go.
Yeah.
We could be gone in 20 years.
Yeah.
I'd love to take you on a trip to Egypt.
I want to go. I'll tell
It's
you about
over,
an
yeah,
idea
really.
That it was brought to me after the show. I can't talk about it now.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
I've made friends with Zahi Hawass.
I heard.
He's a very
You guys
interesting
are homies now.
Yeah, we're homies. We had a nice dinner together, and it's partly partly because who needs more enemies and hatred in this world?
Exactly.
And I said some very cruel and harsh things to Zahi in the past, and I felt the time had come to apologize for those. So I went to Egypt to apologize to him.
Really?
And we had a fantastic dinner together. His son joined us. Santa was there. It was very friendly and very positive.
I love stories like that.
And we've agreed that we will, if by chance we get a season 3 of Ancient Apocalypse, which
Wow.
we may or may not. I'm not in control of commissioning decisions.
What are we doing with our lives? I know, right?
Be entirely on Egypt.
What are we actually doing with our
What
lives?
I would like is for Zahi to confront me on every point. as we go through
I
it.
love that emote.
Whatever
The emote is
was
like
Zahi's experience
perfectly
was art.
conveys
He's
the
been
feeling.
immersed in ancient Egyptian Egyptology for his whole life,
Yeah.
and he has very strong points of view on it. And he's a fun guy. That's all.
I imagine that as people get older and wiser and realize the folly of their ways, particularly in their youth, maybe he would be more open to the idea that the civilization is just
That emote's
this
hilarious.
civilization, same civilization, but older than you think it is.
Yeah, I'm hoping to persuade him
Yeah.
of that. I think it'll be an interesting dialogue if we get to have it.
I think people for a long time had this concept in their mind that changing the dates somehow negates the accomplishment of the people that lived in the prescribed date.
Yeah,
That somehow or another.
the pushing it back.
Yeah,
Yes,
the pushing it back somehow or another, and they'll even say it's racist.
This is a propaganda. This is propaganda. This is archaeological propaganda. That's been said to me repeatedly. That I'm suggesting that all the achievements of certain indigenous cultures around the world should actually be handed to a lost civilization. That ideas were brought to them. Yet weirdly, those same archaeologists recognise that agriculture was introduced to Europe by immigrants from precisely the Göbekli Tepe area. That's where agriculture wasn't present in Europe until 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. It was brought in by other people. This is part of the human nature that we share ideas. Somebody has a great idea, we look at that, we think we'd like a bit of that too. Teach me how to do it. And this happens all the time, and it doesn't mean that the person who's being taught is any less than the person who's doing the teaching. The person who's being taught may have things to teach themselves. I've always felt that if there was a lost civilization at all, and I believe there was, but I can't absolutely prove it, I think we're looking at a terrible cataclysm. Part of it happened near Göbekli Tepe. Abu Huraira,
Come on,
in Syria,
dude, like, come
was
on.
hit by one of those airbursts, absolutely incinerated at that time. Terrible cataclysm with relatively few survivors, and that those survivors, just as we would do today, took refuge amongst people who'd made it through the disaster better. And those people who'd made it through would most likely have been hunter-gatherers.
Come on, man.
Because hunter-gatherers are so resilient and so able to survive disasters, whereas people in a quote-unquote civilized condition are often not. I mean, we can see I understand that the hurricanes that are happening in the US at the moment are horrific natural events which are killing people. But we're talking about something on a scale vastly larger than that. And it's difficult for me to see. We find it hard enough to make it through a hurricane. I find it difficult to see how we could make it through another Younger Dryas impact event, or how we could make it through a man-made cataclysm as a result of nuclear war, which is, I suspect and I fear, is much closer than we think. I hate the idea that nuclear missiles may be flying in my lifetime or the lifetime of my children, but I have to say honestly, it's a possibility with the state of the world at the moment and the low state of consciousness of the people who lead us. The leaders and governments are behind this. It's not human beings, individual people who are behind this hatred in the world today. It's leaders and governments who are mobilizing that hatred to serve their own interests. And it's very dangerous. If we didn't have nukes, it would be less dangerous.
Yeah, I agree with you. When you're talking about Göbekli Tepe, one of the things that Jimmy Corsetti has talked about recently in his YouTube show is that they have stopped excavation and they've planted trees above some of the areas, which is very strange.
It is.
And they want the excavation to resume in 150 years?
Yes.
So what would be a logical reason to not excavate these fascinating ancient sites that are at least 11,000 years old?
Generally, with any archaeological site, they don't excavate more than 5% of it, and often less than 2% of it.
Is that because of funds?
It's often because of funds, but it's also because of the feeling that as technology improves, more may be learnt from these sites in the future. And that's a reasonable argument, because excavation is destruction. To a certain extent, excavation destroys what's being excavated. And therefore, when you interfere with a site and start excavating it, you may be destroying materials that in 100 years, technology would be able to interpret in a completely different way. I mean, go back 100 years from where we are at present, and you didn't have carbon dating, you didn't have LiDAR, you didn't have all kinds of methods of dating objects, luminescence, the luminescence from rocks is another way of dating. We didn't have any of those technologies. We do have them now. And so I think the speculation is 100 years in the future, archaeologists may have technologies that would be able to extract more information than this. That's the case that's made. I get it. But I think Göbekli Tepe is such an important site. And I know for sure, because I spent 3 days with Klaus Schmidt, who was the original excavator of Göbekli Tepe, that underneath that place there are dozens of huge unexcavated stone circles with enormous megalithic pillars in them, all under the ground, waiting to be excavated, and the decision appears to have been made not to excavate them. And I do find that slightly suspicious. I do find it odd. I think the site has got such an important role, it's such an iconic site, that to just stop the excavation or to only continue it in a very small way isn't satisfactory.
When you say suspicious, like what would be the motivation for discontinuing that kind of excavation other than the fear of destroying things?
I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist.
Please do.
but there is an issue here. I've noticed that it isn't just attacks on me that certain archaeologists are making. It's also attacks on other specialists. For example, Danny Hillman-Natawajaju, who is the geologist who brought to the world's attention the mystery of Gunung Padang in Indonesia, which appeared in the first episode of season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse. The possibility that this site is more than 27,000 years old. That we're looking at a pyramidal structure that has had several phases of work done on it, and that the earliest phases go back deep into the last ice age. He managed to publish a peer-reviewed paper on this, but unfortunately for Danny, he'd appeared on my show. And that led archaeologists to dive in on him, and there was a ganging up of archaeologists, and complaints were made to the peer-reviewed journal that published it, and finally they retracted. They retracted his paper without any good reasons. I've got a major article by Danny on my website explaining what happened here. It's like we don't want too much attention brought to this. Let's crush it. Let's crush it right now. The same thing is happening with the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. An enormous amount of attacks are being made on that hypothesis, rather than considering it as an interesting explanation for the cataclysms at the end of the Ice Age. A lot of people are just focused on trying to destroy it in every way possible. And I can't help wondering, maybe there's some truth, deep truth, to this, that there was a cataclysm, that there was an ancient apocalypse, something really horrific that happened. Maybe it's a cyclical disaster. Maybe it's coming around again. This is something that would lead any government to want to avoid panic, to suppress, to cover up these issues. So that would be the conspiracy theory. I'm not saying I buy it, but I'm saying that it's possible.
Would also a conspiracy be that they recognized that some of the area around Göbekli Tepe was older still, and they decided the archaeologists didn't want to confront it, and they put a stop to it?
That's also possible. But in their favor, and to their credit, the excavation of that whole area around, not Göbekli Tepe itself, but other neighboring sites, Karahan Tepe is the best known. Turkish archaeologists, it's interesting, are calling this now a civilization. They're calling it the Tas Tepeler civilization, the Stone Hills civilization. And they're finding that same iconography, the same building techniques, not quite on the scale of Göbekli Tepe, are repeated all across the region. They extend all the way down to the south of the Jordan Valley, to Jericho. The ancient site of Jericho is part of that lost or emerging civilization that appeared at the end of the Younger Dryas. Cyprus is another example I was mentioning about how it was settled in what appeared to have been planned, organized settlement events near the end of the last ice age. Again, you find that same iconography that you find at Göbekli Tepe turning up there.
Which
as well.
iconography specifically?
The tendency to use T-shaped pillars, to use certain designs like a V-shaped necklace, this kind of iconography, and the structures, these circular structures, semi-subterranean structures that are so characteristic of Göbekli Tepe. They're found there as well. They're found all across the region. Jericho in the Jordan Valley is absolutely intriguing. There's a massive tower there, which again dates back right to the end of the last ice age. A huge megalithic tower with the world's oldest known megalithic stairway that runs up inside it. So what's emerging as a result? If Göbekli Tepe hadn't been found, none of this would have happened. But it's led to a widespread interest in the whole area. So while excavation may have stopped at Göbekli Tepe or may have slowed down, it is continuing elsewhere across the region. And to be fair to archaeologists, we need to recognise that.
Is the size and scale of Göbekli Tepe unique in comparison to the ones that are around it?
Yes. So far, the ones that have been found, Göbekli Tepe is unique. And I think it's clear now that Göbekli Tepe itself was the end of the process, not the beginning of a process. It was something that marked, it was a marker. It was something that brought together the best of everything that they'd accumulated and created it in one place. And left it there, finally at the end, burying it, sealing it as a time capsule, which then was untouched for more than 10,000 years before Klaus Schmidt opened it up in 1996. I can't help feeling that's precisely what Göbekli Tepe is. It's a time capsule. It's a memorial to a lost time. And I think that what we're looking at in that whole area is the outcome of contact with an earlier, largely lost civilization. I think it passed on its cultural genes right there in that area of Turkey and down into the Jordan Valley and Cyprus. And not only there, also the Indus Valley civilization. It's incredible iconography which shows a man between two felines. It's a very striking image. You see a man and two tigers or leopards on either side of him, and he may be holding them apart, he may be gripping them in some way.
What is this so Jamie can find it?
You can find it on the Gebel al-Arak knife handle from Egypt. You can find it from Sayburk, Sayburk, Turkey, the man between two felines, and you can find it in the Indus Valley civilization right across in Pakistan on these steatite seals that they used to make, where again you see that same icon of the man between two felines. And it suggests that cultural ideas way back in the remote past were being spread around the world very, very rapidly. I can tell you the...
So how much of that area where Göbekli Tepe has been searched with LiDAR? Here it is. Here's the images. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, there we are. That's Harappa. That's from the Indus Valley civilization. Wow. Man between two felines.
What do you think that supposedly represents?
Nobody knows what it represents, but what's intriguing is that it turns up in so many different places. But I'd like to find the... Just give me 1 second just to find something. I hope I'm online here. I am.
How many of the areas have been searched with LiDAR?
Hang on, Joe. Bear with me.
No worries, no worries.
1 minute. This is where I have to take my bloody glasses.
You gotta go back and forth?
Actually, Karen Tepe has some cool stuff that I don't think we've seen.
Whoa.
There's this huge skeletal figure. This one, 12 feet high or something like that.
Kind of similar to the Easter Island heads. Bizarre. Look at this. How weird are those structures? You know, but like the way their hands are placed, it's kind of similar to the way the Easter Island hands are placed.
Jamie, could I get plugged into the HDMI?
Sure. Do you need to?
Yeah.
Okay, pause please. We'll pause. We'll be right back. Alright,
We're back? Okay, we found these images. So this is from... Jamie, maybe you could expand that, the Cyborg relief.
I think you have to do it.
Okay, it's on my...
Yeah.
There we go. So this is about 10,000 years old. It's from a site in the area of Göbekli Tepe called Seyburg, and it's gone.
There it is.
And it's clearly a man between two felines. And interestingly, he's holding his dick, exactly like that piece that you just showed from Göbekli Tepe. And then if we go on, there it is. So then the Indus Valley, again.
I'm controlling what's on the screen.
You are, okay. So there's the man between two felines. Again, expand that.
So that particular image, is there any sort of a theory as to what they were trying, what that represented?
Human mastery of animals is the only one I've heard that's being suggested.
But it seems like they're trying to get it.
Well, it does in that case, rather than or that he's holding them.
Right.
He's holding them at bay.
Keeping them from getting each other.
Yeah, and then if you go down to the Egyptian one, which is the Gebel al-Arak knife handle, there it is. That's from ancient Egypt, pre-dynastic Egypt, same thing. And then the next one is from Tiwanaku in Bolivia. That's a redrawing from Tiwanaku in Bolivia, and again, it's a man between two felines.
Wow.
So when I see this kind of complicated image turning up all around the world, I can't help feeling that there's a remote common source, which is shared. It's not each culture representing or influencing the other, it's a remote common source that they all share.
What's the last one from? Where's it from again?
From Tiwanaku in Bolivia.
Look, what do you think he's got in his hands?
Well, it looks like two felines that he's holding apart.
Right, but what are those things that are dangling down?
I absolutely have no idea, and I'm not sure if anybody else does, although I'm reminded in that one of the handbags that we see in some of the figures from ancient Sumer.
Right, but what is the thing on the left?
Again, I don't know, and I don't think anybody
Very
does.
strange. Why does he have steps on his chest and a wheel? Like, what is that? You know, what is that spiral in the center of his body?
It's a spiral of mystery. I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
It's like, look, there's a geometric pattern.
You
And
see
it
it-
goes up and down with the steps, and it
Yes.
repeats on both corners. That one where it steps up and the other side where it steps down.
Yeah.
Very strange.
It would be nice if there were written records from Tiwanaku.
Wouldn't that be
which tells
sweet?
What it's about, but unfortunately there aren't.
Just
Um,
very, very bizarre.
So what I'm saying is we're seeing a sudden emergence of something that is being recognized as a civilization in Turkey just immediately after Göbekli Tepe, around the time of Göbekli Tepe. And we're seeing it in the Jordan Valley, and we're seeing it in the Indus Valley, and we're seeing it in South America as well. The same iconography keeps on repeating, and I don't think it's a coincidence.
The area where the Olmec are, have there ever been LiDAR excavations or?
I wouldn't be surprised if there have. Villa Hermosa, the sort of central of the Olmec area, is a very highly populated area. It's been heavily developed. The areas where LiDAR has been used in Mexico and Central America and Guatemala has been finding thousands of Mayan ruins that nobody knew were there before. Again, under the jungle canopy. LiDAR has been used extensively in the Yucatan in Mexico and into Guatemala as well. But whether it's been used, there
Look
were
at that. Hundreds of
and Olmec
miles.
ceremonial centers.
Wow.
This is all thank you, LiDAR. You know,
So
this-
crazy that stuff was there all along.
and nobody knew.
And nobody knew.
Yeah, and of course, the Amazon rainforest is an even bigger rainforest than this, and what's hiding in it
Right.
is a mystery that needs to be solved in the coming years
Right.
if we're going to have any idea of our own past. I think the Amazon is incredibly important. It's why I chose to focus season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse on the Americas, because I think in terms of the quest for the origins of civilization, the Americas are the most neglected area. Archaeologists haven't looked there. They define themselves as being in favor of indigenous peoples and against any kind of supremacy, but by and large they look to Europe and to the Middle East as the origins of civilization and don't consider that it might have been in the Americas. And what we're trying to show is that the story in the Americas is much older, and it's meaning that there are mysteries here that have never been explained by archaeology.
How much of the Amazon has been explored with LiDAR?
A very tiny proportion. I worked with the team who are doing this, and they're solely in the province of Acre, in the southwest of Brazil. and they haven't worked in other areas. What would be needed, I'm hoping some amazing philanthropist will come forward, and if such a philanthropist will come forward, I can connect him with the people who are doing the work in Accra, that we have a LiDAR survey of the whole of the Amazon. That's what I'd like to see. And it wouldn't be a billion-dollar project because it can be done with drones now. It could be relatively cost efficient.
That would be incredible. Just imagine what's happening.
Yeah. And we have the tech. We can do that. We can do a LiDAR survey of the Amazon.
Where specifically do they think that lost city of Z was, and did they try to explore that yet?
I think it was in Ecuador or Colombia. I can't remember. That was Percy Fawcett, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And kind of echo of that earlier discovery of lost cities in the Amazon. These stories won't go away because there is a hidden past in the Amazon.
Right.
And because there were cities in the Amazon. And God knows what was in them before the Spanish came along and destroyed everything.
God, it seems like that has to be discovered. I mean, that has to be looked at. But just specifically, if we could just find that the lost city of Z was a real place.
If we could find it was a real place?
Yeah.
I wish we could.
I mean, just finding lost city of Z is a
Percy
legendary
Fawcett.
city in the Amazon rainforest and British explorer Percy Harrison Fawcett, I
Mato
believe was
Grosso.
Mato Grosso,
In Brazil.
theorized that the city was a refuge for people fleeing the destruction of Atlantis. Whoa. That its wisdom could still be found there. Wow. Wow.
I think we're going to find the lost city of X and Y as well.
I bet.
And W.
Maybe ABC.
And possibly A, B, C, and D too. Yeah.
Maybe a bunch, yeah. It's, at the very least, it's clear that not enough is known.
Yeah. Not enough is known. And I think it's right and proper that we have curiosity about our past. And I think it's unfortunate that
Come on, man.
people, including myself, who express that curiosity without any dogma, but simply are mystified by problems from the past, are so likely to get slapped down and face this abusive power by archaeology, who are saying the past is ours, you may not intrude here, we will define you as a pseudoscientist, we will call you a hoaxer and a liar. I defy anyone out there to find a single statement I've made that is a lie. And a lie is a knowing untruth.
Yeah.
As far as I know, I have never, ever told knowingly an untruth. What a stupid thing to do that would be. That would scupper my whole work. I may have made some honest mistakes. Everybody does, including the most godlike archaeologists. But I have never knowingly told an untruth, and I never would.
Of course not. The interesting thing, though, is...
But seriously, I'd like an example, because this is thrown at me so many times.
You can't be responding to the haters all the time.
But they include archaeologists.
I know, but the reality is most people aren't listening anymore.
Define the untruth.
I don't think that's working anymore, because I think enough people have seen your work, and enough people have heard you talk, and they know that you're reasonable and intelligent, and that there's something there.
Yeah.
And the more people look at these images, and the more people hear people like Flint just out and out lie to try to dismiss these things.
It was most unfortunate. I think he let archaeology down very badly in the way that he manipulated that debate. And I'm sorry it's taken me so long to come back with the fact checking, but it was necessary to do. And I'm very grateful to a number of completely independent, separate individuals on the internet who have drawn attention to some of what Flint did.
Yes.
One calls himself illegitimate scholar, and the other calls himself debunking. And they got into this material very, very early and helped me to understand how I'd been duped by this material. Because I took it all at face value.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about the internet.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of people out there that are very invested in these ideas and exploring them, and they also find it very uncomfortable that they're being confronted by these scholars, these people that are supposed to be the ones that are the experts in this area, that are dismissing things that shouldn't be dismissed, that are lying about statistics, just try to diffuse your argument.
Yeah. And there's also that feeling of being patronized by the so-called experts. Nobody wants to be patronized and feel that somebody else regards them as too stupid to make up their own mind on something.
Right. And they think that somehow or another that exploring these ideas dismisses the legitimate work that archaeologists have already done, which I don't think it does.
Not at all. Archaeologists have done some fantastic work.
Yeah.
And it's really important work. What I've realized is that there's almost two different mindsets at work here in looking at the past. I think archaeology is very determined to demonstrate that it's a science, that it's a hard science, that it's completely rational, that it's all based on scientific method, and anything that sounds unscientific, which include myths, must be avoided. And also, I do find that archaeology, and it may be true in other sciences as well, are very reluctant to use the imagination. The imagination is seen as a deadly threat. Whereas I think imagination is a really important thing in interpreting the past. We should be open to possibilities rather than coming into what we confront with a closed idea. We should consider how it might have been, what might have happened. Let's use our imagination and think about this, think what all this means, think what that common iconography all around the world means, rather than just saying, oh, it's a coincidence.
Well, in some places that's your only option, like the Olmec culture, where we don't know. Well, we have these faces that don't look like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's confusing. They look like maybe they're from Polynesia.
Yeah,
maybe
they could
from Africa.
Yeah, could be Polynesia, could be Africa, and then there are these other faces, which in the video I've put out, I've shown some of these. It's not just myths of a bearded foreigner turning up in the Americas, which Flint Dibble and other archaeologists say were all concocted and invented by the Spaniards. We discussed that during the debate. I have a real problem with that, because that is patronizing to the indigenous people. I think the myths were amongst the indigenous people, and I think the Spaniards saw how they could use them, how they could manipulate them, but I don't think they made up the myths and somehow imposed them upon the indigenous people, who then believed that they were their own myths. I don't think they were that stupid. They knew what their myths were.
Well, my concern with that line of thinking is that we've seen evidence of that sort of destruction of the real history of people in America, with how they forced Native Americans onto reservations and forced them into speaking English and forced them into learning Christianity. That there was a concerted effort to erase their history and their culture, and that the conquerors imposed that on the people that were there.
But this is a kind of conspiracy theory that's being proposed, that the Spanish, Cortez and Pizarro and others who were involved in the conquest of the Americas, that they got together and they created a fiction, and then they made the indigenous people believe that fiction, while accepting everything else that the indigenous people believed. That was a fiction. There's no document which says that Spaniards conspired to create these stories. I believe that when we find them in Mexico, when we find them in Peru, when we find them in Colombia, when we find them in Bolivia, we are looking at indigenous traditions. And I have no doubt that the Spanish saw those traditions and said, we can use this, we can take advantage of this, we can exploit this, but I don't think they made up the traditions.
So it's possibly a myth of people that came over on ships that look different.
Yeah, that's about what it comes to.
When you hear about things like the lost city of Z, when you hear about all the different times where European explorers did make it to the Americas and spread their diseases, like myths from those folks too. So who's to think that there wasn't multiple versions of that happened all throughout history?
Yeah, I suspect.
If it happened in the 1400s, it probably happened a long, long time ago as well.
Yeah.
The whole thing is so interesting, and it never ends. And every now and again, a new discovery comes along that pushes back the date of humans in specific areas. I mean, look at the Denisovans. They only found out about them in 2010 or something?
Very,
like that?
very recently. I think Samantha and I went to Denisova Cave in 2013.
Crazy.
Something like that.
So a whole new branch.
Yeah,
of the-
previously unknown.
Crazy.
And there's so much that's unknown about our past.
Oh, I know what I wanted to bring up to you today, because I saw this online. Maybe you could find it before I can pull it up, Jamie, because you're that good. But there's a scientist that believes there's reason to believe that those hobbit people in the island of Flores, that they exist currently. So this was, hobbit-like species of early humans may still be living in the jungles of Indonesia.
Interesting theory.
Yeah. Well, that's another branch of the human chain. That when did they find out about this? It wasn't that long ago either.
It certainly wasn't. I think you're looking around 2000s, 2010 maybe. Very, very recent discovery.
I wonder what the latest find was published on Tuesday, Journal of
2016.
Nature Communications following 2016 discovery of tiny arm bone and teeth. There's something that these people are considering. I don't know why. You see, is there any article that says they consider they're still alive today? That's what this one is? But that one, no.
It's like a small version of Bigfoot.
Yeah, this is it. Okay. Someone said this to me.
Yeah.
So why do they think that there's might still roam? Well, this is just because of anecdotal stories, right? Because there have been multiple stories that people that live in the deep rainforest have said that they've encountered these.
Why not? Why not? Why should it be impossible? It has a parallel with the Bigfoot story, of course, a different size of creature. But maybe creatures have survived, which we think are extinct.
Especially small populations of them
Yeah.
that are very remote and very difficult to get. There are reports of sighting by more than 30 eyewitnesses, all of whhom I spoke with directly, and I conclude the best way to explain it, what they told me is a non-sapiens hominin has survived on Flores to the present or very recent times. Yeah.
I'd love to hear their stories.
Oh, imagine maybe AI could decipher their language. Imagine they found them. You know how nutty it would be if they found a little 3-foot tall, hairy human being that's still alive? Oh my goodness.
Just for clarity, he made this claim and put out a book, so might be like, come read my book. You know.
Well, it's a good thing to do if you have a good theory.
I mean,
Write a
for
book.
sure.
I know what you're saying, though. I know what you're saying, yeah. I hope it's true, of course. Of course.
Of course.
Because it's fun. Yeah. It's fun to hope it's true. Oh, it's fun.
That's what I'm so grateful to the universe for, and so grateful to my readers for.
Are you serious?
I have been given this opportunity.
I hate this fucking
to live a
game.
fun life
Oh, yeah.
and to travel the world.
Are you
to
actually
investigate
serious right now?
mysteries and to put across my point of view on those mysteries. I couldn't do any of that if it wasn't for my readers. I've never had sponsorship. I've never sought anybody to fund me to do anything. I started out massively in debt. I've got to the place now where I can travel wherever I want and explore places, and that's all down to my readers. It's not just me, it's me and my readers that are making this possible, and I'm enormously grateful to them. And these days my viewers as well.
You're a very lucky man. I was going to say
I'm
that
blessed.
earlier when you were talking about I've never taken a vacation. Like, oh, you haven't, but your whole life's a vacation.
Exactly. That's why I don't see. I'm 74 years old now. I don't see myself retiring. The idea of retirement
It was
is
so
just
stupid.
out of the question.
You try to retire, I'll go find you. I'm going to go grab you, drag you out.
I love
Give you
doing.
some vitamins.
I love doing what I do,
Yeah.
and I hope it's contributed something useful to the world rather than just flim flam.
Oh no, it most certainly has. It most certainly has. You know, I first found out about you because of Fingerprints of the Gods, and
Yeah.
one of the things that I found most fascinating when I started going into your work was the idea that the Ark of the Covenant exists in
Yeah.
Ethiopia.
That's what brought me into this field.
Yeah.
Before that, I wrote all about current affairs.
That story is so nuts, and it sounds so ridiculous, and people you go, "What? The Ark of the Covenant's real?" But then when you go into the history of these people that lived there, and they all suffered radiation poisoning, and it's like, wait a minute.
Cataracts over their
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that there's an indigenous population of Old Testament Jews in
Right.
Ethiopia, the Falashas,
Yeah.
who have their own story about how the Ark of the Covenant got there.
Right.
Different from the Ethiopian national epic, which is called the Kebra Nagast, the glory of kings. That's why I got into this field. I was a current affairs guy, and Ethiopia was on my beat, and I just kept on coming across this story, and I realized it was central to Ethiopian culture, and I decided to investigate it and explore it, and it led to the Sign on the Seal, which was published in 1992, and that's what set me on the path to Fingerprints of the Gods and everything that followed that.
So who is getting the cataracts?
The guardian of the Ark. This is a monk who is appointed. The place is Aksum in the province of Tigray in northern Ethiopia. It's a massively interesting place. Aksum has these huge granite stelae. They're very similar in many ways to ancient Egyptian obelisks. They're a bit different in shape, but same sort of height, some of them going 110 feet high, cut out of solid granite, right up there in the highlands of Ethiopia. And then they have an ancient church, the Church of St. Mary, Cathedral actually of St. Mary of Zion, where the Ark apparently was kept for hundreds and hundreds of years. Before that it was kept elsewhere, and then now it's been moved into a chapel that stands next to St. Mary of Zion Cathedral. and that chapel is guarded by armed men. The whole town is an armed camp that is protecting what they believe to be the Ark of the Covenant, but it's guarded particularly by one guy who is the official guardian of the Ark, and he's elected by other monks to be the guardian of the Ark, and several of them have run away when they get that election, because once you're elected as the guardian of the Ark, when the previous one has died, you're going to be kept in that chapel forever. You'll never be allowed to leave it. So they're close to whatever this object is. They're close to it. And I met 3 of them over a succession of years, because their mortality is once they're appointed, they die very soon. And they all had these cataracts over their eyes, and they all blamed the object in that chapel, whether or not it's the Ark, for causing their blindness.
Wow.
So it's
And no one is going in there and trying to get to the bottom of it? They won't let you?
they won't let go. They won't let go.
Can
To
you
a certain
bribe them?
no.
It seems like someone should go look.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Yeah.
What's in there? I mean, if we really find out the Ark of the Covenant was an actual object,
I think it wasn't.
and you think it was some nuclear something or another? Like
I don't know what it was. I think it's what is rightly described as an out-of-place artifact. Because if you look at the description in the book of Exodus, the very precise dimensions of it, I think in modern terms we'd say 3 feet 9 inches long by 2 feet 3 inches high and wide. It's got a layer of gold, it's got a layer of wood, it's got another layer of gold. It's very precisely specified, like a blueprint in the book of Exodus. And then it does all this stuff. It shoots out jets of fire and kills completely innocent people. It kills 50,000 Philistines in the city of Ashdod when they briefly capture it from the Israelites and make the mistake of treating it like a tourist object, and they open the Ark of the Covenant and look inside, and suddenly everybody in that city is dying, and what they're dying of is cancerous tumors. This is described in the Old Testament. So it's intriguing that this object is so precisely specified and is reported to have done these terrible things.
It's just insane that we know where it is.
Well, we know that I believe Ethiopia has a very strong claim to it, but that's all I can say, because I've not seen it myself. I've been right outside the door of that sanctuary chapel several times. But
Did you bring a Geiger counter?
no, that would be a good thought.
Yeah. Imagine it was going nuts as you got close.
That would be a good thought.
I mean, it's not like it's going to be, if it's radioactive, it's not like it's going to be contained just this one small area. You're going to have traces of it that leak out.
That's true. That would be a good
Especially if people are getting cataracts from being in the room with it.
Yeah.
And so 3 different people you talked to have cataracts from that.
Yeah, and they all blame the Ark. And one of them, it's a resonant phrase, which sticks in my memory. I asked him why, and he said the Ark is a thing of fire. Just that.
Did he describe it to you?
He did describe it as a box, rather like the biblical description, unsurprisingly. But
Did he describe what it looked like the outside of it?
gold.
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 Wow.
And of course, gold is a very good insulator against radiation. I don't want to go too far down this track. To me, the fascinating thing is that Ethiopia is the only country in the world that actually claims to have the Ark of the Covenant. That it's central to religion and culture in Ethiopia today. That there's much to support that argument, particularly in the form of the Falashas, the Ethiopian Jews, and their very ancient traditions about how they got to Ethiopia in the first place. In context of all of that, I think Ethiopia has a very good claim, very interesting claim, and that's why I wrote a book about it.
That one to me is just like, we know where it is.
Yeah.
That one to me is so crazy that someone is keeping that information from the rest of the humans.
Yeah.
Because if we found out the Ark of the Covenant was in fact a real object, and we know where it is, and it does match the description of the Bible, that kind of changes everything. Now all of a sudden the Bible is not just stories and myths. The Bible is some sort of a historical record.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that one of the world's best-known flood myths also comes from the Bible, which is the flood of Noah, which again is part of this worldwide tradition, of which I am absolutely convinced Atlantis should be understood as a part of that worldwide tradition of a global flood and the loss of a former civilization. And again, it's one of the reasons why I've done the work I've done over these years.
So when you're doing season 2, what did you learn from doing season 1 that you applied to season 2? Was there anything different about the way you went about it?
Definitely. I have learned from criticisms of archaeologists, and one of the first things that became very clear to me, and they're absolutely right, is we need more indigenous voices in this series. And that's what we've made sure to do. We have an amazing archaeologist, indigenous archaeologist from Easter Island. We spent quite a bit of time filming in Easter Island, and it's a strong... This series doesn't do country by country episodes. It's all merged together. Different bits of the story come together in each episode. But a good chunk of it is on Easter Island, and there Sonia Hoa Cardinali is an indigenous Easter Islander. Her married name is Cardinali because she married an Italian guy. And she gave us incredible material on Easter Island, and she revealed that she and her team have found what are called banana phytoliths. Now, phytoliths are a minute part of the banana plant. They've excavated them from a crater in Easter Island, and they've found that those are 3,000 years old. Now, this is interesting for two reasons. Firstly, bananas do not propagate naturally. You can't get bananas to Easter Island without human beings bringing them there. That's how they got there. And secondly, the date that she's found 3,000-year-old banana phytoliths in Easter Island blows out of the water the notion that Easter Island was only settled 1,000 years ago or less, which is the current idea of archaeology. Again and again, we've had indigenous guests on the show who have brought real important information to it. Amongst those geoglyphs in Brazil, we had a member of the Apurina people who is a caretaker of these geoglyphs, and he talked to us about what is special to him about the geoglyphs, about how this is a sacred place to his tribe, and how they still gather there today, and how they understand that it's somehow connected to the journey to the next world, to the journey of life after death. And that rings a bell in my mind of that whole idea of a journey to the afterlife and the portal through which we pass into that other realm. We find that right there in Brazil.
So if the Easter Island, if the island was settled at least 3,000 years ago, do we know where from?
Well, 3,000 years ago, you're still within the period of the Polynesian expansion. This is not the Ice Age. This is more recent.
Right.
It's early in the Polynesian expansion rather than late. The Easter Island was seen as one of the last places that the Polynesians got to. This new evidence is suggesting it may have been one of the first places that the Polynesians got to. But the question that arises is, did they find the Moai already in place when they came there, even 3,000 years ago? And I think there's a lot of evidence for that. I think this is going to make archaeologists absolutely furious with me. But I hope that I'm paying full respect to indigenous traditions. We had an amazing Easter Island elder who told us the tradition of the lost land of Hiva. Easter Island has its own floodway. They say that there was a huge land in the Pacific, far, far away, called Hiva, and that it was Hiva, and that it was destroyed in a flood cataclysm, and that there were survivors, specifically 7 wise men. That's another thing that is found all around the world. It's found in ancient Sumer, it's found in ancient Egypt, it's found almost everywhere. Specific seven wise men who came and settled Easter Island after this great cataclysm. So it's great to have indigenous testimony on that. And then you have the mystery of the Easter Island script. How did that happen? How come this tiny island, which only ever had a population of a few thousand, did something that is normally only done by big civilizations, which was create a written script? But they have a script, the Easter Island script, and it's written on wooden boards. And we learned that these were the boards we see today, none of which, by the way, are in Easter Island now. They're all in museums around the world. They themselves were copies of earlier wooden boards that wore out. And these things go back far into the remote past as far as the indigenous people of Easter Island are concerned. To have a fully formed, elaborate script, which nobody can interpret today.
Oh my
You have to remember
god.
the tragic history of Easter Island. There was a point where Easter Island's population was reduced to just 11 people. And it was reduced to 11 people by Peruvian slave raids. They came and slaved the people of Easter Island. and they took them to work in Peru and put them elsewhere in the Pacific. Eventually there was a movement to restore them to their homeland, and gradually people came back. But at one point its population was reduced to 11. All the elders were wiped out, those who were the memory carriers. And so what's left now is just a hint of a memory of these things, but they speak with all of these tablets with the script on it. And to me, that is a sign again that there's something wrong with our understanding of Easter Island. How can we explain that this tiny little place produces its own written language? Why would it even need a written language when you could walk across the island in 3 hours? It wouldn't need to communicate in that way, and yet it had its own script.
And the script, can we see what it looks like? Can you find the Easter Island script, Jamie?
If you look up the word Rongo Rongo, R-O-N-G-O, Rongo Rongo tablets.
One of the things that's interesting about AI is that they believe that AI is going to be able to determine or decipher, rather, a bunch of different things that we currently can't.
Really?
Oh, wow.
It bears some curious similarities to the Indus Valley script, which has also not been deciphered. And let's hope AI can decipher both of them.
Look at that. That's
and the way it runs is you read from left to right along the top row, then you go from right to left along the next row, then you go from left to right along the next row, and so on and so forth. A sort of snake-like.
How do they know that?
Because that's one of the memories that's being preserved by the Easter Islanders, and because of the way they all run on.
And what do they think it represents?
According to Leo, the elder who we talked to in Easter Island, it contains memories of the past. It contains memories of the past in Easter Island, instructions on how to navigate, information about the stars, and information about how to live as a community.
But in a language that we don't know.
Nobody knows it. All we have is an oral tradition, which itself is very fragmented and very faint because of that reduction of Easter Island's population to just 11 people, and the fact that the elders who were within historical times able to read these tablets were all wiped out.
How did they decipher cuneiform?
Cuneiform, I think, because of its relationship to later languages, which were known, and that's cuneiform is a writing system. You find the earliest version, I think, amongst the Sumerians and then in later Babylonian society as well. But when you have a language and you have a language that it's related to that you can read, or where you have a text in 2 different languages but it's the same text, then you're in a place where you can begin to translate it. That's what the Rosetta Stone does in ancient Egypt, because we have it in the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, but we also have it in Greek. And that's why suddenly the code of the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs was cracked because of the Rosetta Stone. Well, there isn't a Rosetta Stone for the Easter Island script or for the Indus Valley script. But I think in the case of the cuneiform, there was something similar, some context to place it in.
So the Easter Island, these enormous statues, one of the things they found, I don't know when they started doing this, they dug deeper and deeper and deeper and found out that the heads that are above the surface are just a tiny part of it. So do you think that it's just natural erosion that covered up everything else?
No.
You think it was
I think it's a very complicated issue. The issue of erosion, it's not so much erosion, it's the deposition of sediment. It's the deposition of sediment over time. And what we're looking at with these Easter Island heads, I was fortunate to know, there we are, and I was just going to say, I was fortunate to know Tor Heyerdahl, and there he is, in the blue safari suit, standing at the shoulder of the Easter Island Noir. And you can see that the dark bit is the bit that was above ground. Mm-hmm. And then they dig down, and they find that it goes down 30 feet underground, this enormous thing. And this is not as a result of being exposed by erosion. This had to be excavated in order to reveal it. Right. And the issue is, on this tiny island, how much? If this thing is only 700 years old, which is something that archaeologists often say, 700 or 1,000 years old, if it's only that old, how do you get 30 feet of sedimentation on this tiny island in just 700 years? It looks like a much longer period that will be required to create that depth of sedimentation.
So how much time do you think, has there been speculation, like if it just natural layers of sediment being dropped down, how long would it take to cover something?
Well, this is where I'd like to defer to the work of Dr. Robert Schock, who's a brilliant expert in this field. We invited Robert Schock to join us in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, but he declined. I think that's unfortunate because I think Robert Schock has done breakthrough work on Easter Island, and it's Robert Schock who first realised that this is a problem. This deep burial of these statues by natural sedimentation is a problem. It's a chronological problem that speaks to these statues being much older than we imagine they are.
Is Robert Schock declining because of the criticism that he received about the Temple of the Sphinx?
I'm not sure why. I've always regarded Robert as a good friend, but he and I have not spoken since 2015.
On purpose?
Well, I would love to speak to Robert.
Does he try not to talk to you?
And I take every opportunity to express my admiration for him. And Robert has been very brave. He is a credentialed geologist, and he has stuck his neck out on the Sphinx. And a lot of people want to cut his head off for doing that. And I appreciate his courage, and I appreciate his openness of mind and his willingness to get into this. But I don't know. Somewhere between 2013, we were still good friends. We traveled to Gunung Padang together in 2013.
What year did he do the podcast, Jamie? He did our podcast.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
I want to say it was around 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
6 years ago? Okay. So 2018. Maybe that's why I stopped being your friend.
No, I don't know why it is. Maybe I did something that offended him. Sometimes I can be very unpleasant and can be very angry.
You're a nice guy.
Well, we're all nice guys, but we all have a dark side. And sometimes I am very harsh and very I don't think I was with Robert. I don't understand what the problem is between us. He and I disagree over the cause of the Younger Dryas cataclysm. Robert Schock believes that it was a massive solar outburst that brought this catastrophe about, and he focuses on the end of the Younger Dryas 11,600 years ago. Mm-hmm. I'm more of the view that the Comet Research Group is right, and that we're looking at the effect of largely of airbursts of large cometary fragments right across the surface of the Earth, which caused the Younger Dryas.
Why are they mutually exclusive?
But I don't see why. No, I don't see why they're mutually exclusive. I don't see why one has to write off the other. What we both agree on is that the Younger Dryas, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, was an extraordinary global cataclysm, which changed everything, which extinguished all the megafauna of the Ice Age. We agree on that, and we agree that it likely wiped out the lost civilization of the Ice Age as well. We disagree on the mechanism, but I don't see why we shouldn't be friends for that. So, Robert, if you're listening, please let's work together, because we have many common enemies, and this is one of the problems with the alternative side is that there's a lot of infighting in the alternative side, and everybody's scrambling for their own bit of turf. Whereas the archaeological side, they're very unified in terms of attacking what they call pseudo-archaeology. They work as a team. That teamwork makes them very efficient. We're very inefficient on the alternative side.
Well, I'm assuming, I shouldn't be assuming, but I'm assuming it's the criticism. Probably wants to keep his job, and he said everything he wants to say. And
I'm not sure. I think Robert is open to doing television. The fact is, we invited him to come to Easter Island and to give his point of view, and he declined. And therefore, he must have a strong reason to do that.
Oh, I hope he still loves you. But
I hope so too.
Has anybody speculated about how much time it would take to cover these Easter Island
Honestly,
statues?
people in Toronto, they
Thousands of
friggin' hate French.
Thousands of years.
And if they see anything French, they won't go there. They hate the French.
It's 2,000 miles from Tahiti and 2,000 miles from the coast of Peru.
It just seems strange that there's so many of those.
Although Baton Rouge is supposed to be southern Louisiana, but
Why did they do that?
Well, it's what it calls itself. Te Pito or Te Henry, the navel of the earth.
people fucking hate French. But no, I think it's because it's too expensive. I never went though.
Greece calls itself the navel of the earth. Heliopolis in Egypt, close to Giza, was the navel of the
Oh,
earth.
dude, don't say that, man.
What in
I love
is a navel
all
of the earth.
people. I love French people. I love Jewish people. I love everybody that's for peace in this world.
Notion of navels of the earth, I think it's connected to an ancient geodetic survey.
Don't say that, dude.
There were certain anchor points that lines of longitude were drawn from by a civilization that didn't have our tech, didn't have our iPhones, but did explore the world. did sail the oceans, and I'm not surprised that we haven't found their ships, since we haven't found the ships for those who sailed to Australia or for those who sailed to Cyprus either. But it had abilities that we do not attribute to period of that time. And those abilities included the ability to calculate longitude, something that our civilization didn't crack until the 18th century. I suggest it's only a theory that these multiple navels of the Earth around the world were fixed points on the Earth where longitude connections were made. They were established places. So I do not think it's an accident that Angkor Wat is 72 degrees of longitude east of Giza, because that number 72 occurs in ancient myths all around the world and is strongly connected to this phenomenon called precession of the equinoxes, which first of all, it changes the pole star. At the moment, the Earth wobbles on its axis, but it's a very slow wobble over 26,000 years. It changes the pole star. Now it's Polaris. In the past, it was Tuban. In the past, it was Draco. But now it's Polaris, because the extended north pole of the Earth is spiraling in the heavens, and it's pointing different bits of space over a roughly 26,000 year period, 25,920 years to be exact. 1 degree of precession takes 72 years to unfold. That's why the fact that the relationship of the Great Pyramid to the Earth being on the scale of 1 to 43,200 is interesting. If it was on the scale of 1 to 57,000, I couldn't care less. But 43,200 is one of those numbers that we find in mythology and traditions all around the world. There's very solid scholarly backing for this in a book I've mentioned to you before, which is called Hamlet's Mill by Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschen. Giorgio was professor of history of science at MIT. They draw attention to this, that there appears to have been a very ancient knowledge of this obscure astronomical phenomenon, which our culture attributes to the Greeks and thinks only goes back a couple of thousand years. Santillana and von Deschen were of the view that it goes back to what they called some almost unbelievable...
Honestly, Baton Rouge is a place that you like take a date,
How could they
but
know
how often do you take a date out?
What method could they make
Is
those
it enough to be
calculations?
sustainable
Here's
for a
walls
restaurant? I don't know.
every 26,000
Like to a
years.
fancy restaurant. I mean, you always take a date out, but I mean, like
observe for more than one human life.
to like something super
You've got to
fancy.
keep observing.
And then extrapolate the wall.
Well, you may have to observe for hundreds of years in order to conclude that it's a wobble is another thing. But to conclude that the skies are changing at a regular fixed rate, that's going to take observation over a few hundred years. 72 years is one human lifetime. In
Wow.
that 72 years, the precessional
Fancy.
shift would be the equivalent of the width of your finger held up to the horizon. Very hard to note. But if you extend it for several hundred years, it'll be very clear that something is going on. And what's going on is the constellation that rises behind the sun, particularly notable at key moments of the year, the summer and winter solstice and the spring and autumn equinox. And the age in which we live, as anybody... Of course, astrology is another one of those things that archaeologists despise.
Yeah.
But as anybody who follows astrology will know, we live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. And that's because the sun on the spring equinox is, within the next 150 years, is going to move entirely out of Pisces, where it sits at the moment, and is going to move into Aquarius. The age of Pisces, with Pisces housing the sun on the spring equinox, began around the time of Christ, about just over 2,000 years ago. Before that, it was the age of Aries. We have all this ram symbolism in ancient Egypt at that time. Before that, it was the age of Taurus, constellation of Taurus housing the sun. All of this is a process that unfolds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. So when I find that the Great Pyramid models the Earth on a scale of 1 to 43,200, which is 72
Purple
times 600,
Whopper.
I wake up
What's
and I think
purple,
this
the
is
bun?
interesting. And when I find that Angkor, one navel of the Earth, is separated from Giza, another navel of the Earth, by 72 degrees of longitude, that rings another bell. And I think that's something curious and worthy of exploration.
I think we also, when we talk about ancient people studying the sky, we think of the sky
Sounds
today,
fun.
and our sky, unfortunately, is burdened by light pollution almost everywhere. Anywhere
Addams Family.
it's very difficult to see the stars.
Very difficult.
Whereas they had none of that, and they were in constant awe of this thing that they could see every night, and they probably had a very detailed understanding of where everything was. you know, in a way that you're
Far more detailed than most people have to do. But
right,
the-
because we don't have access to it unless you're in like deep, you know, deep wilderness, and with a clear night sky.
The
where you can
presence
really
of the
see
sky in our lives, if we're living in a city, is close to zero.
it. Yeah.
So it's not zero, but it's close to zero.
Bizarre.
Yeah.
It's a bizarre detachment that is propagated by technology.
Oh, very, very much so.
Very weird, right? Because it's actually dangerous for us.
Yeah.
Because I think it makes us disconnected from the idea that we're connected totally to the universe, and that feeling of awe that you get when you see a completely star-filled night. I've talked about this before, but I'll say it again. I was in the observatory in the Big Island, Hawaii.
Mhm.
And when you go up to the Keck Observatory, the sky, you go through the clouds. And when you get up to the top and you look, you can't believe that you can see it.
Mm.
You can't believe it. I've been there 3-4 times. Only once did we really catch it. The last time was pretty good, but one time we caught it perfectly where there was no moon in the sky and the sky was completely clear, and it was astounding.
Astounding.
You feel like it's a windshield and you are on a spaceship and you're flying through deep space. You see stars everywhere. Which
That's a
is
beautiful way to put it. That's exactly what we are.
We're in a convertible. We're in a convertible spaceship flying through the universe. That's really what it is. And you don't see it every day because of light pollution. And I think it's one of the saddest things about our culture. It's incredible that you can go out at night and you can see and, you know, drive and go to your favorite restaurant, go to the movies and all kinds of nice stuff. But what we're trading off is literally our connection to this insanely beautiful thing that hypnotizes you with its awe. It just, you look at this, if you get to go camping on a night where you see everything, it's incredible. It's one of the greatest things you could ever see.
Yeah.
And
I
it
agree.
used to be there for everybody, and it used to be how they lived their lives.
It was an ever-present reality.
Yeah.
It was impossible to avoid it. And that is why it's so crazy to say that phenomenon like precession wasn't discovered until the Greeks about 2,200 years ago, because the ancients were living with those skies for thousands and thousands of years before, and they were paying very close attention to them. There's strong evidence that the constellations of the zodiac were not inventions of the Greeks either. I mean, in a sense, the constellations aren't inventions because they happen to be on the path of the sun. The zodiac are the constellations which roughly are in the place in the sky that the sun occupies through the course of the year. That's why we see them. But there's increasing evidence that the Greeks inherited that, and that the knowledge was very early, and it may well go back into the Upper Paleolithic. There's this incredible figure of Taurus in the Hall of Bulls at Lascaux cave in France, one of those cave paintings, which shows the stars of the Pleiades above the shoulder of the bull exactly where they should be.
What is the oldest version of astrology that we have?
Well, again, you have the official position on this, and you have the unofficial.
What's the
position.
official position?
Well, the official position is that it's something that
Oh wow,
developed during the time of the late Mesopotamians.
interesting, bro.
This notion that somehow there was a connection between the sky, events in the sky, and what happens to us.
Yeah,
But I
really,
think it's
honestly.
I think the idea that the sky in some way determines our destinies is a very ancient idea, not a recent idea, and it kind of makes sense. I mean, it's weird to think this. I don't mean to be selfish to the human race, but we would not be here. No human beings would be here if it were not for that whole vast universe out there. It would be wrong to say that the universe exists so that we can be.
Right.
But the fact is, we would not be. We're part of that huge cosmos, and you're right. It's forgetting that we're part of the cosmos, or regarding the cosmos as something that we must conquer, which is the modern mindset, which is most unhelpful.
Yeah, I've always been fascinated by astrology, not like the newspaper astrology, like you're a Cancer, so that means this. But the idea that the time you were born, the place on Earth you were born, where you were conceived, that all these play a factor in your personality, and that this was somehow or another mapped out by people thousands and thousands of years ago. I know a lot of people like to dismiss it as myth, and I've been one of those people, but part of me wonders if there is some sort of an impact that, look, We know that the gravity from the moon affects the tides. We know that we're mostly water. We know that there's some sort of an effect that planets and
Wow.
gravity and stars.
Joe Rogan's
must
coming out
have
as an
on
astrologer.
The entirety of the universe.
Yeah.
And the idea that these very bizarre biological entities, that their personalities and their existences in some way motivated, shaped, or at least influenced by the position in the stars in which they were born is very interesting. Because people studied that shit for a long time. If there was nothing to it, why have so many generations of people studied it?
I think it's a good question.
And what was the root of it? Like, how the hell did they figure that out?
Well, it must come from a place where we feel connected to the universe.
Yeah.
And we feel that the universe influences us directly.
Right.
Not the way we look at it at the moment as sort of something out there that doesn't mean much to us except that we're going to conquer it with spaceships.
Is astrology cool now?
And go to the moon, go to planets. And
Right.
things
Now
like
that Joe Rogan
But
has
to see
accepted
as
it?
an ever-present reality. We understand that we're affected by the climate on planet Earth. We understand we're affected by the weather, by the oceans, by
Sure.
the winds. They affect us. They affect our personalities. So why shouldn't we be affected by the broader universe?
Or is Joe Rogan uncool now?
Yeah, it does make sense, but I've never heard anybody explain it. No, have you ever talked to like a legitimate, air quotes, astrologer?
It's not been a central focus for me. My central focus has more been on the evidence for really precise ancient astronomy, particularly amongst the ancient Egyptians, but also fantastically advanced amongst the Maya in Mexico as well. And we have a big focus on the Maya in season 2
Come
of
on,
Ancient
man.
Apocalypse. And I was fortunate, blessed, to have a brilliant archaeologist, Barnhart, who joined me there in Palenque. And he's not sneering at me. He doesn't agree with everything I say. He's very clear on that. But he's not sneering at me. He feels that there's something useful being contributed by this approach.
And so is it generally agreed that there is a connection between the methods or the design of the construction and the correlation between star systems?
Game, bro.
Is it agreed by archaeologists that the reason why these things are constructed in a very specific direction and a very specific design, that it is mirroring the cosmos?
I think that archaeologists are very reluctant to accept the broader idea. They are willing, they can hardly deny that some structures are specifically aligned to the equinoctial rising point of the sun, in other words, due east. And other structures are aligned to the rising or the setting of the sun on the summer or the winter solstice. That cannot be denied. Serpent Mound in Ohio is a classic example of that, which is oriented precisely to the setting sun on the winter solstice. But the broader idea that, for example, positions of stars in the sky might be replicated on the ground, that's an idea that archaeology completely rejects. And that's where I would like to pay tribute to my dear friend Robert Boval, who's been very ill for the last many years. But Robert Boval brought us the Orion correlation. And my God, did archaeology descend upon him like a ton of bricks for just noticing that the 3 great pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the 3 stars of Orion's belt. And then when we work precession into the equation, we find that they're not laid out in the pattern of Orion's belt as it looked in 2500 BC when the pyramids are supposed to have been built. They're laid out in the pattern of Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago. So it's like a marker on the Giza Plateau, speaking
Come
to
on,
that
man.
age, just as Pillar 43 at Göbekli Tepe speaks to that age in the astronomical diagram on that pillar.
Which also means that they would have been aligned 35,000 years ago as well.
Yeah, that's right, because it's a cycle.
Yeah.
It goes back.
Then the Sphinx is another one of those, right?
Yeah, the Sphinx is another one. The Sphinx aligned with it. It was looking at the rising sun, and behind it the constellation of Leo, 12,500 years ago. But if you go back 26,000 years before that, you'll find the same alignment occurring. It's a cycle. It's not a one-off event. It's a cycle that recurs every 26,000 years.
It's a mind blower.
It's a mind blower, and that's why John Anthony West, who I'm so glad you had him on your show
Had him on a couple times.
before he passed. He was such a genius and such a funny guy. He
I
thought,
recommend that to everybody. The Magical Egypt, the 2 DVD series
Yeah.
that he had, they're amazing.
yeah,
My
absolutely.
wife hated them. because I was watching them so often. Like, I watched this Egypt thing, and I couldn't stop.
Yeah.
I probably watched it 30 times.
He was an absolute genius. And John was of the view that the Sphinx is more than 30,000 years old,
Yeah.
rather than just 12,500 years old.
Well, that's what aligns so interestingly with Robert Schoch's analysis of the water erosion. That this is thousands of years of
Yes.
rainfall.
Yeah. That's the really important matter that Robert Schoch has brought to the table, which no other person has dared to do. Now, John Anthony West started that process. He was aware of the problem in the weathering of the Sphinx, but he wasn't quite sure what the problem was. He was following up some writings by a scholar called Schwaller de Lubix back in the 1920s and 1930s, who said something about water weathering on the Sphinx. And so John brought Robert Schoch there to Giza, and Robert Schoch immediately recognized the weathering patterns on the Sphinx as the result of heavy rainfall, exposure to heavy rainfall for thousands of years. And you have to go back to the Younger Dryas to get that kind of heavy rainfall in Giza, hence the notion that the Sphinx geologically, whatever else we may say about it, is 12,000 plus years old. And it was courageous of Robert to do that. He put his own career in jeopardy, just like anybody who sticks their neck out in this field does. He put his own career in jeopardy by standing up for a much older Sphinx, and I just hugely respect him for doing that.
I also thought it was really fascinating that he showed images, cropped images, of this water erosion to other geologists. They all agreed it was water erosion until they figured out where it was.
There you go.
And they were like, I'm not signing off on that.
That's right. That's right.
Because it's just too controversial.
Yeah, they circle the wagons at
Yeah.
a certain point and
Go
keep.
out to your career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most unfortunately.
Well, we are very fortunate you're out there, buddy.
Thank you.
We really are.
Thank
And
you.
I love your show. I love you.
Oh no, is it over?
Can I
It's
say
over.
Appreciate you very
a
much.
couple of things about the show?
Sure, please.
First of all, thank you to the viewers of Season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse. And I hope you'll enjoy Season 2. I hope we're bringing really important new information to the table. And a special request, if you do like it, please give it a thumbs up on Netflix. Season 2 is all about the Americas. Secondly, I will be doing a speaking event in the US. It'll be the only speaking event that I do in 2025. And that's going to be in Sedona, 19th and 20th of April 2025.
That's a good place for it, all those freaks.
Yeah. 19th and 20th of April 2025, and it's going to be called The Fight for the Past, because I believe that's what's going on here. So I hope that people will enjoy the show and express that enjoyment. That would be really, really
I
fun.
know. I know they will.
And the final thing I want to say is thank you to Keanu Reeves. Thank you to Keanu Reeves for joining me on the show. Keanu reached out to me some years ago because he's making this incredible comic book series called Berserker, B-R-Z-R-K-R, about an immortal warrior who's born 80,000 years ago but has the power of a god and cannot be killed. And back, I think, in at least 2 years ago, Keanu reached out to me for some advice,
Come on,
historical
bro.
advice on where in the world could such an individual have been born 80,000 years ago. And we talked about that, and we exchanged emails, and then we had some nice Zoom conversations together.
Oh, that's cool.
And I sensed that this is a very open-minded, very curious, very interesting person. So when we were doing season 2, I did ask him, would you join me and speak about this and speak about your curiosity of the past? And he knew what he was up against. Actually, just before Keanu and I spent a day together filming for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, he'd watched the debate between me and Flip Dibble. He knew what he was facing.
Yeah, I saw.
But he had gained the courage and the integrity to stand by me in that story, and I'm enormously grateful to him for doing that. And I found along the way,
Pretty
I
crazy,
suspected
man.
that when we knew each other just by Zoom and by email,
Pretty
I found
crazy.
along the way what an incredible gentleman Keanu Reeves is, how kind-hearted he is, how humble he is, how he turned up for the shoot carrying his own baggage.
Like,
He's
it's
just
crazy.
a gem of a human being, and he radiates kindness and decency and care and love towards others, and I feel privileged to have the opportunity to get to know him, and I hope our paths will continue to cross in the future.
That's awesome.
Above all, I'm grateful to him.
Shout out to Keanu. Seems like an awesome guy.
He's an awesome guy. He's everything that people say about Keanu is right. He's a great man.
There he is. There's the two of you together.
Yep.
All right, Graham. It's always a pleasure. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for having me back on the show.
Bye, buddy.
It's terrible, bro. It's terrible.
The Olmec Enigma with Luke Caverns. You are listening to Brothers of the Serpent podcast.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, angels and demons and monsters and serpents. This is Brothers of the Serpent podcast, and we are coming to you not live from the 10 by 10 by 10 tangent cube of science, where we are nestled amongst the dusty bones of an ancient seabed high atop the Edwards Plateau. And as you can see, we have Luke Caverns in studio with us again. Welcome back, Luke.
Third time.
Yeah.
Good to see you again.
Glad
sir.
to have you back, buddy.
See you.
Hell yeah. And
Good to see you again, sir.
Good to see you again, buddy. Thank you for coming.
Kyle has been, we're working on upgrading the studio again, and the upgrades have not been fully instituted.
Got to
so-
give a shout out to old Scotty Baldwin.
Yeah.
He recommended this fantastic board, and
Kyle doesn't know how to
I've
use
had it for a week, and I still don't know how to use it. So, no, I'm getting it worked out.
Yeah.
It just Luke showed up, and I was like, I'm not ready. So we went back to the old setup.
It's
Yeah.
all right, man. Fourth time's the charm.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever been, like, had the studio completely ready every time he showed up. We've been in here working on stuff, so. But anyway, yeah, so it's great to have you back. So Luke was at the Eclipse event with us, and he gave this fantastic presentation on Olmecs. And I've always been fascinated with the Olmecs because they are, one of the most ancient known people of the Americas. And, they really are an enigma, and that's the name of your presentation, the Olmec Enigma. So I am super stoked to hear this again, because like we're sitting there in the audience, and I'm wanting to like stand up and ask podcast questions.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of I'm actually looking forward to this because I want to hear different perspectives
Yeah.
because and I'm sure you guys know, you just spent like 6 weeks in Egypt, that when you're at those events or you're at trips with other people, your perspective is just so limited. I mean, you can have these new revelations, but when you have other people that are like, well, have you thought about this? Look at that. You know, they have a different background. Your understanding just expands so immensely at things like that. And so I'm looking forward to hearing some of y'all's input today when I go through this.
Awesome. So
How long have you been working on this?
Olmec Enigma, just the presentation?
Yeah, I mean the whole like your whole idea about this and
gosh.
studying this culture.
So the Olmecs, I first heard about them when I read the chapter Olmec Enigma and Fingerprints of the Gods. That's where I got the title of the chapter from. That's Graham Hancock's Fingerprints of the Gods. I'm sure everyone listening probably knows that.
Yep.
But, that was the first time I ever heard of the Olmecs, and I was 16. So it's been 10 years that I've kind of known about the Olmecs. But then, I started studying ancient Egypt, and I eventually came back around to the Americas. And I don't know. I've probably been studying the Olmecs for maybe 3 years kind of intensely now, and going to see Olmec sites for 2 years. So, and I've been to the Olmec Heartland 3 times now. And this trip that I just did in March was my first time through the entire Olmec Heartland. So they had 3 major cities, beginning in San Lorenzo, then Tres Zapotes, then La Venta. And we started in La Venta and went sort of backwards all the way up to Mexico City. And we saw essentially all of the megaliths in Mexico, because you can kind of hit them all along this 8-day route. And man, there's so much in. We would go into these little. When we pulled up to the town of Tres Zapotes, it's this little Veracruz indigenous village. Is really what it is. Where they still live in Maya-style huts, except the only thing different between them and people who lived 3,000 years ago is that they have flat-screen TVs and PlayStations in these huts. It's crazy. And so, this van of gringos pulls up, and everybody, they all run out with their carts of little things that they're selling, and it's a big deal that all these people have showed up, and it's like the whole town shows up outside the gates of this little museum that we show up to see these Olmec artifacts. And the museum is not a museum. It's a metal building where all the monuments are housed to protect them from further rain damage. But they're all made out of basalt, so they look fine. And man, you go through these little museums, and I've got some photos here, but I'm working on a better presentation with all of these photos that I've taken.
Wait, you don't have the better presentation?
Dude, I haven't released it all yet.
Get out of here.
But I have some of these things in here.
How dare you not come prepared?
I know. I know. One of the things that I think I have in here is this bird statue. It's probably a little bit bigger than the area around this table. And I mean, the way that the feathers are carved, it's so detailed, it's so perfect. I'm walking around it and I'm thinking, like, I've never seen anything like this on the internet. I did not know that the Olmecs carved bird statues out of basalt. Never seen this on a photo anywhere, but it looked like an obscure Egyptian statue that would be sitting off to the side as you're walking up into a temple or something. Sometimes the statues align, or there will be sphinxes. It looked like something like that, and I was thinking, why have I never seen this anywhere at all? You couldn't find it on the internet. I couldn't search like Olmec bird statue monument. Nothing will come up. And so, I mean, these places are just so untouched. I mean, I say untouched.
That's
but
awesome.
They're not. They haven't been exposed to popular culture. And so, anyways, I put together this presentation during and after that trip, and this presentation just highlights a lot of the really strange things that I saw while I was there.
Do you remember some of the details of Graham Hancock talking about La Venta, the stuff that he saw there, the carvings of the people that looked like they had been
Just too dumb, bro.
subjugated or captured in war or whatever? And he was saying it looked like 3 distinct cultures or different people types.
Man, it's been a long time since I've read that
Okay.
chapter in Fingerprints. But
Yeah.
it would be good now that I've studied the Olmecs for so long to go back. But I know that he's sort of recanted some of his ideas because in 1995, there wasn't a way to definitively prove that the Olmecs weren't African. And, you know, he kind of hypothesizes that a little bit in the book. But in 1995, there wasn't a way to prove it. Now with DNA testing, we know that they were Mesoamerican. And
Yeah, well,
I'm not sure, but it'd be interesting to go back and reread it now.
Yeah. You're right. There was probably he was discussing a
Look at
possible
crazy.
African connection in that. But the other thing, the thing that I was most interested in during those sections was the Viracocha story and how he was suggesting that some of these images that La Venta made show the Viracochas themselves having been caught, captured,
Interesting.
subjugated.
Oh man, I've got to dive back into that.
Yeah,
now
I don't
to
remember that
see
either.
what exactly he's talking about.
Yeah, I could be getting it wrong as well. This was my impression when I read the book, and then I've listened to it multiple times as well. And when you're reading it and you're looking at the images, you see like this classic, the people are bound.
Yeah.
They're shown laying on the ground. Some of them have been castrated. Like they're warriors that were defeated, and they're prisoners. And
Dude,
they're
I'm
being
starting to
put
think
death or they're
that
being tortured, whatever. But the point is
the
that he was
ammonium
connecting
nitrate
them to
that exploded in Beirut.
different like.
In
people
what,
types that he was
2021?
connecting to the Viracocha stories as well.
August
Yeah,
2021.
I'm gonna have to dive back into that because
Yeah.
the only thing I know.
I'm starting to think it
that
was like Israel that placed
may
it there
connect
now.
The Olmecs to the Viracocha
like a
story
bomb
is right here. What
to
what I've got
Lebanon.
on my first, the opening slide is the Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan,
Yeah.
feathered serpent, and sometimes
I can see that
he's
happening.
associated with Viracocha. So that's kind of the only thing I know now. But
Yeah, this is kind of
again,
a
it's
famous
been-
image, right? This one
Oh
is-
yeah. I mean, this is. Well, it's my favorite Olmec monument.
Look at that helmet, bro.
Oh, it's crazy.
That's some good headgear right there.
I have
It was a perfect
absolutely-
explosion, I
don't
know.
even think that. Well, no, I mean I know that is his hat, but I just can't even imagine what that must have looked like in real life.
I know it's wild looking. Like,
It's-
and then the side thing is like, it's like, is that part of the helmet or is that supposed to be?
Honestly, I think they wish it was
No,
larger.
it would have been. It would have been so they had Jaguar helmets where you know
Okay.
they'd have the top of the head of the Jaguar here and they dislocate the jaw and have the jaw on their own jaw and they'd have a Jaguar helmet on.
Bro, we should make those.
Oh, how cool would that be? Yeah. And
Freaking Temple Talk merch.
oh, it'd be so cool. Speaking of which, I'm working on something like that. But everything else above the hat, I don't know. And we're gonna see a ton of those in this presentation. Nobody knows what they were made of, and that's another thing we'll touch on is the Olmec headdresses and the helmets. We have no idea what they were made of. We have no idea what they actually look like. Very similar to all of the Egyptian crowns or the Egyptian headdresses.
Yeah.
Egyptian beards. We've never found one. We don't know what they were actually made of.
Yeah.
Just a bizarre mystery. There's a lot in this presentation that I'm excited to get y'all's opinions on.
Well, let's get into it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay, so we'll just go through these really quickly. So I'm going to look up here while I read it. So I'm just going to read through this. The first discovery is an archaeologist. First head discovered by Jose Maria Selgar y Serrano. And that's it's around 1865, I believe. And then Franz Blom comes later on in the 1920s. He discovers a statue at the top of the Tushla Mountains. And then another archaeologist comes right after him. Matthew Sterling discovers other heads and numerous monuments in San Lorenzo
what's
and
up?
La Venta. So
Duffy
they're starting to discover
Delo.
more and more heads. And Matthew Sterling, he was
Nice second camera.
archaeologists
Thank
and
you.
explorers. Basically,
Appreciate
you
that.
have
That's nice
these
of you. Welcome.
swaths of people who go looking for these monuments and none of them find anything, and you have one guy who finds everything. You just have he literally stubbed his toe on 2 different Olmec heads
No.
as he's walking
Thank
through
you.
the
Appreciate
jungle. He
that.
stubbed
Welcome.
his toe on him. And that was when he was just going on a walk. And he wasn't actually on a survey. He was on a walk on a farm that he was staying at, and he was walking around talking to somebody. Boom, hit his toe on the top of an Olmec head. And then Marion Thompson.
I hope my ads
who
are
was
not
actually
too much
married to
for
Matthew
you.
Sterling determines Olmecs
Hope you're using ad
predate the Maya
blockers.
through stele at Tres Zapotes. So that's we'll probably get into that. So in the first segment, we're just going to do a crash course on what has been found and some of your major iconic things. And so these column tombs, I don't think most people know about them.
I didn't until you gave this presentation.
But each column is 3 to 7 tons, which and the largest, on average, are 3 to 7 tons.
Oh,
The
really?
largest
What's that
is about
flavor?
20 tons, 20 plus tons. Usually hexagonal, and they're naturally uniform. So these are volcanic pieces.
Yeah,
they're
These are
columnar
columnar basalt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
They're constructing out of columnar basalt like the people at Nan Madol.
Yes.
Like the people at
Gunung Padang.
Gunung Padang. Yeah,
Thanks,
thank
Steffi. I'm using C
Corey
down.
from
I'm
the
tapping C down at the second
Sintek
camera.
region in the Tushla Mountains, over 80 kilometers away. And
As
nobody-
inspired by
nobody's ever
Dynamics
been
DJ
found in
and
these
Irie
tombs
Butler.
Because when a body is buried, the acidic soil just eats everything, including the bone.
How do they know they're tombs then?
Well, yeah, that's kind of the whole
Okay.
thing, right? Yeah. Well, I say that there's a slab on the inside that is the size of a human body, you know. So they think
Maple
they
syrup
think that
flavored
these are
coal and
probably
glass.
tombs, and
Wow,
around
insane.
it you have, you know,
Wow,
well,
that must be
and what's
Are
left?
there
amazing.
grave goods?
Has anyone?
There's also a sarcophagus that
tastes
was found in one of
amazing.
these, and so you know,
A box.
yeah, a box, you know. And so, but they got things around it, and so they think that they think that, you know, they just.
So hold on.
interpret
If that's a
them.
tomb, that is a beautiful tomb. But has anyone ever referred to these as dolmens? Have you heard that being? Because I mean,
feel like
that
I feel like I heard
reminds
that.
me of a
They
dolmen.
look
While
like
I was
dolmens,
there.
yeah.
But I'm not familiar with dolmen.
A dolmen is a very similar type of construction, not
Yeah.
necessarily out of columnar basalt, but they're all over Europe, Eastern Europe. They're in.
I've
in
seen-
Korea.
okay, I
And
know
it's
what you're
usually
talking
just
about.
like some slabs of stone. You got your side slabs, your back
Yep.
slabs, your front slabs, and then you have your roof slabs, and then like usually there's a porthole in, you know, the front slab.
Yeah, it's like a
Okay.
stone
It's
lean
not
to.
really a
I have seen these. When you say they're in Europe, yes,
Yeah.
and like northwestern Europe, yeah,
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about now. So yeah, I mean they just assume that these are well, and then I should say we will see a stone.
Yeah,
monument
maybe
here
not.
that depicts it's got the depiction of a coffin that they found, and in the stone monument is a body. So they depict
on,
it as what
Please.
we think are our.
But
coffins.
For
I
Diffie
got another
Delow.
question.
Oh,
So
fuck
said
you.
in one of
Like,
these they
fuck
found
you, man.
a box. Is it a stone box?
It was sandstone. Yeah, and
Okay, so in a sandstone box, it would not be
No way.
destroyed
Would
by acidic soil.
see the crazy
where was
ass
the body now?
boost.
I don't
Crazy
know.
boost.
I'm not sure. I'm not
Okay.
sure. Oh, actually, in that one, I've got it in here. It was filled with red cinnabar and treasures, I believe. No body though.
So no
I believe
cachet.
no body. And so the sandstone had weathered so badly in the ground that the force that it took to pull it up crumbled all the sandstone. But it was like one of the most amazing Olmec artifacts, and there's an illustration of it, but that's all that we have today.
That's hilarious. It's like trust me, guys, I hid it really well.
Yeah.
No one will be able to find it.
Yeah. So this one is estimated 15 to 20 tons. And so, yeah, just colossal. You can see, I think that's Dr. Barnhart's wife standing at the end. She actually has 3 legs. I don't know how that.
Use the daughter, else I'm leaving.
And I have no idea how that's happening right now. And
It's
So-
2 people, one of them scratching one of their feet.
yeah, probably so. But these basalt columns are just absolutely colossal.
Yeah.
And actually, completely in weight and the mass of all of these columns that are brought there at La Venta. It was hard to get photos of them because you can't go off the paths, but off into the jungle, it's just a wall of these columns. I mean, I'm talking hundreds, probably thousands of them, just a wall, and they're buried in the ground. And they think that they could have been like fortresses around the city. So I mean, imagine the weight of that versus a head. It's the heads all together are nothing compared to the columns stacked together. It's just you're talking about moving so much mass across 80 kilometers. So then you have jade artifacts and iron ore mirrors also found in these column tombs. Reportedly, they are the most finely polished artifacts in all of Mesoamerica, oldest mirrors known in the Americas, and the jade figurines depicting Olmec people with elongated skulls.
See, these look Asian to me.
Well, I mean, yeah, they are Asian, you know. I mean, that's kind of the thing is we don't really. It's likely that people came from Asia in multiple ways, you
Yeah.
know, and we don't really know exactly how many.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, these guys look.
I mean, that jade
really
mask. Come
Asian.
on, you would not be surprised to find that in Japan or China or.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing is what's really strange is that there's something weird going on in Veracruz. When I first got, so I had been to the Olmec heartland in Tabasco, Mexico, twice before. This was the first time I was in Veracruz. Indigenous people in Veracruz actually look like this, and they look completely different than anyone else in Mexico. It's very strange. We
Oh
showed
my
up
God.
at, I think it was the town of Jalapa, and we knock on the door of this Olmec museum, and the guy who opened it, I shit you not, was an Olmec. He was like 6'5", and he was this fat dude with these thin eyes, big nose, big lips, big round face, and I was like,
Oh, he looks like an
you're an
Olmec
Olmec
head.
head. And yeah, and
That's cool.
they look totally different, but man, their monuments look Asian, and the people look Asian too. So, I just wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot more migration to the Americas from Asia than we possibly know.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that people were arriving from in Easter Island. We know people were coming across the strait. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were people sailing straight across the Pacific or somehow ending up in Mexico. I guess the interesting thing is that Veracruz is on the eastern side, on the Atlantic side. So it's it's just a mystery. I can't really explain why they look like this.
They also look like I don't know, Polynesians, like they're similar to the Hawaiian
very
people.
much so.
Yeah, it's like you can see that same resemblance. So it's like somewhere there they have common. Yeah.
And it's either
common
that or it's
ancestors.
just like the genes are so strong.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
because I guess the idea is that people had been in the Yucatan, we know, for 20,000 years. And so, maybe those genes are just so strong they still have those Asian style traits. But the thing is, you see Native Americans in modern day United States, and they look their genetics look like they have drifted so far off from their Asian heritage. They look like their own unique genetic people, but you have the Olmecs that look Asian. It's very weird. And then the Maya don't look anything like this. The Maya have long Mesoamerican native faces with big noses and long faces. They don't have these chubby round
long. Yeah, they've got long, narrow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I cannot explain
Multiple waves of migration.
Yeah, I cannot. Yeah, that's what I think it is. But how you explain how they're on the Atlantic side, I don't know, because you don't see. I saw tons of artifacts.
You don't think they could have crossed
gone all the way around?
Oh, I mean,
just cross the land. I mean, you should see their traces.
Well,
though.
that's kind of the thing. Is I was going to say, in the National Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City, just out of pure curiosity, I went to the Western Mexico section, which Western Mexico is very overlooked because, I mean, they didn't have these monumental giant pyramid cities. They had these underground shaft tomb little labyrinths. They had some cool stuff, but you don't see anything that even resembles Olmecs. I mean, they have this amazing pottery that they turn into 3D figures and homes and stuff. It's really insane art, but they look very Native American. They have, angular, sharp cheekbones, very high cheekbones. They look like Native Americans.
Okay.
So the Olmecs it's like they're
very different.
Yeah, it's very, very strange. So the next one, these are very interesting. So, most of the time we look at these Olmec heads, but at the same time they have these altars and thrones, which I think are one and the same, that weigh as much as the head. So potentially depicting a shaman or an oracle emerging from a cave portal. They're carved after the transportation because they found. So you can see on altar 44, the one that's 44 tons, when it's finished, you can see that lip, how it extends over. Right next to where this altar was, they found the pieces of basalt that are chopped off. And so we know that this thing was more than 50 tons when it was being transported.
Wow.
And they waited to carve it, Of course, that makes sense. Sometimes depicting a child were-jaguar being carried by a shaman. So on the bottom...
Well, real quick, another thing that it tells you is that no one, since the time this was carved, had the ability to steal it or move it.
Exactly. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It makes sense that you would move the object to where the artist was,
well,
or to where the city where they were going to put it. But if the pieces, like if the pieces of the manufacturing were laying around, then since it was carved, they hadn't moved it, because they wouldn't have stolen the
interesting
pieces.
you say that. The only thing I think may go against that is I think the Aztecs were stealing things and taking it to Tenochtitlan. There's a lot of Olmec stuff in. So Tenochtitlan, when the Spanish.
But those statues specifically, I mean.
Those statues specifically.
Yeah.
But the Aztecs at Tenochtitlan, they had bigger ones that come from that same basalt quarry even further away. So they had the ability to move that size of a stone long distance. The Aztecs figured it out. So here's the thing that I didn't know about the Aztecs before this last trip, is that whole city is like an Atlantis in itself. It was so miraculous. And the Aztecs, like we were talking about, were standing on the shoulders of giants and people that come before us. That's what the Aztecs were. They had conquered all of the knowledge of all of Mesoamerica around them. And they were essentially usurpers of all of the different cultures. And the city was so amazing that there were Spaniards that were coming up to Cortez, and they were like, are we dreaming this? This is, I mean, they couldn't even believe what was happening. And that's a direct quote, is have I dreamt what I've seen? They had temples with a roof that was cut off of the temple, and they had a flat reflection pool on the top of the temple. And on the temples, the hieroglyphs that were on the facade of the inside of the temple, when you would sit in these chairs and look down at the reflection pools, and you would watch the night sky and the stars move, and they were marking and calculating where the stars were, because they had stolen all of the Maya knowledge of astronomy. And they had entire zoos. They were capturing animals in South America and in North America, further up in North America, and bringing it to Mexico City or Tenochtitlan. And they had their own zoos, and they had their own archaeological departments. So they had the Aztecs had archaeologists traveling to the Olmec world, and we know that because they named those people the Olmecs, which means the rubber people. And that was the people living where the Olmec heads were, but it's not the same culture that created the Olmec heads. And so there are basalt monuments in Tenochtitlan that look to be recarved from Olmec monuments. And in fact, there's I'm preparing a video on this right now. There's a gigantic snake head that's in the Mexico City Museum. Doesn't have a description or anything. It's just sitting there, huge. Half the size of this room, carved out of solid black basalt and insanely detailed. And you look at it and you think, okay, well, that's just a head. And Dr. Barnhart took me the next day, and he's like, I want to show you something that I think is pretty interesting. You know that snake head that you pointed out? And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, come with me. And so we go to the Templo Mayor, which is an excavated Aztec temple. And at the temple, they have the old, the Spanish cathedrals, and they built a cathedral, of course, on top of their main pyramid. But these old columns from the 1600s that are made out of black basalt that are discarded to the side of the cathedral are still sitting there today. Some of them are turned over, some of them are laying flat the way they used to be. But they're the bottom of columns, just like the Greeks and the Romans had, but they're gigantic. And the ones that are turned to the side have these curves in them with these little ribs, or they're ribbed like this, and they have these little lips on the side. And he goes, what does that look like to you? I'm like, I don't know. And he goes, look harder. What do you think that looks like? I know you know what that looks like. I'm like, what? And he goes, that's the belly of a snake. And I go, oh, wait, what? And we go around this church and look at all these discarded gigantic columns. Sure enough, they cut up sections of the snake's body that belonged to that head and made columns out of it. Which means that head was a gigantic snake, bigger than I can possibly imagine. It's something you have to see in person. And that's like something that you wouldn't know unless you went there and saw it. And
Yo.
they think that
Oh, white
those could have
goose.
been recarved or stolen
Oh, white
Olmec
goose.
monuments. We just don't really know the vastness
What's up? Welcome.
of Olmec monumental artwork. Another example is you guys have seen tenon heads before. They have them in Teotihuacan. They have
How are
them in
you? Hope
Chichen
you're
de
doing well,
Antar.
man.
But a tenon head is basically, it's this rock, or I'm sorry,
You're
it's
into
this
L white
stone
goose and
head
wonder if it's.
with a little tenon on the back where you can slide it into a temple facade, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so that tenon will secure it in there. So at Chichen de Antar, you have these tenon heads that are the same size as a human head with a little tenon on the back, and they slide it in. You've seen them at
How are you, man?
Tiwanaku.
Yeah,
Hope
the
you're good.
The little heads. Yeah, so those are tenon heads. So you got them at Tiwanaku, Chichen de Antar, and you have them at Teotihuacan. You have these huge, the Temple of the Sun. And
Were you trying to
Temple of
summon
Quetzalcoatl in Mexico
the
City.
goose
You have
bot?
these
Just
huge,
chilling. That's cool, man.
Stone heads of
That's cool.
Quetzalcoatl and chalk, and with these big tenons that are slid in the back. Dude, the Olmec tenon heads, I didn't even know that they existed. The heads are this big around, and the tenon is like this long and this big around. And they slid it into the side of earthen temples. That just is bizarre, right? But yeah, they were earthen temples made out of made out of just pounds of packed dirt. But they would have sheer sides that were straight up and down, and they'd have tenon heads placed in them. But tenon heads that just completely dwarf anything else in the entire world. Just bizarre culture. So, okay, we'll keep going.
Tenon heads.
So you have these giant mosaic floors. This is one of the weirdest things. So they're roughly 15 by 20 feet, and they consist of up to 485 blocks of serpentine apiece. They come from the Sierra de la Tuxtla regions of Guatemala. They come from the Sierra de
I
la
hope the
Tuxtla
ads
region
aren't a
and
problem.
Guatemala. One
I might just
mosaic
turn them
floor
off,
consists
or
of
turn them as low as
28
possible.
layers and weighs more than 1,000
It's
tons.
like
So what you're seeing right here,
I'm making
that's
all my
one
friends
layer. You can
suffer
see the
through
layer
these
underneath it,
ads.
and there's usually 28
I'm
of these
making
layers all together weighing
like for
1,000
100
tons,
hours.
all created
I've
at one
made
time
what,
in
like
Bavaria.
So do you
$30
think
off
that the 28 is like a lunar
ads
It probably
and
is.
subs. One sub,
Yeah, but
one $4 cheer,
other than that, we don't
and
know the significance of it.
No one's decoded the pattern. of these.
$25 of
Have
ads.
they excavated one
for
completely
100
and seen
hours
all
of
the different
streaming?
layers,
They've excavated 5, I believe.
or X-rayed them, or whatever. But so they've mapped the layers of tiles.
Yeah, so
It's like
so,
25
they
cents an
find the
hour.
parameters of them and how far they go out, and then they dig down the sides. But they don't. I
And
think
I'm
only
making all
one
my
of them,
friends
the one
suffer.
invented, they've completely taken the entire thing apart, and they labeled
For
and
25
marked
cents an
each
hour.
tile to know where to put it back at. Yeah, but the other ones they didn't take them apart. They just dug straight down all the way around and kept it sitting up just to see. But they're all 28 layers.
So no significance in the
I
pattern.
looked at the
Like, they haven't
stats.
found like, oh, this pattern represents
I'm sorry, it's not
something.
funny that I'm making you
Which is
guys
so
watch
just wild, dude.
ads,
I mean,
but
we
like
just don't know anything about.
I looked at the
Olmecs. That's
stats
really
and
the problem is basically this whole presentation.
it says something ridiculous like
You're gonna
one
learn
day
what we don't know.
and
You know,
12
it reminds
hours
me
of
whenever,
ads
an athlete,
played
the tile,
Yeah.
the tile patterns.
over
Oh,
the
yeah,
last
yeah.
month.
You got the
on my
7-piece
channel.
tile pattern, or
Like
the 6-piece.
30 hours of
Yeah.
ads.
Well, it has.
They're
there's
non-repeating.
yeah. Well, no, it's a ton of tiles, and there's a
For
line.
what? For $25? Like no, like I
And every
can't.
tile has a line going through it, curved,
I have
straight,
to
whatever,
fucking
corner of
change it.
And the point is that you can put this whole thing.
So what do I
together,
really
make a
want?
single
Why am I
tile
streaming?
floor
For money?
in
No.
this square that's designed for it, and have the
I'm
line
streaming
be
for
continuous and non-crossing.
the
through
human
entire thing.
interaction
It's a
and
puzzle
for
where you have to
making
be able to
friends
look
and
at all the
stuff.
tiles and build the whole
If
thing
there's
in
like
your
a
brain and put it all
3-minute
together
block
all
of
at once.
ads, like it's just too
You
much.
can't do it.
I thought
For
it
like
was
a nickel?
So I had a, but most likely
Anyway,
you know what it is. But I thought it was like you have a
Like
set
I'm
of
losing
geometric
friendships
tiles,
over like a
different
nickel.
shapes.
Like come
You
on,
need a
man.
certain set where you can tile.
I
and
gotta change
completely
this.
Fill the space.
Can I
without
change it
ever having
midstream?
the pattern repeat.
I might just
Yeah.
turn them off because
And,
it's
like,
too
people
much.
have narrowed
It's
it
eating
down to,
away at
like,
my
9
soul.
tiles, and then some other mathematician guy figured
Gerald
out he
is
could
so
do it with 7.
heartbroken over what
And this
happened to
other guy
Lemon.
figured
I
out
can
he could
hear
do
it
it
in
with,
his
like, 6.
voice. It's
Yeah,
tragic,
That's what I
man.
thought it was.
That's
So
like
sad, man.
Penrose tiling.
Oh, that's maybe what I'm thinking.
Yeah, no.
My
and
mom's
after
all
there was
sad,
it
my
was
family's
similar.
sad.
The tiles are different shapes, whatever, but there's also a
Just
line.
sad.
Okay.
You know, if I'm remembering correctly.
We're,
But anyway,
we're like not even angry. We are
anytime somebody
angry.
came and
but
solved it, which was very rare, and remember this culture lasts tens of thousands of
It's
years,
crazy.
they would print a new set of tiles and then set them out there.
Where in the world?
Because it won't stop there.
It's a fiction.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just
Like, it
saying
won't
this reminds me
stop
because they wouldn't take it apart. And
Same.
let somebody, they would get a new set of tiles and put them out there, and then somebody would
really
come
too
along and
bad.
sit there and look at it for a couple of days, and then put it together.
It's
and
beautiful
then make a single
landscape.
continuous
I've never
line
been,
in
but
a totally different configuration, and it would be on top of the other tiles. And
Beautiful
so over
city.
time,
Yeah, yeah.
you'd end up with a stack of tiles, and each one was like some, perceptual
Beautiful
mathematical
beaches.
genius, because that's what you have to be to put it together.
Right, right.
Somebody who can sit there and hold the pattern in their head all at once, and then move it around in their head until they get the pattern right, and then build it from one end to the other.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well,
we gotta go to Baalbek, man.
sort of similar thing. They think,
But you're saying this
Before
was
it
all done at
becomes
the
part
same
of
time.
Israel.
How do they know that?
and then buried.
Dating?
Yeah, like it's just so
Yes,
fucking terrible.
So
Like
I
fuck
asked
them.
the same question, and there was a
In a
geologist
non-violent way.
on this tour as well, and he and Dr. Barnhart agreed that when you're excavating a site, they say
fuck
it's
you.
one of the most obvious things to see when dirt is all packed right at the same time. They explained it in a certain way that made sense, but I took it as probably true that they were like yeah, when
Wow.
dirt is all packed at the same time, it's packed in such a way that you can just tell that this all was laid.
I have
at
an
the
old
exact same
atlas from
time.
the 60s and it's
He
fascinating.
explained that there would be
Looking at the
different
borders in the
variations
Middle
in
East, many
different
areas had none.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
Massive
really?
questions. Sure. These are set into the ground.
There was this thing called the
So, yeah, so they
Trucial
buried these
State.
big
States
pits.
with
How do you have
truces,
that? You have a
wow.
Oh, I do have a photo
Insane.
of that in here.
In
They
the
have a diagram
60s, what
of
year
these
in the
pits look like.
60s? Was it like before
Yeah.
It's not on the screen. right now.
1967 or after?
So what I was getting at is they dug a pit,
Right there, that middle one.
Was that
Okay.
the 6-Day War?
So
Was
they dug a pit.
67?
and then they
That's the first level of Mario.
Recently, as the 1960s, not every country
It's
had clear
definitely a water
borders. Wow, insane.
So they dig a pit, and then, so to find these tiles, they had to uncover
Different
them because they were
world.
covered in dirt, whatever. Then they see the top layer, and they dig all around it. Right, I'm asking this, and they dig all around it. And they say, okay, all this dirt was put in at the same time around the outside of this big cube of tiles.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what they. That's
Oh,
what
wow.
they
That
did.
just means
That's
the cube
wild.
of tiles was buried all at once. It doesn't mean that they put them down.
I actually have an
all at the same
atlas right beside me.
Unless they.
I don't know what year it was.
Sure. Yeah.
it was
Okay, that makes
printed.
sense.
Yeah.
But
It's funny you
but if
mention
they
atlas.
excavated the pit to start building the
Mine
tiles, then
looks like it was
most
printed like
likely
in the
they were
90s.
built all at once, meaning like in a short period of time.
Sure.
Because otherwise the walls would start eroding and
I'll
you'd
pull
have,
it
like,
out for the meme.
vegetation growing.
Well, and it rains all.
Yeah,
pull
so
up my trusty
it had to be a
atlas.
fairly short period of time
Pick us in you
if they excavated it.
All right.
before they, you know what I'm saying? Or somebody else could have.
All right. I changed my phone number. I think that might be the
That's what they
same
think is fair.
one.
They think that by
I don't know though,
studying
bro. Let me
the
see.
layers,
I would
just
still be interested in dating of organic
I think I
material
changed my
between
number.
tile layers.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
I
And
think I changed my number.
with
dude.
something like that, it's tough to track down anything
about
like
to
that.
say,
Yeah,
Dude,
and they may be
what's
saying,
up,
well,
number?
like it looks like they were built so close to each other that the resolution of the
So I
dating
haven't
wouldn't
received
show us
anything
any
yet?
difference anyway.
Sure.
But I would still be interested,
Yeah.
because
I think there's
But
secrets here.
There's no.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's no known reason as to why they did this. Oh, also, I should say that the
Yeah, I think I
pattern
did
of
change
each
my number.
layer
Let me-
is
let me
different.
message
So it's a
you,
different
maybe.
picture every
Yeah.
time. It's a different pattern, and
my
they
new-
don't
my
really
new
know
old
what any
number.
of the patterns mean. So the one of the 5 that they found,
they're all it's always serpentine. It's not different types of material.
always
message you.
Okay.
and they come what?
No, then it's just funny.
Nice photo.
These are our people,
Yeah.
for sure. Giant
But
snakes,
It does.
serpentine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dapper.
And it does looks like some kind of
So this
well,
number,
it could
this
be a
number doesn't
game.
even exist
it
anymore.
could be
either.
a ritual exercise.
It's just my old
it could
WhatsApp
be
number.
some kind of intelligence effort.
And-
Like how smart are you? Can you build 28 layers all with different patterns with this group of
I have a
tiles?
new number,
Interesting.
so
Yeah.
don't try to
Well,
call
and,
it.
and
but
you
you
know,
can
of course,
send
the traditional explanation
some
as
messages
well
to
is
this
just an
one.
offering. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like it's an
SMS,
offering.
like
and-
SMS.
It's religious.
To the
Yeah.
snake.
Now here's the thing though. Is that we don't definitively know any Olmec gods. I mean, they have tons of stone artwork, but it's really arguable.
Okay, so it's an offering to who? To whoever they worshipped.
Yeah, well, it's really arguable as to whether or not. I mean, did they really have gods? Because we see on Monument 19, we see that serpent. That's the only time we see that serpent in the Olmec world.
Oh, the dragon thing of
that dragon. Yeah, that's the only time we see it. It's amazing.
I see what you
Another
mean.
question is, why? How does it look so aesthetically perfect like that? I
The
mean,
Oman.
it has a style to it.
Oh wow,
How long does it
insane.
take to develop?
It's just like
how
a
long does it
color
take for
blob.
artisans to get to a point where you have an actual art style that goes along
very
with their
distinctive,
culture.
clear art style.
I mean, how do you know? There must be a lot of timber artwork that is totally lost to us. Probably thousands of years of timber, little statues and totem pole style things that are just dust today. But yeah, that's it's like the Olmecs begin doing this. They start doing this. There's nothing in the archaeological
Neutral
record prior
zone.
to
That's
this.
wild. The
Just
neutral
So,
zone.
to our evidence, it looks like they start out
Between
with that.
Saudi Arabia and
to our
Iraq
evidence,
and
yes,
neutral
yeah.
zone.
The Teglan. Thanks, Watcher. That's the name
It's
of the
crazy.
tile game in the book that I was talking about. It's called the Teglan.
Yeah.
It's a mathematical and geometrical exercise, which is sort of similar to, like, I was thinking, like, it's some
Very
kind
cool.
of mathematical geometrical
You know
exercise.
what, man? Oh, I'm just having a conversation with Dr. Barnhart about this. So we talked before, maybe in the first podcast about Pakal.
Very cool, man.
He's the greatest Maya king. He's buried in the Temple of Inscriptions at Palenque. And of all the things that he could have been buried with, what is he holding? A cube and a sphere.
It's in the
yeah,
thing.
that's
Borders as
Geometry.
whatever
He's
the
square in a
map
circle.
looked like when they were a kid.
I talked to Dr. Barnhart about that last week, and he was
But
telling
in
me
reality, they've always been
that
changing and evolving. Wow, that's
a part
wild.
of Maya
I didn't know that.
religion and the importance
definitely
of
in
I guess
places
their
like
religion, but that can
Israel
be a
and-
wide array of things. Their culture for the elite was sacred geometry and numbers, and that could have been a part of their religion that is totally lost to us today. Because I mean, he could have been buried with anything. He was buried with a cube and a circle. I
Yeah.
mean, how profound is that?
Yeah.
So
Cubing the sphere.
what we could be seeing here is the very beginnings of sacred geometry, but it's like impossible to decode it.
Yeah.
3,300 years later.
Yeah,
it's hard
really.
To, at least 3,300.
And
years
Russia
later.
and
It's hard to
Ukraine and
know what
Germany
exactly are they
and
studying.
Yugoslavia.
So this one right here, this next slide.
Well, we need to take a break. Can we take a
Oh,
break?
I'm sorry.
here?
Yeah.
Okay. But I would say,
Like
this whole
Estonia
thing
and
with religion and the, if you
Kaliningrad.
read John Anthony West, and I kind of agree with him on this, and he's not the only one that thinks this, is that the ancients did not distinguish between
North Korea.
religion and science. They were the same,
Exactly.
right? The study of the universe to them
Vietnam.
was to them was looking, it was a spiritual endeavor, right, in a way. So it's like, or maybe I'm saying it wrong, but they did not have a distinction between these two things.
I'm going to tell you.
I mean, it's all the universe in the end. right?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you exactly what. I don't know if you guys want to splice this. I'm going to tell you exactly what Dr. Barnhart told me.
Yeah,
There's no splicing on this podcast.
Yeah, sorry.
What are you talking about?
Let's see. He said. I texted him and I said, what an amazing thing to be buried with.
Wow, that
Maybe
was
it's
like the
an obvious
last-
statement, but it has to be
it was
one
like
of
the
most
furthest
significant
away I
aspects
could have
of my
taken the
archaeology
photo
that
there.
I think people aren't
I was like
talking about
at
enough
the
is what he was holding. And I said,
middle section.
I said, kind of like what you were saying about how we were probably wrong in interpreting their religion. We don't even fully realize the significance of their geometry either. He could have been buried holding anything, but he chose the sphere and the cube. And he responded. He said, pretty cool, huh? Recognizing the geometry of the natural world may well have been a key part of their religion. It was for Asian cultures as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
Goose, you got a new fireside, my man.
It's so
Bro,
similar. I'm gonna show you guys
congrats,
some stuff
man.
here that's like, if I
New
told
fireside?
you that this
Heck
was
yeah.
found in India, you would be like, yeah.
That's
And I
sick.
didn't say it was Olmec.
I have
you would just
no
think it was
idea
India.
how you
Yeah.
arranged that, but
really
it's
cool.
sick.
All right.
That's awesome.
We'll be right
Alright.
back. Hell yeah.
Very glad to see more coming soon. Nice, homie. Thanks, bro. Hey, man, I'm just happy for you, man. I'm happy that you get to enjoy that fireside. That's cool. Oh my gosh, going into like the winter months, it's gonna be amazing.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on, let's freaking like get this 22. Let's just do it.
Joined by Luke Caverns.
Let's stop wasting everyone's
And the
time
Watcher
and
is
just
here. We
get this
didn't
time.
mention-
Yes, we
Yeah.
failed to mention the Watcher. Hold on, Watcher, don't come on yet. Gotta wait till the music dies.
Oh, wh-
because it's the old setup.
Yeah.
It's going to be far superior when I get this board rolling. But yeah, okay, Watcher, how you doing, old boy? How's it going up there in space?
Oh, super excited to have Luke back on again. So far, the first segment was freaking amazing. I love all of this stuff, man. It's so
I think
cool.
I'm gonna really turn off
And,
my ads. I
it's
think I'm gonna
also
do
a
it.
privilege to see some of this stuff.
I need to
sharing for
find
the
like a
first time, man.
job.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, I
a
agree.
privilege to be here with you guys.
You
'Cause I'm
honor
still
us,
trying to
man,
make
by
streaming-
bringing this presentation here to
Yeah.
this show. I really appreciate it.
My like life.
Well, thank you. I'm excited to show you guys. Some
And
of these
25
things.
cents
So
an hour is
publicly,
just not.
I mean,
It's
maybe you
like-
can see some of this stuff. Maybe
I
on the
want
deepest,
people to
darkest corners
watch
of the
and
internet,
stay.
But, I have not ever publicly shown any of this yet. Just working on my videos to present it. But I think this would be a cool place
I
to
might just do it right now.
actually talk about
I mean,
it.
I want to
and
play
just
though,
get
but
y'all's opinions.
maybe they'll do it next break.
Everything. So.
But I want
So
people to
this
stay like
is
now
one of the most
tonight.
amazing things that I saw. So the
You don't
first
have
time,
to. You can chill out.
the first
but-
time I walk up to it, I thought that it was like, okay, well maybe it's an so it's basalt. Almost everything we're gonna see here is basalt, and I thought, okay, maybe this is a head that half of the head has been buried, and for whatever reason I couldn't airdrop the video where I 360 this, but I thought that, okay, the left side has obviously been eroded away and the right side, was buried, but no.
I don't think so. This
No,
is a piece
no.
of art.
This is a piece of
Like
art.
I'm just pissing
because
off
on the
everybody
back
for
right side of this,
a quarter
and the
an
left
hour.
side are two half jaguar, half human hands that are ripping the head in half.
Whoa.
And so that's a piece of art, and it's showing either a monster, like, which is it's a were jaguar. I mean that is the only thing that we know is a deity figure, or it's something that the
Some kind of-
Olmecs are able to access. They're able to become this were jaguar figure, but it is the hands of a were jaguar ripping this guy's head in half, or his head is there's iconography in the Mesoamerican world of when people transform and become something different, they turn into a billow of smoke.
It's his head turning into smoke.
So
Yeah.
it could be he's turning into a billow
Yeah.
of smoke. It's fascinating. And this looks like it's small, but it's probably about this big. Yeah, it's huge. And I found
Yeah, the basalt does not weather like that on the left. I've
No.
never seen any basalt weather in that fashion, so
Yeah.
that looks like they carved it
Made it.
into that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen limestone.
Big scoops taken out of that thing.
Yeah, I've seen limestone weather like that,
Yeah.
but basalt?
now I think
But I could be
have-
wrong.
I think I have in here, if you'll put the camera back on us real quick. I think I have in here, I sent it over. Yes. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Check this out. So we're going through the museum. Yeah, you put it back up. So we're going through the museum, and you can see behind, I mean, there's little labels there, but it's basically just what the archaeologists that work there, and there's maybe like 5 archaeologists that work at the site. And it's kind of what
No.
they think it might be. And but nothing really concrete. And so I'm in this little bitty museum. There's a section on the left, there's a section on the right, and there's an Olmec head sitting in the center of them. And all it is just a little protective house where they've got the monuments kind of stashed away.
All right, let me turn off
And
the ads right
it's
now. I'm
just
gonna
this
do it. I'm doing it.
Random assortment of monuments. And so there's
The payoff
a
is
lot of
not
room,
worth it.
and Dr. Barnhart was saying this over and over and over. He was saying there's a lot of room for
Oh,
people to come
I'm
in
gonna
here
do it off stream.
and study these
I'm
artifacts.
gonna keep
from a lot
streaming,
of
but I'm gonna
different
turn it off
perspectives,
off
and
stream.
there's so much more that we can learn and uncover, and there's a lot of discoveries to be made still, and kind of putting things together. And
Oh
so
shit, you can
I
see
think
it.
something that I
Can you
saw
see it?
that even the archaeologist
why?
that was
Why can't you
there,
see it?
I guess he hadn't noticed it before, but he thought that it's
What the
plausible.
fuck?
Was I saw the hands on the back of this guy right here, kind of pulling his head in half, and I
Right.
thought, well, this is connected to something. It's connected to some larger statue. And at first, I had thought like maybe this is something where it was a statue of a were-jaguar pulling somebody's head in half, and so the actual body of the were-jaguar is lost or it was taken somewhere. And so we keep walking around it, and sure enough, outside of the museum, underneath the awning, I see, oh, no, is this not the full
30
thing?
seconds of
This
ads
is the
per
back
hour.
side of the,
Is
here
that an
it is.
option?
Aha, look at that. It's a sphinx. It is a, let me pull these together. It is a sphinx. So those hands right there come up to, so those hands right there, and I was walking back and forth and looking and seeing if it all measures correctly, and I'm gonna go back in December.
Run one
and
30-second
measure this whole thing
ad
out.
every
But I'm
60
pretty certain
minutes.
that this is the exact same statue.
That's it. I'm
that
streaming
this
for
was
free,
sitting on top of.
boys
It doesn't. The
and
colors
girls.
look a little bit different here, but it's just because of the lighting. It's the
Stream
exact
display
same
ads
style.
on your
So
channel.
the
Nope.
hands are coming up to the back of this.
I will not
The
generate
hands are
any
coming up,
ad
so it
revenue
is-
from
it is
stream
this
display
Sphinx
ads.
is-
Oh
and
my
it
god.
looks like it's small, but it's huge.
Disable.
I mean, those.
Hey, I know how big those Mexican tiles are, bro.
Yeah. They those are big.
Damn.
You know? I mean, you put your foot on it, and it's wider than.
All right.
your
Yeah,
It
yeah.
might be. I might turn
And
them back
so-
on, but I
but
turn off
those-
all my
where
ads.
Those little arms are
Disable pre-roll
extending
ads
out,
when I run
match
ads.
perfectly with
Boom.
where the hands were on the
It's all
back
free
of the
now,
head.
boys.
So it is an Olmec were-jaguar sphinx ripping its
I'm
own
streaming
head
for
in
free.
half. And it just
Wow.
amazing. And so here's some of the details. You have these drapes that are
That's
flowing
it.
down the back, and he's got these anklet bracelets.
Maybe
and he's got
refresh.
the tail coming around the side. And
No
then you can
pre-rolls.
see more of kind of this little
That's
ankle
it. It's
bracelet
official,
that's on it.
boys and girls.
It could be that he's
Streaming for
actually
free.
wearing clothes, or he's wearing.
I think
pants
it'll
of
be
some
good
kind.
energy. It'll be good
You can
energy.
see
It'll be
the
good.
Detail in the claws.
I don't
Oh, I
understand
already
the
feel way
placement of the
better.
arms.
Yeah, it looks
I
like
have to
the,
add-
the
definitely
human
have to
part of the body
advertise
would
it.
be turned
We changed my
facing
stream
the body.
title.
Up, yeah.
Yeah, facing the body of
Like
the lion
his
or
arms
the
are like
jaguar.
this.
It could be it.
Where
it-
his
But the cat is on its belly.
his elbows are here, so like
Yeah.
So it's like this head would be facing the back end of the jaguar body.
It's well. Here's another thing is when you're studying Mesoamerica, anything that we think makes sense just goes out the window because they don't have any problem with like conflating a lot of different ideas and doing crazy things because we'll show it later in this presentation. There are acrobats in Olmec iconography. These people contorting their bodies in really strange ways. So this could
Okay, so it
be
could be contorted. Yeah.
this could be his body
He's
is
twisted
his
around and
body is
facing up.
spinning around and he's ripping his
Yeah.
own head off. It's just like
He's
it-
fighting himself.
it's like anyone's best guess as to what exactly is happening here, and
yeah.
they don't have any problem with conflating. There are tons of monuments where it is depicting a stone that is also a jaguar, or depicting a mountain that is also a jaguar that is also a person, all in one statue. It's just they don't have any problem mixing
That's
all
it.
of these things together, and so it's hard. to
Yeah, I
make
was
sense
thinking
of
that,
it.
that
streaming
like
for
it's
free.
actually the body, the midsection of the body is actually turned around,
Sure, yeah.
right? Like it's twisted over facing its own back.
Yeah.
So that, yeah.
But then again, the hands are also up like this. So if that were the case, the
Y'all
hands
are
would
worth
be,
more than a nickel.
thumbs are on.
Yeah. Well, I got photos, but they wouldn't airdrop to my I want to try
Bro,
because
when
I
I
want
saw
you guys to
that
see this, but
stat
they
of
won't
$25
airdrop.
So if the
for
thumbs are on the
100 hours
outside,
streamed, I was like, man,
then the hands are like this. But if they're on the inside, then it's
There we go. It's doing it now. Thank goodness. Okay.
I don't know. Anyways, we can analyze this statue all day.
I know.
We should. Let's do a whole
Um,
podcast on it.
Okay.
The exploding head.
I'm just gonna import these. We'll look at these real quick.
It kind of reminds me of the gin too, like the
Yeah.
blue smoke.
Yeah. The smoke. The smokeless fire spirits. Yeah.
There we go. That's the claw on the back of it.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
But I guess
Thumbs on the
right,
inside. It looks like
that's another one.
Oh, it's a
But
different one.
in person, it
Wait,
was.
this is the skull. This is. I mean, I'm
It's on.
sorry.
It's the back.
This is the back of that head.
Yeah. So when
Yeah.
you're looking at it, that's the back of the left side. When you look at it,
So is this the left hand and the right hand is over here?
No. So
Or no?
so
That's the right hand, and it's
So
the left
that-
hand's on the other side.
that archaeologist, he is facing
Left
it
is
straight
over
on
here.
the way that we were looking at it earlier. So the left side, that's all carved away and contorted, that's built up in smoke. On the back of that is what you're seeing right here. And then so there is a hand on the other side as well. And I got a 360 video of it, but it's not sending over to
So
me.
look at my mouse. There's a hand over here
There is a hand
and a
right there.
hand here. Okay,
Yes.
got it. Yeah.
Yep.
The
Okay.
thumbs are facing the inside.
Yes.
And the
thumbs
way-
say- so the arms should be pointing away. So it's like the elbows are actually coming back like this almost.
Yeah.
Yeah,
interesting.
it's really strange.
Do you know what this means? We have to go there
Yeah.
to see it. It's just it's obvious we're not going to figure it out from here.
When I was there, I was thinking about you guys a lot. I was like, man, I would love for these guys to be here and to have, your perspective and all the things you've seen traveling around the world, especially being in Egypt. I feel like there's so much perspective that you have that could be very useful in the Olmec world as well, because there's so
Awesome.
much like this. So we'll just continue.
All right.
So one crazy thing about the Olmecs is they have at least one sphinx or
Yeah.
of some kind, looking, some
that is wild.
weird-looking sphinx, and these are some of the claws and the detail. Now in the photos they look kind of blown out and like the details are hazy. When you're there in person, it's crisp.
Okay.
Very, very detailed. This is a picture of that bird that I was talking about, but the head is chopped off. And that bird is, so some of these are kind of a little bit disorganized. I'm not sure why the bird photos are jumbled around. Here we go. So there's that bird, and you can see this guy standing right
Wow,
there.
look at that.
It's a gigantic statue. And you can tell, it looks like an obscure statue that would be off to the side of a temple in Egypt. I had no idea that they had these big megalithic bird statues. And of course, the head is,
It also looks
the head is lost.
Persian. Very good.
You're right.
Yeah.
It does look very Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
Another thing, we'll get to it, but I have a very strong suspicion that Phoenicians had an interaction with Olmecs as well. But you're so right that it does look Persian.
Yeah.
And
Watcher's saying Assyrian. So yes, like that. Yes, that region, that area. Yeah.
you know what? I need to. That's a great idea. If I go look through art history of ancient Persia and there's something that's similar to that, how weird would that be? Yeah, or Assyrian, or anything that's Mesopotamia.
Babylonian, Assyrian, Persian. Yes, any of that. Yeah.
Anything around the Twin Rivers.
Yeah.
So here's another one. This is the side of a box. So I saw a ton of these basalt boxes. Now, of course, they're not square, they're not perfect or anything, but they have these really crazy looking cuts. I'm not exactly sure how they're done. So this is the side of a box, and I'm not sure why they're when they're imported.
Design.
I'm not sure why
That statue was cool.
why when they're imported. So here's part of that box. Here's another one. That's basalt right there.
The shells, man. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. So
Yes,
this is
buddy.
interesting because
Yeah, buddy.
Glued back
I love
together.
it.
it's been repaired.
I love it, man. Tell me how it is.
Now
that,
this is interesting
dude.
because this is a massive. It would just crush this table. It's probably
no,
the
no,
same
no,
size
not
as
this table.
Not this table. Yeah.
This
But I just mean
table's
it's huge. These things are massive. Now the thing is, it's carved as though it is an Olmec box or monument, but it was found at Tenochtitlan, which is the Aztec capital. So they're bringing a lot of stuff from the Olmec world to the Aztec capital.
So the Aztecs were like the Romans.
They're exactly like the Romans, actually.
Conquered a bunch of people.
And the
I did it,
Maya
Toad. I
are
removed all my
exactly like the
ads on my
Greeks.
channel.
Maya are all city-states. They're warring against each other. They have all
No
of
more
this-
ads, dude.
I mean literally.
One
It-
six
the parallels
one
are
30-second
insane.
ad every
The
hour.
Maya world
No
are made of
pre-rolls.
city-states
No
that are the
overlays.
pinnacle of all of science and culture
Streaming for
in their
free.
entire area, but they cannot stay on top because they can't get along with each other. The Romans are like a cheap knockoff version of the Greeks, but they conquered the
stuck
Greeks
together.
because they could stick together. And the Aztecs conquered Mesoamerica because they could stick together. And they usurped all the knowledge of Mesoamerica and created their empire. And had the Spanish not showed up, and brought disease, the Aztecs would have ruled for who knows how long. It's just amazing the
There was number one snowboard in
parallels
Canada, one
between
from
two different sides of the planet.
No.
And they have the same patterns and they have the
What?
same geometrical patterns, which is something else that we'll get into. But
When?
the Greeks and the Maya,
Now?
for all their similarities of being the height, the pinnacle of their own culture, science, and astronomy,
What's his name?
and
The guy
even
that smoked
agriculture
weed?
as well. But I'd say
It was a big deal.
Egypt had agriculture on lock as well. But
Why'd I remove my income?
even
Oh,
have the
because
same
I mean,
geometrical patterns on the facades of their temples. The Maya and the Greeks do. You have those spirals.
Yep.
bro, okay. Let's do the math. I don't know if you're here when I'm doing the math.
As well, and the Olmecs had that. So
I've
here's some of
streamed
these
100
boxes here.
hours in the
So
last
that
like
is- We
3.
don't really know.
Wow,
That's
insane.
awesome. Look at that.
We don't really know
Let me
if
open this
this,
first.
if this is an Aztec or if it is
I've
a
streamed for 100 hours in the
Olmec
last 3
monument
weeks.
because it's made out of basalt from the Sierra de
And
Luchushua.
I've made $20
at the
from
hands on that
ads.
thing.
Quarries.
They're also in the wrong. So there's something
So
interesting going
that's
on with the
like
hands here.
20 cents
There's-
an hour.
The thumbs are on the top.
Yeah, it's.
And all my friends that have been coming in here
Yeah.
have been
Like
having
somebody- and then there's
3-minute
four, like,
ads.
yes, you're right. Like somebody's coming out of
Like,
it. Yeah.
we didn't even have
pushing it.
3-minute ads in the
It's-
90s, man.
It's actually
That
two
was
things
too
facing each other,
much.
like mirrored. See the
Yes,
serpent
I see-
heads.
yeah,
You
you're
see,
right.
like,
Their
my ass?
faces are
Like,
going
come
into
on.
each other like they're.
So
Yeah,
I'm
you're right.
just
they're
making
going into a
everyone
split, a
suffer.
mirror.
Yeah. The
And
faces are going into each other,
for
and it's one face at the same
Ryan
time.
James'
Yeah,
wedding.
It is. It looks like a.
It's the reptilians, bro.
The-
Look at that.
It kind of looks like an
Wow,
owl
insane.
face. The whole head. Looks,
What the heck?
Just
But I don't know. Monstrous.
absolutely.
And it said the
bizarre
last
economics.
100
It's just
hours
totally
streamed.
bizarre,
I'm
and
pretty sure that's a Lovecraft god thing.
that's what it looks
It
like.
said how many hours
I
of
need a
ads
skull
have
bell
been
like
played,
that.
and it said
God, that is a
one
cool
day.
skull bell.
And it's
in 12
obviously
hours,
gigantic, but we
which
don't
is
know.
like
I mean, is
30
this really Aztec or is it Olmec? Because those are the
hours.
only two cultures that we really associate
Which is like
with
30%,
having
which is
carved
like a
monuments
third.
out of basalt.
Is that
22,
like a
23 minutes
kilt
per
of snakes?
hour, I think I had for.
Yeah.
I think it's anyone's best
For,
guess.
I
um,
mean,
That is
like it looks
exactly
ads.
what
it
that
looks
is.
like woven
It-
Serrated
is.
snakes.
Yeah.
So for
Or it could
me,
be, 'cause you can see that's the
Nice,
head of the
brother.
snake there. That's the
Yeah,
head
so
of the snake
for
there.
me
braided
to get a
serpents.
payout,
Holy crap.
so okay, so all those
I think that's the,
all
I think
those
that's the
stats, right?
rattle There, that's a rattle.
For me to
So
get a
some of them are heads,
payout,
some of
you
them
have
are
to get over the
rattles. It's like a-
$50
like a
threshold,
male
right?
Now,
Medusa.
now, see,
I
this
would have
rattle
to
right here is the
stream
same rattle that you see on
Another
Monument 19.
100
See this rattle right there?
hours.
It's the same. It's the same style. So you have this serpent, dragon-looking thing here, but he has a rattle on the end of it. And in
Ah.
person, it's very easy to tell.
Okay.
It's
that
like
he has
another
the rattle
month.
of a rattlesnake, but he's
Okay.
obviously not a rattle, not just a rattlesnake. He
It's
has
like I just need a
some
job, man.
kind
I
of
just need a fucking job. Like I
dragon
can't.
God-like.
I can't make
serpent
people
being.
suffer.
So the next thing that really
'Cause I want
surprised
people
me
to hang
is,
out. I don't
I'm
want
sure
my
you guys have seen
channel
the
to be
Aztec
just a
solar
fucking
disc before.
Yeah.
not a.
I had always thought that
Not-
was
not
the
a
size
channel
of
that
a
people
giant
can
plate
be
or
at.
something. I had absolutely no idea that it
Yeah.
was this big.
Yeah.
Just
huge.
Just
Wow.
gigantic. And on top of
And it's
that,
basalt. And
oh, you guys want to see something else?
wait.
Tell me that's not the Big Dipper.
Yeah, I
right
was
there.
gonna say that the thing
Oh, I
on
don't
this
know.
side. This wait.
I don't know
So
why.
I
thing
think
around
I
the
don't know
side
what
of that
happened.
part
I don't
of
know if my
these-
viewership is
Yes,
down.
yeah.
Okay, so the
It's-
disc is on actually a
Or-
larger stone, and
I'm
those
not
dots
complaining, what
on
I'm
there
saying
are
is
part of it.
Yes.
The ad
yeah,
payout
yeah.
is
So-
less
so
for 100
this
hours.
was
100 hours
on
used to
the
be.
top of the Temple of Mayor, which was the main.
Used to be
the
like 50 cents an
gigantic
hour.
Aztec pyramid where the emperor
Facing up or down?
I might be
facing the sky.
tripping.
Okay.
facing the sky. And so this
But I
right
think it was like
here.
50 cents an hour. Now it's like
just
20
Give it a second
Oh,
to
I'm
zoom
sorry.
in.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
So
at maxed out settings.
that floor next to it, that
Like
you can
so
see on
making
the
everyone
left,
suffer.
that was part of the floor at the top of the
3-minute
temple.
ad
And so the
breaks.
Spaniards describe the top
Every
of the
8 minutes
temple
is a
as being
3-minute
dotted
ad
with
break.
constellations in the sky. So if you were standing at the top of the pyramid, you'd have this disc, and then the entire
So for me to
floor
get
at the
like
very top of the pyramid
another
was dotted with
$20.
constellations. So tell me that's not the Big Dipper.
Oh yeah, that's true.
or
That doesn't even
something like
pass
that.
me
With
the
your cursor,
threshold
what
because
are
it's
you talking
$20. I'd have to stream another
So you
hour and 120
here.
hours.
it looks like a different culture's interpretation of
I
two
see,
and a
yeah,
half
the 4
months.
stars at the end and the curve. Yeah.
So here's
Too
the
many
actual
dots on the handle, but yes.
Dipper. Yeah. And so it's
And that's
For what? For like
That's right.
$50?
their interpretation of something like that.
Yeah.
What's imagine it like facing straight up and down.
I appreciate $50, but
So
like,
we've also seen
in Egypt and Turkey.
I need
and
a
see
job,
little
man.
Dipper
Yeah.
right there, and then the curve like this could be a
Yes,
dipper.
that's what he's talking about.
Well, and this right here. So you see this right here? That looks like, I don't know if that's showing up. That looks like it's a little cup, you know? And then so you got the handle right here. And it's
I don't know,
connecting.
bro.
Now people can watch
Well,
me
I
at
don't know,
work
I don't
and
know, but I'm
shit
just saying
on their
the
phones,
Spaniards say that the top of the temple was
right?
aligned
They
with
wouldn't do that
constellations. So when I see
before
that, I think like, oh,
because of the
yeah,
ads.
Show it to Matheson. See what he says.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. He may have something.
Yeah.
Scotty,
So what's really interesting,
Scotty AV
is
can
that
watch me
this-
on
this
his
solar disc here
his Amazon
is actually
TV.
one of 5, and each generation created a new one. So there's 5 generations of different discs that are beneath this one, and they're all on display at the Temple of Mayora Museum. But they're not all discs. Like, this is the most sophisticated one. Another one they think is the interpretation of a god being like thrown down into hell, and her body's all mutilated. I may have a photo somewhere, but it's the exact same size as this. And when they pulled this off of the top of that temple, they found another one underneath. They pulled that
Just
one
like
out,
the tiles.
found another one
Like
underneath.
the tile floors.
Exactly. They pulled that
Wow.
one out. They found another one underneath, and they found another one.
Yeah. 5th son.
Yeah.
5 sons.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mind
really?
blown.
Okay, wait.
Mind
Go
blown.
into this. Go into this because this is something
People
I'm not.
they won't install the ad
yeah, so
blockers.
the
They won't do
idea
it.
of the different sons, different ages, right? And
I don't know
each
why.
son is a
they
god
just
that has its
won't.
own aspect,
They won't do it.
own what would you call it? Personality, and that governs the climate and everything, including human consciousness, right? And then eventually the age gets old because the god gets
So-
old, and the world dies. Basically, it ends, and then you have a new son and a new god.
No way.
Right, and so you're saying there were 5 of them, and they definitely thought the latter Aztecs thought they were in the ending age of the 5th son, that the god was old, and you know. So if there were
Yes,
5 of them
okay,
stacked on top of each other,
yeah.
it makes sense.
Yeah. That actually scared me.
I need to take my focus
Yeah,
away
okay,
from
okay. I get what
streaming.
you're saying now. Yes,
I really
that's
do.
Interesting. Yeah.
I need to find
I'm
a
not, I'm
job.
not an expert on the Aztecs. I mean, that's a whole.
need to find
other,
work.
Yeah,
thing, but very, very interesting, and seeing some of the connections to.
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
See the
Oh my
see the god in the center of that?
Yeah.
Old.
He looks old.
He's angry. I bet his tongue is sticking out. I can't really see.
Yeah, it looks.
Well,
like
how much does it look like Medusa as well? I mean,
Yeah.
that's that's a whole.
But they
cool.
but they would depict the tongue sticking out, which meant like he's at least in some. I can't remember if the Aztecs thought this, but the tongue sticking out like that with the teeth and the grimace usually meant thirsty for blood, right? So, so this is part of the reason for all the sacrifices. They're trying to keep the god alive so that
Yes.
the world doesn't end.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, okay, and that's why they're doing 80,000 sacrifices a day.
Because they lost the ability to count to the end of the age, so they knew it was coming, but they didn't know when.
Yeah.
I mean, these are guesses. Obviously, nobody knows, but this is the idea. So it's like, I never heard that they were stacked on top of each other. That's awesome.
What is
Oh, sorry.
just the writing on the stones underneath? Is that what is that?
Oh, that is. I am not exactly.
Some weird thing that the archaeologists did.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what that is. It is not a part of the monument.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
think
an
they
artifact.
did
It
reduce it
looks
because I was
like
in
it
there. It
looks
was in
like
the
a
settings.
giant chest of
And it said
drawers
ad
sitting
revenue. It said
underneath the solar calendar. And it's not
30%.
actually supporting it. I'm not.
And I thought it was
sure
at
all what
50%.
I walked up to it,
Is
but
it
I
is it
thought
got
it was a
writing on it?
50-50
No,
split,
it's just-
but it might
it's
be
like
just for
hammered copper or
partner.
something?
it's just like it's
Oh, okay.
texture, you know. Yeah, it's not right.
So that would totally explain the drop from
okay.
50
Yeah,
cents
it
an hour
wasn't-
to
it
20
wasn't,
cents an
you know,
hour.
ancient.
It looks like a very
So then
detailed
here,
written
that
explanation of the
is,
thing.
those are the actual pieces of jewelry and things that Pakal was holding in his hands on display here. And sure enough, you got the sphere and a cube in his hands. And of all things he could have been holding, you know, why was it that? It's just, you know.
Man, that is wild.
And of course, he's got something else going on there too.
It's a jade belt buckle.
yeah. So, just fascinating. I just thought
How good is the mask? You've seen it up close.
it's
I mean, like, what's the craftsmanship? How is the craftsmanship?
Oh, it's pretty amazing that it's cut out of so many different pieces of jade that have been glued together. over time. But it's just these chips of jade that they, you know, carve into. I'm not even sure how they do it, but they arrange it like a puzzle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if the craftsmanship's good, then you can make some assumptions on how good an image it is of the person. Like, look at that guy.
Well, we have exact images of what Pakal looks like, made out of.
Wasn't he also really tall?
For a Maya, he was about
Maybe we
5.
discussed
He was
this before.
5'7".
Okay.
Yeah, so which was tall
Come on, man.
for a Maya person. Now we know exactly what he looked like. He had a portrait made out of stucco of he and his wife.
Ross
And the heads were pulled
Rebugliati.
off. So
That's the
not only
guy.
did they have stone
Like
statues of
96
their
or
own
98.
people, and they had jade masks made out of their own people.
Ross
and pottery masks made out
Rebugliati.
of their rulers. They had stucco
They
statues
found having weed
that
in his
are
system.
on the facade.
I don't know, dude. I have no
of the
idea.
palace at Palenque, and it's like this stucco portrait, and they're coming out of the wall. Like think of like a Greek or Roman.
I think just
statue.
even changing the focus of
Looks-
streaming
you know, say it's carved in marble, it looks
and
like
making
it's
it a
emerging
lifestyle
out of the temple
to
wall, like they're literally
looking
coming
for
out
a
of the
job
wall.
for real.
For all
Like, I
of the
mean, I have been
Palenque
looking for a job for
dynasties,
real,
they
but I
have
mean,
these
like,
along the walls as though they're honoring them. But what's really
to
interesting
like to actually
is
make
that
money.
when archaeologists came later on and all the heads are cut off, they thought, well, I guess
Then that'll
Palenque
make
was
streaming
conquered,
fun.
they ripped all the
And
heads
it'll
off.
make
You know, kind of like
working
they knocked the
fun.
noses off of Egyptian statues to basically you're knocking it down a peg. You know, you're taking
I have
away
no
its
idea, dude.
significance. But they thought it was the exact same thing.
I have
And
no
when they break
fucking
into
idea.
Pakal's tomb, they look underneath because this gigantic limestone sarcophagi is set up on these other limestone logs.
I'm used to
essentially, and
watch
there's
him.
this open space underneath it. And shine a
Give me a
flashlight
sec. Give
down
me
and
like,
they see two
give me like
stucco
5-10
heads
minutes. That
there.
might be longer.
One is
I promise I
Pakal
won't fall
and
asleep
one
when
is
I fall
Pakal's
asleep.
wife, which means that he was beheaded
You're back.
before he was closed into the tomb, which shows how different their thinking is. That
Free
you had
stream.
this
I know you're
stucco
turbo, but
statue made of him in his own palace during his life, and then when he died, they removed his
They
head.
take the head and bury it
They
with
take the head and bury it with him.
So all the statues that had happened before
All those statues are sitting in tombs somewhere in Palenque, and
Hadn't
they
been
haven't
found
found
yet.
them. Yeah.
Wow.
They've only found Pakal and his mom. Now they know where his two sons are buried, but they haven't excavated it yet, which is crazy. I mean, Pakal's tomb is like one of the biggest discoveries ever made, and his two sons are buried right next to him, and they haven't gone in and excavated it for a reason I don't know. Or at least they think. I mean, you have these two other pyramids right next to him, and they assume, well, it's probably, you know.
But didn't
probably
they
the
assume
sons
that
are there.
all the other pyramids were also tombs and they haven't found any bodies in those?
Well,
Pakal's the only one known to have been buried beneath one of those things, right?
so in the fashion that he's buried in, but so you have this.
Oh, wait, maybe you said it last time. You said it was. We know that was specifically built for him to be as a tomb.
Yes.
Okay.
And so there's a threshold as well. So when you get beyond about 200 AD, it starts being all of the pyramids have bodies in them. Before that, none of them have bodies in them. So there's a threshold. And I mean, that's not a firm date.
Yeah.
But by Pakal's time, all of the pyramids have bodies in them. At Kopan, which is another city
And they're
that's
sure
the
they're
height-
not intrusive.
Oh yeah, positive. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, very, very positive. Because they found so many of them.
Okay.
But it's before that when you go back to El Mirador and you have the biggest Maya pyramids, there are no bodies in them. But there are rooms inside of those temples that they do this radar sensing, and they sense these voids in them, and they've dug into just one of these voids that was near ground level. Of course, the ground has risen up around the pyramid, so it's actually what they think may be the second or third floor of the pyramid, and they tunnel in through, and there's no photos of this anywhere. This is at El Mirador, which is maybe the first Maya city in the deepest part of the Petén rainforest, in the Petén jungle in Guatemala. They tunnel in and they break into this room, and it is a perfectly preserved room of Maya murals that look exactly the same way, like fresco paintings with hieroglyphs and everything that look today the same way they did when it looks like it was painted and it was sealed shut, and it looks the same way it did more than 2,000 years ago. And they say even the president, president of Guatemala or whoever it is of Guatemala, even he hasn't gone in there because it's that locked down. But they say that there are depictions of more gods in there, or these divine beings that look like angels with wings that are totally foreign to what we understand as the Maya world that can be seen in there. Very, very few people have ever been in there. It's like the treasure of the Maya world that most people don't know about.
Wow.
And you have to like know somebody to know somebody just to hear that.
So the
story.
room is empty except but it's painted. That's what
Yeah,
you're
but
saying?
all the walls are painted. Yeah,
There's nothing else in there.
maybe.
That they said. That
Yeah,
they
yeah, yeah,
mentioned.
yeah. So
Wow.
it's cool, man. There's a lot of it's infatuating. The Mesoamerican world, it's like one of those things that like from the outside before you've gone there, it's hard to kind of understand and have that fascination grip you. And then when you go there, it just makes sense because you realize like, oh my God, there's so much that we don't know about this.
Yes.
It's like studying a culture that may as well have lived on Mars because we're not influenced by them. Nothing like the way that we think about things when we think about things logically, or say logically, we have our own form of logic. You know, this idea of gears turning. Have you ever seen the Mesoamerican calendar and they depict it as though it's gears turning? That is a Greek concept. The Mesoamericans did not have gears. Did nothing. When they look at their calendar, the way that we organize it is we take the circles out of the calendar and we wind them together to show how they match up. They didn't even have the concept of a gear. It just wasn't, as far as we know, it just wasn't something that they thought of. Their way of thinking is just totally alien to us. And so trying to study them is really tough. Like, you may as well have been studying people living on a different planet because they're just, the way they think is totally different than us. And it becomes infatuating, you know?
That's
so,
cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, so then we'll go to the next thing. So these I thought are pretty interesting. I will turn this on its side. So these are Olmec, and they don't. It looks like the basalt columns are placed down inside of them, but they have absolutely no idea what these were used for.
This is a dolmen door.
It looks like a dolmen
Dolmen
door.
door?
Yeah.
So, explain that to like.
So again, the dolmens.
It's like my term, but a dolmen, you know, like I was saying, they have all the slabs of stone making
And this
a
is
little
about
room.
this is about 5 or 6 feet long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a tiny little room, and then the front, what is the door is like a slab with a little round portal in it. Could be this big around. Like there's no way in other than through this.
What do you
little-
think is the purpose?
I don't know.
Yeah.
And there's so many different.
And you can see the basalt columns next to it, and they
Yeah.
look like maybe one would fit in there. And I don't know that anybody has ever tried, but these are just thrown to the side next to a museum. They're just piled up, laying over there. And I was looking for the bathroom when I saw these laying over by the bathrooms, and I called up over one of the guys that was on the tour. I was like, "Look at this." Nobody knew what it was. The archaeologists there didn't know what it was, but they're just discarded to the side of the museum. Whoa. That's crazy.
He's looking at a dolmen.
Kyle will have to look it up and we can show it maybe. But yeah.
Yeah. There
Yeah.
you go.
That's crazy.
It's a dolmen door.
Yeah.
Whoa. How weird is that?
Yeah.
So, they don't know, they don't know what they were
Caucasus.
what they were used for. Oh, check this out. So, you guys might like this. So I found some little, I guess these chisel holes. It doesn't look like something that you would see in Egypt, but they had underground aqueduct systems and plumbing systems, just like they did in ancient Rome and Greece. And so they're funneling water back to their cities. But there are these underground tubes, and this tube is one that's broken in half. But they have these tubes that are like 4 or 5, 6 feet long that are laid down next to each other with a hole straight through it. And again, you go to these Olmec museums. You guys, we'll go.
Yeah. We're gonna go.
When you go, you guys will walk up and you'll think, why are these laying on the ground? Like
There's
right
a
next
lot
to-
of stuff laying on the ground that you do that with in Egypt too. You're like, why is this just
This is like a
laying
treasure.
here? Yeah.
And it's just laying here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is mind
In
blowing.
Egypt, there'd be a water bottle or two.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's pretty common here. And then this next one, that's the head
Wow,
of that
dude.
snake.
awesome.
Oh my god.
So now you can see that the statue you were standing next to, the things that made the whole statue look like a face, like
Yep.
those are the fangs of the serpent
And
coming
they're
out.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's and so this is what I was talking about, that the bottoms of those columns are made out of the body of the snake. So imagine seeing this thing in real life. A snake with a head that big, solid basalt, but imagine the rest of the body too. And so it's anyone's best guess as to, I doubt the snake was all one piece of solid basalt. Who knows? Maybe it was, or maybe it was multiple sections.
that would be
you know?
tough to have.
I just love the style, the
Yeah.
art style of this. It's so.
Well, how Asian does it look? I mean,
It does, yeah.
It's just, I mean, if I told you that was made in ancient China or Japan,
Yeah.
you'd be like, yeah.
You would have no question. Yeah.
And then look off in the back. You see this bird statue
Mm-hmm.
back here? There's a lot of stuff like that. And that thing right there is big. Like that is half. This little bird in the back is like half the size of my whole body.
Wow.
It just and you got this little card right here, but basically all it's saying is, serpent head discovered in Tenochtitlan at
Yeah.
1521 or something.
Well,
like
we need to take another break, but before we do, I have one question.
that. Okay.
How do they think that these guys carved this stuff? Like, were they flint tools only?
They think it was flint chisels and like Mesoamerican hammers, and they may have had some other things as well, but very limited tools. Is what
Like
they
no
attribute.
copper.
I think that there's a little bit of copper because the Aztecs start getting a lot of metal. I say a lot of metal from Mesoamerica.
But the Olmecs.
Oh, the Olmecs? No.
They carved this
yeah.
with rubber.
Yeah.
Oh, they just erased. Yeah, they just used erasers.
Yeah. They erased the rock. No. The Olmecs. No.
So the Olmecs are supposed to have.
No metallurgy.
So they're supposed to have carved those heads out of basalt with flint.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No metallurgy in the Olmec world. Aztec, limited, very limited. But in the Olmec, yeah, it's a toss up. We just don't know.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. All right. Break time.
Break time. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half of the show with Luke Caverns, trying to discuss the Olmecs, getting sidetracked, but it's all fascinating material, all of this stuff. And yeah, it's always great getting you in, especially because you can just come down here and be in the studio,
Yeah.
Some of the best interviews are done in person, I think. You can really tell the difference. So
Not like the guy who does the Giants episodes. He's on Zoom.
yeah.
Well, and I agree. And honestly, I know we have like good chemistry, but these are like the most comfortable, most fun in-person podcasts that I've ever done.
Oh, awesome.
And I think it's because we all have a similar knowledge about things. You know what I mean? And we're able to really go back and forth. Sometimes when you go on a podcast, it's like the person you're talking to doesn't know anything about what you're talking about, and it's you.
Yeah.
Carrying it along. So it's awesome to sit with you guys, and you'll say something, and he'll go, "Whoa!" I go. I have no idea what you're talking about. Please tell me. Yeah, so it's cool. So
You have a mind blown button right there. It says
Yeah.
boom.
That's me. That's me, the old podcast. So, anyways, all right. So we're going on to when you pull up to the when you get to Mexico City, and it takes you 45 minutes to go 1 mile because the traffic is so bad. You see this giant rock, just this giant basalt, or maybe I think it is basalt, towering above the palm trees in front of the National Museum of Anthropology. You come around the palm trees, and there is this gigantic statue sitting in front of the museum, and you can see the palm trees behind it. Now, it is sitting in front of the palm trees a little bit, but it's not sitting in front of the palm trees so much that it looks disproportionately gigantic.
Yeah.
Now, on top of that, this was also placed on top of the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan. It was sitting on top of that. And the Pyramid of the Sun is the biggest. I think it is maybe the tallest pyramid in all of Mexico. If not, it's the second tallest. And you can see the holes in the center of it. There were obsidian mirrors that were placed in those holes. And so when the sun was setting and rising, when it was in the sky, it would reflect off of those mirrors, and so down the people at the bottom see this gigantic fire god statue on top of the Pyramid of the Sun, and it's reflecting light down on them.
I wonder if he had obsidian in his eyes as well. The eyes are gone.
He probably did. I mean,
That's crazy.
we just don't know. But absolutely colossal.
That's excellent. You put that on top of a pyramid. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Well, and it's one of those things about ancient Mexico. I mean, most people, the vast majority of people, have never seen this before, and I only saw this last year. I didn't even know that this existed, let alone that it was standing on top of the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan. So it's
The Great Pyramid of Cholula is the tallest in Mexico and also good hot sauce, according to the
Great
watcher.
Pyramid of Cholula.
Yeah, Cholula, the massive one with the cathedral on top of it.
I didn't know that it was the tallest, though. I thought that it was the biggest by mass, but I could be wrong, because you have the pyramid of you have the pyramid of La Danta and El Tigre at El Mirador, which are very, very tall as well, and it's hard to judge the height.
Don't doubt the watcher.
So I don't know, but he could be right, though. I had thought that Cholula was the biggest as far as being the widest pyramid with the most mass.
Yeah.
I didn't know that it was the tallest one. But even so, the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan is just colossal. I mean, it looks like a mountain. I actually have my friend text me this morning, and he sent me a photo of the, they do hot air balloons over the pyramids at Teotihuacan. He sends this to me, and he goes, this thing looks like it's as big as Enchanted Rock. And I was like, yeah, that's a fair assessment.
What?
And yeah, I mean, it's probably like roughly the height. I've been to Enchanted Rock maybe 4 or 5 times.
The height of Enchanted Rock.
It's probably like roughly the height of Enchanted Rock. Yeah, and I actually looked it up.
He says Cholula is 217 and the Pyramid of the Sun is 216. I'm assuming that's
cool.
Feet?
Feet, probably. Yeah. So Enchanted Rock is 240. I looked it up this morning. I think it's 240 feet tall from its base, something like that. So it's a little bit taller, but I was telling him, I was like, yeah, they're roughly similar size. And he goes, so is this carved out of like a pre-existing mountain or a hill? And I was like, no, man, it's brick by brick. And he goes, no way that it's all made from bricks. Like the entire thing, it was flat ground. I said it was flat ground that was built on top of like a cenote, not a cenote, but a cave that goes straight into the ground. The Pyramid of the Sun is built on top of that. It was flat ground. So it's brick by brick by brick by brick, just colossal pyramid. And so, anyways, this was placed on top of that pyramid, and most people just would have no idea. And when
Is there an estimate on how much that thing weighs?
I tried to find an estimate, but it's just not one of those things that's readily
somebody
available.
moved it there to the museum, right?
So that's what I was about to get into. So when they're moving it from Teotihuacan down to downtown Mexico City, they have these gigantic trucks, and you could probably look up photos of this. It crushed all of the trucks that they used to transport it. They had to constantly, they would move it from one truck to the other, and it would pop the 18-wheeler tires and crush the entire bed that it was sitting on, and then they'd have to like roll it onto another truck and transport it a certain, and they could only drive it 11 miles an hour at most.
I don't understand why.
That was in the 50s, I believe. So, I'm sorry, keep going.
What is the mindset behind moving this thing away from where it's supposed to be? I just don't understand that. Like, leave it there, stand it up, clean it.
I know.
You know, build a nice little shrine, like a place where people can walk around it and stuff. But why take it away? I don't know. That's not neither here nor there. But
I have no idea. And it's not like they can argue like, oh, we're doing it to
protect
They're keeping it safe, bro.
yeah, keeping it safe. Put it in the middle of this
keeping
pool.
it safe. Like, does anything need to keep that thing safe? Like, you have to drop a bomb on it.
Yeah, we're gonna take it over here and put it outside to keep it safe.
Yeah, we're gonna take it to downtown Mexico City and put it in the middle of the town. I just don't understand it. You know,
It's we are greater than
Who
them
is that supposed
mindset.
to be?
it's the fire god. I'm gonna say Huitzilopochtli, but that is probably wrong. But it could be right. But it is the fire god of the Aztecs.
Look at those nub hands.
Again, I'm not an Aztec expert. That's a whole different.
Yeah, they do look like nubs.
Where at?
His arms or hands are like these giant
nubs. Yeah.
Yeah, and I wonder if he had something on the end of him, you know, or something that filled in that little cavity that's around that little nub arm that he's got.
That's so cool.
Don't know, man.
But it's such awesome art. I just love the style. It's so good.
Their style is just absolutely incredible.
Could make platform games out of their art all day.
So here's me in a Maya shamanic state.
Look at those ghosts back
So
there.
here's one that I thought you guys might find interesting. Now, what does that look like to you?
This looks like the statue of the head being ripped
It's
apart.
well that, but I don't think there wasn't a label in front of it or anything, but myself and some of the other people that were there thought that this is showing something in the middle of its carving, and it's showing something not being done or something that's unfinished. Like
Okay. Yeah,
But
except that the unfinished part is finished.
Yeah. And
oh, that's true. That's true, but I don't know. This is why I'm showing it to you guys.
well, yeah, so Kyle's right. The unfinished part has been polished, but also the finished part is really finished.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it looks like they intentionally wanted it to look this way.
Yeah, this looks like more art to
It's
me.
purposeful. Yeah.
What do you guys take that as meaning?
I don't know. It's like the face emerging from the stone again.
Mm-hmm.
It also looks female.
Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful.
It could be hair,
Yeah.
maybe.
You know something I always think is I find this funny. Dr. Barnhart said this. We were all standing around this looking at it, trying to figure out what it means. And he goes, sometimes I always wonder, like, we're sitting here looking for a deep meaning of it. And what if the reality of this is that, this is somebody who's trying to become a stone mason and trying to carve things, and he brings this to his friends, and they're like, no, bro. No, man. You need to find something else. And so
They were wrong.
So he buries it in his backyard, ashamed, and archaeologists unearth it.
Yeah. Like, oh, what is the purpose? Oh, is this great?
This is like a failed
object. Yeah. But no,
I really like it as a piece of art, though. I think it's, I don't know, like he's saying the face emerging from the stone, or like we were talking about before, like the going across the veil.
Mm-hmm.
You
remember the
peeking on the other side of the veil.
Well, there's the quote. It reminds me of the quote from Michelangelo. I see the angel in the marble, and I carve until I set him free. That's what that looks like.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. So so this museum, this is at Jalapa as well. Very nice museum. Oh my gosh, you guys would be a kid in a candy shop here. Monolith of Tlaloc is that statue in front of the palms. Tlaloc is a Teotihuacan rain god, I think.
That's what he says.
Yeah, ancient deity of rain and water.
Oh, okay.
There is some debate as to whether the statue is not possibly the sister or wife which has a name that I will not try to pronounce.
Tlaloc.
Chao Kui Tuku. Yeah. It's, interesting.
That was way better than
That's what it looks like. Sorry.
Oh, that's funny. The monolith of Tlaloc. Interesting. It's interesting that it says that, because when we were there, the archaeologists seemed to think that it was the fire god.
But they did place it in a pool of water.
They did place
So,
it
I
in a
don't
pool of
know.
water. Yeah. I don't know. You know, and another thing is like
It
how
seems
much
like no one knows.
Yeah.
that's really you know, yeah, like in these things it's not as easy to figure out it as it is in some other places. Like in Greece it's obvious to know who this god is, you know. It just but in the Mesoamerican world we are cut off. Well, they literally burned all of the history, you know. Just pyres, multiple pyres. I mean, the Aztecs were making 485,000 pieces of paper a year when the Spanish arrived.
Don't tell me this part.
And they had been doing this, not the Aztecs, but Mesoamericans had been doing this for almost 2,000 years. And the Spaniards burned all of it. All of it. So we're looking back on these things just speculating.
Yeah, it's clueless.
Yo,
And there
what's
were-
up,
and there
bro?
were
Thanks,
no-
buddy.
there were no
Appreciate that, man.
orders taking things down. I mean, there were
Appreciate that,
some,
man,
but
dude.
just not enough, you know. And so, a lot of what we have are a lot
It's
of
the most infuriating story of history, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh wow! I mean, yeah, it's like
The burning of all
discovering a
those
colony on Mars and then burning all of their history. You know,
I just.
and basically
Sick BBs on
the way
control,
that we-
man. Good shit.
the way that we have any kind of context as to what these people believed or what their culture was like, there were some of them that communicated with Spaniards about their daily lives and what they did, but typically it was tribes that wanted to see the Aztecs fall that were talking with Spaniards and telling them about the Aztecs. So it's not the Aztecs speaking to us through the Spaniards, it's the Aztecs' neighbors speaking about the Aztecs. So how, you know, that's not at all a clear view as to what these people were really like. And so that's really all that we have is people that were living on the peripherals of these main civilizations, because what was happening there was disease and pestilence destroying, you know, more than 90% of all these populations. And you have the people on the peripherals who survived
Wow.
that obviously
No
didn't
way.
want to be associated with them,
No
telling
way.
our literary sources about them, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's just that it's not a clear
You've been
view as
wild.
to what these people were really like. Here is that tenon head. That's the Olmec tenon head. So look at it compared to that lady's body. Just,
Wow.
I mean, just huge, dude. Like,
Where's the face? Is it on the top there?
It's looking up.
yeah,
I
yeah,
see
yeah.
an
So,
eye.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
so
yeah.
that is an eye. It's just bizarre monuments. You look at this, I have no idea what it's depicting. I just don't know.
Are those his, like the ears? With the
Yeah,
crazy,
really?
You know, they put all this stuff in their ears, like the
You had to go
mask
for
of-
it.
What's his name? Has the big pins coming out of his ears with the big plates
Yeah,
on it.
yeah,
Is
yeah,
that
yeah.
possibly what that is? Is like his whole
Possibly.
earring situation?
We just don't know. And so that tenon on the back would have been slid into the side of an earthen pyramid.
And there he is with his arms going back, his elbows tucked in, and his hands are
Hands,
crossing his
yeah.
chest.
Oh, and this right here, this fist thing pointing together is such a common image in Mesoamerica. And Dr. Barnhart and I talked about it all the time. This right here is seen everywhere. And
I turned off my
we
ads,
were
It's
constantly
almost like
talking about-
fetal.
so now
You
there's
know,
no
like
more
a-
ads on my
a
channel.
newborn baby coming out like
Could
So
be.
you
This is the way
can
there.
be
Could
comfortable.
be. It's depicted all over the place like this.
Could it
I
be
think it's a
some kind of salute?
130-second ad every
Oh,
hour.
that's cool.
Could
Yeah.
be. Yeah,
That's
I
it. My next
obviously
pay
would-
one
yeah,
try not
infant
to leave
salute.
any on the table.
The way that I described
Nice.
it, the way it looked like is like, you know, when you're trying to force those horseshoe magnets to touch
Oh,
each
yeah,
other.
yeah.
That's what it looked like. It looked.
Yeah, because I want people to
throughout this
come and
presentation,
stay and watch.
There's lots of examples of this. So
And I took off
this right here is
pre-roll
a
ads.
statue of poop. I guess. I guess.
There's no pre-roll even.
This thing is huge. I was like, we walked up to that, and Dr. Barnard goes, "Wow, it's the world's first poop emoji." I have no idea what this is.
That big stone snake left that behind.
Yeah. Hey, who knows? Maybe this. I mean, this could have been something as, because there are stone statues that look exactly like snakes coiled up, and who knows? This could be somebody trying to learn how to do that.
Yeah.
You know. Here's another tendon head. This one's very eroded.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this one is probably, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 feet long, about this big, with a modestly sized human head on the end. But he's got the arms just like this. And again, these would have been slid into the sides of earthen mounds. Now the thing about earthen mounds,
It is. I mean, I'm telling you that pose, and the fact that they're like coming out of the mound or the wall is like a birth.
Yeah.
That's what it's making me think of.
very interesting.
Yeah. It does look like a birth pose. Yeah.
The head back.
Yep.
And like the arms like tucked in like this. It's just,
So they're coming out of the
head
temple.
first coming out.
Now that's
Being
interesting
birthed
because
from the temple.
Yeah.
that's interesting because here it's so eroded that we can't tell if it has the jaguar fangs, because in the altars the oracle emerges with the child, and the child is shown to have fangs. It is an infant, it's an infant with the face and the mouth and the nose of a jaguar. And so if that is what this is depicting, where they're being birthed out in a fetal position, I'd love to see something like this with a better preserved.
I love the idea of being birthed out of the temple itself.
You know what that sounds like is a depiction of the most famous part of a myth that we just don't have anymore.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
Right. Like this birthing of the jaguar child or something like that.
But think of
it's like a story that they all knew, so this is the most famous imagery of
And
it.
a strange aspect of that, though, is the Olmec heads are not jaguar people.
Yeah.
It's 2 different classes of people. You have the were-jaguar, and you have the Olmec heads. The Olmec heads have nothing to do with this jaguar, with were-jaguar iconography. So it's like you have the shamans and you have the kings, and it's almost like they're equals. It's just, how do you reconcile that in a society? It's just that's something that's completely lost to us.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, going on this whole birth idea, but the temple being synonymous with the body or the womb, right? Like there's a, in the Christian tradition, it's like the body is the temple.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I just like that idea that it's also. I don't know. I think that's a powerful symbol.
Well,
The temple being the body, but also culture being born out of, these, like this, or civilization being born out of a culture, and the temple is like represents sort of the womb of that culture.
Yeah, because it's the beginning to recognize the patterns in the world that results in some kind of religious perspective, and then that births the civilization.
Yeah.
Well, and in Mesoamerica, the whole point of a pyramid is to replicate a mountain, and they believe that just like in the Greek world, that their gods come down from the mountains, and that's kind of the mountain is like the core central part of their religion. But it may also be a volcano as well.
See, now you make me want to go full Sitchin.
Oh, really?
The aliens are landing on the pyramids, and come on, bro.
Well,
yeah.
You got that. I'm looking at that massive statue
on top of it.
and it's like this giant on top, and you're like, yeah, they put it up on top, and I'm like, of course they did,
Yeah.
because that's where the guys came down.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I don't know, and why?
What are these stories telling us? Yeah.
And why is it the same thing on Mount Olympus or Mount Olympia or whatever? why is it the same thing?
Yeah.
And why in Mesoamerica? I mean, this isn't
And
the Olmecs.
Moses.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
come on, like you speaking to the God that descends onto the mountaintop. This is a classic, all throughout all kinds of cultures. It's the same imagery. You go up the mountain to speak to the gods or to God.
Yeah, it's.
So if you live in a place with no mountains, you build one, so that God will come down and talk to you.
That's
Yeah.
cool. And the Watcher's pointing out Teotihuacan means where
Men,
the gods,
men become gods.
men become gods.
Yeah.
That's they think that that's roughly the meaning. The hard part about Teotihuacan as well, that I should say, is that Teotihuacan is, I mean, right there, just maybe an hour drive away from Tenochtitlan. Now, Teotihuacan is 500 BC to 500 AD, or about 400 AD.
If it's an hour away, is it like a mile and a quarter? Or is it?
I don't know. I don't know. That's a good point. Probably not that far. Yeah. I mean, let's call it like a Texas 30-minute drive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's that far away. Now, Teotihuacan is not built by the Aztecs, even though it's right next to the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan. It's about 1,000 years or 800 years before the Aztecs ever come down. The Aztecs probably lived somewhere in the American Southwest, and they migrated down to Mexico City, so they are not Mesoamerican. They are a more like Chaco Canyon.
I've heard that they have this. They're the ones with the myth of their previous homeland, right?
Aztlan.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. And yeah, how crazy, right?
Yeah.
How crazy.
So I'm a little bit dyslexic, so I'm just thinking Atlantis.
Yeah, of course.
Atlantis or Atlas. I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
it's-
Yeah. Atlatl. All of these words with that.
Yeah.
Yep, it's very interesting. So they would have come down from somewhere in the American Southwest, and they discovered
Yo, thanks,
the
brother.
ruins of Teotihuacan. But the ruins of
Thank you.
Teotihuacan
That's
had
really
already
nice.
been
I
abandoned for
appreciate
about
that.
800
If you
years.
are
So
a dude.
that
Appreciate
big
that, man.
temple,
Thank you.
Pyramid of the Sun that giant statue was on top of, it already looked like a giant mountain.
Just a mountain.
Yeah. And so
And was the statue
That's
still
nice of you.
up there? Or had it
Welcome.
I don't know.
Somebody pushed it down.
Yeah.
Imagine you're just walking through the desert and there's this hill with this thing on top.
Could you
Yeah, I was
imagine?
on
I mean, how-
I was on painkillers for a long
you know,
time.
That's one of the things I think about all the time is like
I was on painkillers
there
for
are so many instances
a
like
long
that I would
time, like
love to
Tylenol
to
3,
be a fly on the
opiates,
wall, or
Yeah.
a fly on the
codeine.
rock and see it. And like think about Herodotus going through Egypt in 450 BC. You know,
Yeah.
when these places are just sitting.
I remember.
Covered by sand, and he's
Yeah.
like
Thanks, dude.
peeking through the labyrinths, just fully open to him. There's no one out there but squatters, living amongst the temples, and he's able to go through and explore these things.
Yeah.
Thanks,
well, the
homie. You
labyrinth,
too,
he said,
man.
was occupied. He had to have a guide.
You too,
So
man.
they're like squatters, like living there. And
Well, no,
We
it
all
was
have
still
a story.
occupied by priests
We
and
all
stuff.
have a
Oh,
challenge in
other
our
places they were like
lives.
that.
yeah. I
And
wouldn't have
sharing
really
our
figured it out.
story
I
is
mean,
what
like,
The
makes
labyrinth, though,
us
specifically, yeah, he was guided. and they wouldn't
unique
let him go
and
before the road
inspiring.
because of the Crocodile King.
So I'm just sharing my story.
No way.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But wouldn't you,
Thanks, man.
What would you
You
give
too.
to,
Yeah.
to
It's nice of you.
accompany him on that journey? you
Yeah.
know? And the Spaniards going through the Americas and just seeing all these ancient wonders. I mean, just imagine crossing the ocean and you have discovered another half of the planet that
You
has
too.
giant pyramids, just like the ones you've always grown up hearing about in Egypt.
Yeah.
And the further you go, the more there is, and the more there is, and the more there is. And they also have giant statues.
Yeah, man.
of
The
snakes,
reason why
of
I
which
shared
you've
it
seen
is
snakes where they came
because
from.
Yeah.
You've seen some of these.
there's
animals,
another
but some of the animals
YouTuber
are
that also
totally
had a
brand new.
similar
It's
head
just like,
injury,
man, imagine stepping into this world. How infatuating it must have been. And maybe we've talked about it
Andrew
here before.
Schrock,
But the
and
exploration
he's
of
also
the
half
Americas
deaf.
was actually so infatuating that when a lot of these
And
explorers
his
reached the end
first
of their
video he
careers,
posted, I
committed
think, on
suicide
YouTube
because it
was
was that amazing.
his
Just
physical
imagine the
reaction
high of exploring a new world,
Yeah.
and then it's over. You're not going
to hitting the ground
There was nothing
after
that could fulfill them,
skateboarding,
any more than what they had experienced.
And so then
and
within a few hundred years, it was
it's now
found in the
deleted
jungle
from
and
YouTube.
lost.
YouTube censored it, I think.
After the first
He said
explorers?
it's censored.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
But it gave me a
what
lot
they
of
saw.
closure.
Manuscript 512.
Because I
Yeah.
was knocked out. I was in a coma for
512, absolutely.
Okay.
for 24 hours.
Okay, good. Yeah, I need to go watch that then, because I'm studying this right now for something I'm doing next week.
And they moved me from hospital to hospital.
Yeah, I mean, it talks about a full-on city. Now, the Portuguese
The hospital. They moved me three hospitals before I woke
likening
up.
these statues to that of Greco-Roman stuff that they've seen, but that's because they just arrived in South America, and all they know is
No,
Yeah.
because that's all that there is. I mean,
they
in the
brought me
1500s,
into the
Egyptology
office,
started, you know, so a lot of these guys just know about Greece and Rome,
and
so they're going through this and they see these big.
I
temple facades.
studied chemistry. I was a
Man,
driver
maybe
before,
They even see, maybe
but
they
I
even
studied a lot
see,
of chemistry, and
geometric patterns that are similar to ancient Greece.
so I
just
became
you
like
see in the Maya
their
world. That spiral.
incoming
meandering
waste
pattern
chemist.
is all over the Maya world, and it's also all over the Greek and Roman world as well.
It
And
was,
so,
you know, I worked
maybe
there for a
they
few
find the
years,
city,
but
and
it
even says
wasn't my
it's got these
passion,
wide
so
open
I
plazas
left.
with archways. In the Maya world, there are
I
wide
left the
open
job.
plazas with archways.
I hated the job.
Big, giant stone cities.
I hated the company. I hated the clients.
Anyways,
You said it looked like it had been destroyed.
all the
by some kind of
hospitals, all the
cataclysm.
big
Massive
pharma
cracks.
companies.
Yeah. So, and who knows? I mean, there could be earthquakes. I don't know, but
Yeah.
yes, they found a lot of cities.
Oh, what? Really?
Francisco de Orellana, he saw tall walled cities with millions of natives protecting it and firing arrows
This
at
is
him.
the guy that was going down the river.
Yeah, and firing arrows at him and relentlessly attacking him during his whole expedition. But we've never seen that since then.
Yeah,
you
so
know?
now I'm
It's just-
unemployed.
Why did he give them all smallpox or something? That's the thing.
I'm
is,
an
like, the
unemployed
idea that his
Canadian.
expedition spread disease to
His
all those
expedition
people.
spread disease through the Amazon, and then
I
by
just
the time
turned
the
off
explorers
all my
first
ads
got
on my
around,
channel.
Those cities have been gone for 400 years.
Yeah,
at this
Burton
point.
as well. So Francis Burton was out there. Yeah.
And so those cities have been gone for 3 or 4.
Hey, thank you for
500
caring
years.
about me. That's nice of you.
400 years, and but
Oh,
you
wow,
gotta
insane.
think, the tribes that are
That's cool.
1,000
I'm
miles
in
in the other or 100 miles
Ottawa.
in the other direction, they have heard echoes of these great cities, and so they're telling him, there's a
I'm in
legend of a
Ottawa,
city.
Canada.
Just keep going further that way, but it's just legends that have been around for probably thousands of years and generations, and they're pointing him towards it, and he's looking for a city that he doesn't realize. He thinks it is currently existing.
Oh,
but
it's from
public.
Toronto. Wow, that's awesome,
I
man.
mean, it's
That's
probably
cool, dude.
buried by the jungle at this point. And
That's
so
cool.
The jungle is so dense that even if
I was
he was
born in
walking
Toronto.
on the city,
A lot of my
he wouldn't
family's
even
in
know he's
Toronto.
there. I mean, and the jungle is.
Went to
the
university in
Amazon
Toronto.
Is
Yeah,
just-
he was probably hoping to find some kind of. He spent a lot of time in the jungle.
I like
so-
Toronto.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and
He was probably hoping to find some like come out like, well, there's a stone statue wrapped in vines, right? It's tilted over or something like that. Because I guess he did find pottery and stuff, right?
lots of pottery. He found
That's cool.
stone
I've
idols
never
made
been to
from
Fredericton, I'm
basalt,
sorry.
which we aren't familiar with basalt quarries in the Amazon,
Yeah.
I've never been.
but I'm sure that they exist.
That's very
I
Canadian
mean,
to
the Amazon
apologize.
is the size of the United States.
If you've never been
So
somewhere.
there's definitely basalt and granite quarries somewhere in there. But the thing is with the Amazon is.
But I say I'm
so
sorry
from y'all's
because,
point of
like,
view, this
we can't
western side is all
talk about
clay
Fredericton.
bedrock, so that you dig down,
'Cause I've never
it's just
been.
clay, and you have to go down like 100 feet before you hit.
I would like
solid
to go.
bedrock. On the eastern side, you start hitting granite and limestone, and so he was kind of in the southern. Southern central part of the Amazon, in the Mato Grosso region, which means thick forest, and it was an uncharted area that only the expedition of Theodore Roosevelt had gone to prior to him. Of course, Theodore Roosevelt almost died when he was there. And I think they call it like the river that he was on, this Xingu River or something along those lines. They called it the River of Evil, I believe, and just very formidable place to be with extremely violent natives. But that's where he was at. I mean, to this day, we have no idea where most likely a city would be. But if he's looking for a Portuguese city looking back 100 years with more foresight or hindsight, probably a little bit more northeast of him, where we know that more limestone and granite bedrock is at. If you were to go along
Too nice
tributaries
sometimes,
there
it's
and
funny.
look for waterfalls where fresh water is plummeting into a river, probably more likely to find something there. But it's like those, that's the remote Amazon. So
Yeah. Well, we're at another break, and I don't think we've gone.
We haven't made any progress on this.
on Olmecs.
yeah.
No, it's great. I mean, dude, you're gonna give this presentation, the actual presentation, not all this, all these tangents, at the Cosmic Summit.
I'm actually
right?
giving a different presentation.
He's not.
Are you really?
He's not giving this one. Yeah.
Oh.
The presentation I'm giving is called Mysterious Mesoamerica. So it is all of Mesoamerica.
Okay.
I don't know how the hell I'm going to do it in 45 minutes or an hour.
Okay. Well, yeah. We've got to get through this thing, and it's not gonna happen today.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not gonna happen
And
today.
I don't mind coming back in a couple months.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We should keep going because this is. I mean, we saw this thing in a 1 hour presentation at
Yeah.
the Eclipse event, and it's
You had no interrupters and hecklers.
yeah. But this is great. I love it all. So yeah, we'll get back to it in just after these brief messages from our sponsors.
Good night, Chuck.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final segment, I think,
Yeah.
of the, I guess, what is now going to be the first part.
Clearly, it's going to be part one.
Part one of the
Enigma of the Olmecs.
Yes. But I'm actually really looking forward to. I like all the tangents. We're gonna deep dive on all this stuff, and you know, Luke has agreed. He promised
Yes.
to finish the presentation, so we'll make it a multi-part series, which I think is great.
I would love that.
Because we've always been fascinated by it, and you really have a lot of great knowledge on the subject. So we
Yeah,
again,
and stuff
appreciate it.
not found anywhere else. So
Yeah.
it's awesome. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and it's like I was saying, it's interesting that there's so much to talk about with a culture that we know so little about, and there's so many things to discuss. So, with the presentation, we're getting into the. I kind of skipped forward. The beginning of it is establishing what we know. What you've kind of already seen. I'll tell you what. We'll do the colossal heads real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
So, there's 17 known colossal heads, likely more to be discovered. Unique portraits. They are unique portraits of Olmec rulers, although almost certainly not all rulers had colossal heads commissioned. Size of the head may indicate the power and economic
Okay,
prosperity.
can I ask questions?
Sure.
How do they know they are portraits of rulers? Is it a guess?
It's a
Okay,
guess.
all
It's a
right.
guess. Yeah.
I
And
would like to point something out. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
This is to Russ. Look at the erosion lines on top of the head on the top right.
I see that.
Does that remind you of anything? The devil's arrows?
Oh yeah.
do I have to hold it down?
Yeah. The devil's arrow. I mean, you remember the erosion lines on top of those megaliths?
It does look like that.
So anyway, keep going.
Okay.
It also looks like the what you see in the Egyptian temples, all along the walls.
Oh yeah, the scoops
Yeah.
they take out and make tea out of it. Yeah. Drink the god.
Yeah.
So they measure between 4'10" and 12 feet tall and weigh between 6 and 40 tons. And I can move that 40 tons up to about 42 tons for the La Cabada head. Found at all three major Olmec sites, San Lorenzo, La Venta, and Tres Zapotes, and many have markings on their heads as though they were intentionally damaged, although also theorized that it is accidental damage during carving. But Dr. Barnhart doesn't think that's that's the case. He thinks that if it was accidentally damaged, they would just shave it down a little bit more and fix it. So those markings at the top right, it's a mystery as to what happened.
That's not his due.
No, it's not. No. No, and so they were transported 80 plus kilometers from the basalt quarries in the Tushla Mountains. So I have a map of that. So this is the largest head, La Corbata, 12 feet tall, 40 tons, actually about 42 tons. And he's the only Olmec head that is actually still sleeping, so they say. Because usually the pupils are carved a little bit. There's enough left that you can see the pupils, but with him you can't see it. So I have no idea what a sleeping Olmec head is supposed to indicate, but they say that he's only sleeping.
A dude with a wide face too.
Yeah.
And they all look kind of look, I don't know, not angry, but
stoic, like yeah.
sort of intimidatingly serious.
Sure. Well, there's a couple of them that are actually smiling.
I've seen one or two that look like they're smiling, but most of them are just like,
Yeah. So now we get to that. We've seen all this stuff. Here we get to the enigmas, and there's a lot of strange things to do with the Olmecs. This is one of my favorites. This is the lost sarcophagus discovered. I say sarcophagus, but there actually wasn't a body inside of it. Discovered by Matthew Sterling in 1939. Low relief depictions of a reptilian dragon body along the sides, reptilian jaguar face at the front, filled with jade offerings, red clay, and cinnabar, but no body. Made of sandstone that instantly disintegrated. So we talked about this earlier, but it was made of sandstone, and the pressure that they had to pull on it to pull it out of the ground or pull it out of where it was buried was so much pressure that it caused it to crumble in their hands, and it's gone today. It doesn't exist. The only thing that exists is this illustration. So here, though, we have a stone depiction of the same sarcophagi or box, and in person you can tell that the carvings that are on this little
Thanks, buddy.
reptilian
Appreciate it, man.
face
I'm being
are
quiet now
also at the top of
because
that
my
statue.
parents
And
are
that statue is
sleeping.
probably about 10 feet
But thanks,
tall.
buddy. Appreciate it, man.
And that's found at La
You have a
Venta.
great day too.
So it's one of the indications that these were probably sarcophagi, but we haven't found a sarcophagi with a body.
Join my
And the only
Discord if you
sarcophagi
want.
We did find was actually filled with artifacts and cinnabar and clay rather than an actual body. So it's
what kind of artifacts?
jade, like jade offerings, yeah. Jade figurines, jade jewelry, jade rings, that kind of stuff.
You can make
little
naked
obsidian
AI art in
and
my
iron
Discord.
ore mirrors, and it all covered with red cinnabar, but no body inside of it.
Or iron ore mirrors. And cinnabar, which is the...
So, yeah. Well, so when I say they didn't have metallurgy, that's the only thing that we know that they had. They had iron ore mirrors. Other than that, no metal.
So not smelted iron, but iron ore that they made mirrors out of, and then cinnabar, which you can extract mercury from.
Yes. So it's interesting, huh? What are you thinking?
I mean,
why are they collecting all this random metal ores and not smelting metals, not doing...
Why would they... I mean, how did they know it was... I mean, it seems like, well, you're collecting it because you think it's special.
Why do they think it was special?
If you can't get the iron out of it or the mercury out of it, how do you know it's special? This is an interesting question.
So, speaking of collecting, I'm going to pull this up real quick. I believe I sent it over to my...
And then I also would want to say that statue with the guy in the box, he doesn't look like a dead guy.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't
So, maybe if that's actually showing something else.
Yeah. I agree with you. I wouldn't know what it was.
Right. I mean, I don't know, a meditation box, some kind of rebirth ritual.
So this right here, when we talk about why are they collecting things. All right. I figure we just go ahead and jump to this.
Meteorite.
Yeah. This is the biggest mystery in the Olmec world, I think. Well, one of. There's a lot of cool stuff. But when we talk about collecting things, at San Lorenzo, the oldest date that we have at San Lorenzo is anywhere between 2200 and 1800 BC at a site called the Red Palace. And it was an earthen palace, gigantic earthen palace, covered with red cinnabar. And right next to the palace is a pit filled, and what's in here is not found anywhere else in the Olmec world. Not a little bit of it here, not a little bit of it there, only here. It is a pit filled with 6 tons of these cubes right here, and they're magnetite cubes.
What?
And so,
What?
yes, 6 tons of magnetite cubes next to the first palace in the Mesoamerican world. 6 tons buried next to it. Also at the city where all of the Olmec heads were discovered. So, I have a photo.
And these, I mean, you can. That's being held in a hand. They're
Yeah.
small.
Yes, I have a
Like
photo.
about half the
Do you
width
think
of a
this is
palm?
carved, or is this the natural state of this?
No,
chunk
no,
of
no.
magnetite?
These are carved.
They're
definitely.
carved.
Yeah, yeah. So for
Have you seen Super 8?
Super 8? Yeah.
Those are parts of a spaceship.
Oh yeah. yeah. I'm gonna show you guys this if I can find it.
That is wild. Magnetite. Well, I know a guy who. There are a lot of mines down in South America that mine magnetite.
Yeah.
There's an Olmec head that is.
But I
at-
don't know.
You don't know a guy?
Nah.
Let me see. Oh man, it's tough to find these things on the internet. Oh, there we go. So this. Should I send it over to my computer?
Well, I mean, I can look it up.
Yeah, yeah. So, well, it's tough because it's gonna take a second to find, but I can show it to the camera. So look on his helmet.
Okay, I see the helmet.
He's
Yeah.
got dimples on the helmet.
But tell me those don't look like the magnetite cubes.
They do.
See it right here.
Yeah. So you're suggesting
those-
this magnet armor parts.
I see.
Yeah.
Either
me
armor
pull that
parts or crazy, out there idea is that they may have been used to somehow magnets are used to displace the weight of the heads. We had people on our they're archaeologists on the expedition that were on our excursion that were theorizing that possibly somehow these magnetic nets were used to displace the weight of the Olmec heads to push them along easier. Maybe not by much.
Wow. That's great.
Yeah, how wild is that? So,
I have seen, and I don't know if this is.
so so it's got to be do Olmec head San Lorenzo, and you'll eventually find it.
I've seen stuff from people showing things from South America claiming that the stone is magnetic.
Oh really?
Yeah, I don't know how legit that is, but I have seen. I think Brian Forrester's pointed this out, and some other people that some stones have magnetic properties.
So there's a bunch of different Olmec heads, so it's gonna be tough to find him. Right there, to the right, second dude right there.
There he is.
That's him. So very, clearly, those have to be. They're not jade beads because they're more square than they are circular. The Olmecs do depict something that looks like this, similar, which are jade beads. But it's circular with a hole in the middle. But these are more square, which look exactly like these magnetite cubes, buried in one cache of 6 tons. So what are they doing with 6 tons of magnetite cubes? Right next to the Red Palace. These aren't, some people thought that they were that they could have been used for nets for fishing, but we'd see them all over the rivers.
Yeah.
But we don't find them in the rivers. So you would see,
To me, that sounds like they found it.
like they found.
Yeah. Yeah.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be, and nobody knows.
Right.
So it's that's one of that. I think this is one of the biggest mysteries that really nobody knows about. This is going to come out in a big lecture series in a book at some point in the next. Not me, but it's going to come. This is going to come out. Yeah, it's very cool. There's research on this right now, but they just don't know exactly what these would have been used for. But
I would like to know how, what are they drilling holes through it, right?
Mm-hmm.
With what? Flint?
I don't know. When you read these descriptions at the sites, you're not getting much.
Right.
It's just
Yeah.
magnetite cubes discovered by the Red Palace in cache of 6 tons, San Lorenzo, discovered in 1939. Nothing more than that.
Yeah.
You look it up in textbooks, nothing more than that. If you look up a Mesoamerican textbook, the Maya section is about this long and the Olmec section is about that long.
Yeah.
You know, we just don't know anything about them. Like, we are completely separated from these people.
And that makes me think that it's possible, and I'm sure I'm not the only person that has said this, but maybe I've actually read it other places, but it's possible that a lot of artifacts that are completely disconnected and unknown just get thrown into the Olmec pool.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because it's just like there's not enough information to separate. Like the clearest thing we have are these heads, you know. But the heads don't have long heads.
Sure.
And then we have these little figurines with long heads. Well, why do we assume these are the same people? Because they were found near the heads?
Exactly.
And you have a bunch of magnetite cubes with holes drilled through them. Are they associated with the Olmecs because one Olmec head has a helmet made of squares with circles? You know, I mean, it's just, I think that it's possible we're looking at a lot of different out-of-place artifacts.
In multiple different cultures. Yeah, I totally.
Explorers that came there thousands of years ago and left things, you know, who knows?
Yeah.
Cultures that just completely didn't survive.
Yeah.
Like who built, and I know this is a bit of a tangent, but like who built Teotihuacan? They're just gone.
They are
completely gone. The Aztecs, like you said, showed up and found the place. Right? But whoever built that city, obviously they were powerful. They had a lot of people. They had, and they're just, there's nothing left of them in history except for that place. So I think it could be the same all throughout Mexico, Central and South America, and the Americas as well, that there were multiple cultures that achieved amazing things and just for some reason or another vanished without a trace in the historical record.
Yeah.
And then and the Olmecs is just like, this is a name that we give to a whole group of artifacts that we don't understand.
Yep.
That may not be necessarily the same people.
You're exactly right.
Okay.
I mean, you are exactly right. I had conversations with Dr. Barnhart about this. I'm like, you see some differences and things. Like, could this be multiple different Olmec cultures? And he's like, well, the important thing to remember is that we just give them the name Olmec. There's nothing to suggest that all of these different towns. I mean, because you look at an Olmec map, it's like you have all these different sites, and only a few of them have heads. But there's some similar artifacts, But really, it's probably just different cultures and different cities. They all have their own ways of doing things, And some of them existed 1,000 years before another. And it's just this. Is anything but a linear timeline.
Yeah. But it seems clear, like for example, that the heads reflect a singular style.
Yes.
And that
and the heads, that style is so much different than some of the other things you see.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're very distinct. Right? You can, when you see one, you're like, that's an Olmec head. You can't mistake it for anything else, right? And you see other stuff and you're like, that's not one, right? It's different. They're unique. And it's possible that they've been there a long time.
Yeah.
And other cultures and peoples have found them, moved them to their place because they're like, well, look at this thing.
Yeah.
This is the face of a god,
Well, and that was something that was really interesting. When we were at San Lorenzo, we spoke to an archaeologist there who had to be in his 80s. And he was a teenager during the major excavations at San Lorenzo. And he said, that at the Red Palace there were excavated 3 skeletons that were taller than 6'5", which is unheard of. And where are those bones today? Probably like in a box, at the bottom of a museum. Never going to see the light of day. And
taller than 6'5" can mean a lot of things.
Taller than 6'5", yeah. And
8 feet?
I don't know. And so the other thing was that the main heads at San Lorenzo were 60 feet under the ground. And so Dr. Barnhart's talking to this guy in Spanish. He's like 60 feet or 6 feet? And the guy's like, 60 feet. He goes, 60 feet or 6 feet? And he's like 60 feet. And he's like, what? And, he's talking to an archaeologist, a guy who has worked at San Lorenzo his whole life, is telling Dr. Barnhart this. And he's like, Dr. Barnhart, the tour kind of moves on to go walk around the site, and he walks back and he's like, I can't believe it. How 60 feet? Wow. And he was just mind blown that he was like, I have to go back and re-look at all of this again.
Yeah.
And sure enough, we've talked about it since then, 60 feet. under the ground. I
That
mean,
blew my mind. when
So that's what's the nature of the
and
sediment on top?
they've also refuted. Yes, they've refuted the idea that these were buried purposefully.
Okay,
So
there we go.
you know, with Göbekli Tepe, now they say like, oh, okay, it probably wasn't buried purposely. Now
Yeah.
I think they say that now. They say the same thing about the Olmecs now, is that they weren't buried purposely. So if that's the case, how
That's
the
really
hell
old.
is it 60 feet?
Yeah.
So they
under
weren't
the ground?
in pits that were dug to bury them. That's
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
saying. Okay. They were.
No, yeah,
They were
yeah.
where they were sitting used to be ground level.
Yes, and you know what's really strange is if they were 60 feet under the ground, how is a city built on top of it later on? You know what I mean? Like, how would somebody come later on and know that there was a city there, that there was an even more ancient site? Because you have the heads down here, but higher up. Is that
That's
right?
rain. Yeah.
Higher
Storm's
up.
coming.
Higher up, you
Yeah,
have
we're gonna have to cut this thing off.
I know.
Thunder. Kind of.
Higher up, you have the Red Palace. So the Red Palace is 60 feet above or 50 feet above these heads, and then you also have those tenon heads that I showed you. Those are closer up to the surface as well.
Well,
They're
I can give a possible explanation for that, and that's just this is something we've observed is that people live in the same spots because of geographical reasons, right? It's like if you're going around looking for where is the Midden Mound where the Indians had their camp, because you want to find some arrowheads, and eventually you find out that the old farmhouse that's out there is basically on top of it or right next to it. It's like people build, and I don't know if the farmers knew that there was a Midden there or not, but it doesn't matter. It's like that's the spot. That's where you want to camp, or you build your house. So it could be the same thing. The heads are down there, and the city is up here because people come in and they're like, "This is where we should build. There's a river right there. There's a hill over here. This is a good spot."
Yeah, we need more data.
Well,
really,
okay,
because
so
it depends on the. No, I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just saying in terms of figuring out how they could be 60 feet underground. There's a lot that we need to know about the sediment that was burying them.
Yeah.
Was it all occupation layers? Was it occupation layers separated by lenses of
cataclysmic
runoff, like material that came from higher ground and just flooded, put 6 feet of material on top of it, and then there's more occupation layers under that, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Flooding.
Are the heads themselves in occupation layers?
Yeah.
Or are they just sitting by themselves in empty sediment?
Yeah, exactly.
Were they upright? Were they on their side? There's so much stuff, but and is there a lot of elevation change in the area, right? Are there higher areas, or is it fairly flat?
It's mostly flat. Yeah.
That's
that's tough to.
So, I'm assuming they're close to water, probably.
Yeah,
and so
they're
then
near the
it'd
Coetz,
have to be flooding.
The Coetz-Calcos River.
Flooding.
So here's the strange thing. So this right here, if you want to put this up on the screen, so this is that burial cache I was talking about earlier. So the reason that I floated, and I was like, well, how do they know that there were people out there, or that people lived there once before? And I think your answer is smart and logical, that people find good places to live.
Yeah.
Now here's what's really strange. So this was buried in La Venta, in a 6-foot shaft. So there was like a little shaft offering tomb. It was buried six feet under the ground.
Accomplished so much together. I want to thank all of my family and my friends and my staff. I only say this, we have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say, we've left it all in the field. We don't have to come and say, we'll never say in a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better.
Rob, you legend, what up, brother? How are you, man? Thank you for the raid, man, dude.
1,000 years later, somebody
Legend, brother,
came
how are
by
you, dude?
and dug up this cache right here, revealed
Yo,
the
that's
heads
right,
of
forgot.
these little
Robbie
these
Raid
figurines
came in
and
with
buried
nice. What up, Ghost
How big are the
X?
figurines?
About that big.
So
Big D
Yeah,
Trump,
inches.
wow.
And
Man,
so 1,000
I
years
want
later,
to invent a story about that right
so
now.
1,000 years later, somebody dug it up, revealed the heads of these guys.
Yeah,
and they
didn't
buried
dig the whole body, but they were still
it.
standing.
And knew exactly where. I mean, and I'm talking about they dug it the same circumference as the original
Yo, I
shaft.
thought it was Schneider because they do
So
lifting weight
they
streams.
knew exactly where it was. They
Yo,
dug
what
straight
up,
down,
Ghost
revealed the
X?
heads, and buried it again.
They were checking to make sure the magic was still going.
Isn't it weird?
It's like someone told me the magic had stopped.
Welcome.
And then they went and they dug down there and they were
Again.
like, nope, they're all still in their places. Should
Yes,
be
I do
right.
weight. I do weightlifting streams too.
It's weird, right?
That is very
You know,
strange.
and I mean,
Makes me
was
feel
there some
good.
kind of marker on top of it? I mean, nobody knows, but
It could have been, yeah, or it could have been a written or oral tradition that exactly told the spot, and somebody went to check, like, is this story real?
Yeah.
Sure enough.
I found it.
They found the heads and freaked them out, and they're bury it. Holy crap!
Yeah.
they are.
Or it was like, where this is an exact distance.
Yeah, AI is pretty
triangulated to
insane.
What you really want.
Oh yeah. So you dig down to make sure.
Yeah. You
And then-
find that, and you're
Yo,
like,
thanks for the
okay,
raid, brother.
now
It's
the survey
I
point.
do 200 paces northwest.
Yeah.
yeah.
Replaying more
Well,
Yakuza.
right next to this. So if you're standing on where this shaft burial would have been, or where this cache would have been buried, if you're standing right here and you look directly southwest, those two column tomb things would have been right here. And if you look northeast, the pyramid of Leventa would have been right there. So you're like standing in the middle of the sanctuary area of Leventa is where this would have
I
been.
turned
Those
off all my
dynamic
ads.
songs, I know what this is.
No more
This
ads
is
on
the
my
gathering
channel.
Of the 200.
No more
Shinyaza was
pre-roll
like,
ads. No
we're
more.
Oh.
Only one
gonna take the
30-second
daughters of
ad
man,
every
yeah.
hour.
and take
And
it,
make
you
them
know,
our wives.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go. Fuck
And we
the
all have to
ads.
seal the deal, and we're gonna do this thing, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so then
man.
later, Enlil was like, "Who was it?" And then he
I'm also
dug
gonna
down and he was
remove
like,
that. What's it called?
That's what happened.
That auto text.
Another thing that's strange is that these guys all have elongated heads.
Yeah.
And so what's interesting is what you said that they look like the columns. They do look like the columns, but if you look closely, these have little inscriptions on them or little
The columns in the
illustrations.
background have inscriptions.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
stelae?
Exactly.
Okay.
There are 6 stelae in front of the pyramid of Leventa on the opposite. So if you're standing here, looking at the column tombs this way, looking at the pyramid of Leventa, on the other side, where the main plaza of the city would have been, there are 6 stelae sitting up there, and that's what they think this procession is taking place in front of those 6 stelae, in front of the main plaza where all the people are living. So they think that this is acting. It's basically a snapshot of Olmec life. There's some kind of procession happening,
Yeah.
and the guy who's standing at the front, he is sandstone. He's not jade like the rest of them. So, I mean, obviously we have no idea what this is. But these guys all have elongated heads, and they're performing some kind of procession. And we don't see these elongated heads also depicted on
You
the
can also
Olmec
do
heads. So
anybody
it's
in
either
history
showing you
by
that
bringing a
there is
tilde,
difference
like
between these people, like it's 2 completely different cultures, or the elongated heads, they are literally elongating their heads to show that they're shamanistic people, and it's 2 different classes in one culture.
Yeah. The giant heads are the warriors, and these guys are the shaman.
Yep.
Because, I mean, the huge heads, they give you this sort of,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
they kind
give
of
you-
look like,
well, and they also have earrings that we see later on in the Maya world that indicate when somebody's like a warrior or king. So it's probably maybe something that's handed down over time.
Okay,
That
yeah.
kind of ritual, you know. But you don't see any of their heads elongated.
right. They definitely don't have long heads.
And just for those of you wondering, the cross-looking things on their back, those are the wire stands to keep them standing.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
They're not
so
part of the.
I'll try to jump back to the. So
Watcher is pointing out real quick that in an incredibly dense area of vegetation, you could get about a foot of topsoil a century. So 6,000 years minimum to bury those heads just by soil accumulation alone. Most likely looking at 6 to 8 inches a year. So 6 to 12,000 years without an event that moves a lot of earth, which we know there were plenty.
Yeah.
So here we have a shaman emerging with a child. When you're there in person, Well, a couple things to point out about him is that he definitely has an elongated skull under that hat of his.
His Phrygian cap.
Yeah. And that elongated skull looks just like when you look at the depictions of Akhenaten with his long head underneath that pharaoh's hat. It's very similar to that. And when you're there in person, you can tell that he's got those what are those lips called? What was
Bifurcated lip? Is that what you're talking about? Like
He's got that kind of lip, and we think that maybe they were cutting their lip to give him that curled kind of jaguar lip where their lips are turned down. But he has that, and the child has that same sort of the word's escaping me right now, but there's a certain type of lip. It's a deformity that sometimes people are born with.
Hair lip? Look it up.
Cleft lip. Yeah.
That
So
response by AI was both.
The child has that as well.
I'm not gonna say
That
it.
is completely different than the Olmec ruler you see right next to him. That obviously, looks like a portrait of a normal-looking Veracruz culture person. So you're seeing,
And the eyes of the shaman also are very different.
I'm not gonna play much longer, brother. Sorry, dude. I know you just raided me.
so it's a portal, it's a cave.
I'm like at the end. I might take a
and
break.
So we think that this is depicting the Olmecs emerging from caves because way further west in Guerrero, Mexico, we find these caves with these
Both based in red
so
pill.
what we're looking at, these are around 3,000 to 3,300 years old.
Yes, that is what I meant to say.
Thought to be a little bit younger than that. What's the bell for?
33.
Oh, 33. And so older than that, about 4,000. We find 4,000-year-old cave paintings in the same style as what we see in the Olmec world, depicting a lot of the same things we see in the Olmec world. So we see cave paintings of people sitting up on top of altars like the guy on the right, and we see cave paintings of people holding up altars like this in caves from 4,000 years ago in Guerrero, or at least 1,000 years older than these, however they carve and date it. And so they think that this shaman emerging from this portal is showing the Olmecs leaving these caves. Like maybe their culture descends back further into these caves, and it's symbolic of.
So this is their
coming out of the
ancestors
cave.
bringing the Olmecs out of the caves.
Yeah. Or it's a procession of some kind. Like they would travel from the Olmec heartland to these caves in Guerrero, and that's where a shaman could be born, or would be initiated inside of the cave, or a child would be initiated. And so that they bring the child out, and it's like your claim to divine rule. You know what I mean? Or you have your power, or your divine power,
yes.
Something like that.
Yeah. Again, I'm going Sitchin
QAnon.
here. This is the god delivering the next king.
Yes.
You know?
Well, and that's kind of what I've always thought is like, well, maybe because here's the
And
thing.
the cave could be a womb as well.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
from
and
Star
Or a
Trek.
piece of technology.
So-
That's what I'm saying. He's like,
so
look
on-
at it.
So on the left, you've got these warriors or these slaves or these servants holding up what looks like
Next
an
generation.
altar. On the right, you can see somebody sitting on top of it, so it looks like that's a throne. Also, the one in the middle is an altar / throne. So I've always wondered, what if this portrait here on the left, the king or the ruler would have sat on top of it, and that child is a depiction of him as a child emerging. And
Oh,
it's
I might
his
have deleted
claim
that one.
to his divine power as the were-jaguar. But the problem is, if the heads are depicting the rulers, why is he not a were-jaguar? He would definitely be depicted as one if he was one.
And he doesn't have the.
No, he doesn't have any of that. He's just he's just
lip,
very
yeah.
normal. And then you hear from the people. You don't see this on the internet, but the people who have lived at San Lorenzo and worked there their entire lives say that these heads were found 60 feet down.
Yeah.
Not 6 or 16, but 60. So
That's amazing.
yeah, it's very, very strange. And so here I say, notice the elongated skulls. Even the baby has an elongated skull, and the Olmec ruler, non-elongated skull. So we go on to the next one. This is the side of the monument where you see him emerging. You can see him emerging on the right side holding the baby. And you can see two other, what they think are women with They probably have elongated skulls under those caps, who are also holding children.
Elongated children.
Elongated
that don't look
children's
like children.
skulls that have a cleft. They have like a
The
cleft
American
in their
flag, come
skull,
on.
And they're all. It's like they're pulling their babies back, and they're scared of the child that's coming out of the portal. Which that
I
could
need
be,
like,
you know, maybe
I need a dictionary
I see what you're
for
saying. It's like
Anunnaki's
they're actually
responses,
frightened
man.
of this child that's
I didn't
being
understand
birthed
half the words it wrote.
way over here. Yeah, that's
Children are afraid too.
And so, and also
They don't look like children.
look at the snake on the hat to the top right. I mean, how much does that remind you of
the Uraeus.
Yeah, it's very, very similar. And we will actually see a more similar depiction of that here. So we come here. So this is the old world connection. I feel like people have heard me talk about this a lot. You want me to go
Keep going.
into this?
Insane.
Okay. So we have Monument 13 on the left. This is found at Leventa, 900 BC about. In the middle, we have a Tres Zapotes clay rendering.
What's up,
Tres
Hideyoshi?
Zapotes
Why,
is
man?
also inhabited at 900
But
BC.
sign
It's the
off, though.
end it's around the end of the inhabitants of Tres Zapotes. So there's a lot to unpack here. On the left, we see a guy with what looks like this pillowy, flowy thing on top of his head that looks like a turban.
Yeah.
If you look really close and I zoom in here,
Or a Phrygian cap, could be.
yeah, if I follow me here. So he looks like he's got a Santa's beard with a big old
Yeah,
mustache
man.
and a big bushy beard.
It's been roasting
holding up a
everybody. It's been
flag.
roasting me like
Kind of
crazy,
like
dude.
he's got kind of a belt or a cloth wrapped around him, draped behind him. At the bottom, you can tell that he's wearing boots or shoes of some kind, it looks like. And that's all great, other than the fact that nobody in Mesoamerica wore turbans, had big bushy beards, held flags, or had pointy shoes like that. So
He's got a vulture and like a 3-leaf clover and a sun disk, and he's holding the. What is that? Like a flag?
yeah, they say it's a flag. And then on the left, you can actually see these pictographs here,
There's a
these
footprint.
logograms. There's the footprint, and so they take the footprint to mean that, well, he's a traveler. He's coming from somewhere. And so the interesting thing is that flags. One of the places that flags were invented was in the Nakada culture, pre-dynastic Egypt. They would have these boats.
Wow, buddy,
And so
amazing.
they would
I'm
mount
happy,
a
dude.
flag
I'm
in
so
the middle
happy.
of their riverboat to basically announce what village they were coming from in like 4,500 BC, Egypt. And that's one of the places that flags were invented. We have no evidence at all of flags in Mesoamerica. There's nothing like that whatsoever. You come over to this middle guy here, and he's got these high pointy cheekbones and this sharp chin with a little goatee-looking beard.
Oh, wow,
there
insane.
with a mustache, and he looks
Oh,
like
yeah,
he
you'll love
also
me even
has
more
this
then.
strange interpretation of a turban. And rather than looking Mesoamerican, he looks very Middle Eastern.
Yeah, he looks like a depiction of the djinn.
Yeah, exactly he does. And so right around at this time, and I mean this is a stretch, but I think it's very possible, right around this time, you have the Phoenicians around 900 BC launching expeditions out of the Strait of Gibraltar all the way around Africa. Some of them are going to try to come all the way back, and then some of them are going to try to maneuver through the Red Sea and find a way to the Nile and get back to Lebanon. Well, some of these boats go missing. A lot of them go missing. Who knows? Storms, shipwrecks, they sink, whatever. But some of these boats go missing, and they've done 2 experiments in modern times that if you push a boat just a little bit too far west out of the Strait of Gibraltar, currents will carry it straight from the Mediterranean Sea all
It's
the
too
way
much,
across
man.
the Atlantic, down through the Bahamas, into the Gulf, straight into Veracruz, where the Olmecs are at.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's all the evidence. That's all it is. But this
Wow.
is just a hypothesis that we could be seeing old world meeting the new world right here at about.
He
900
called you
BC.
weak,
Now,
man.
did the Phoenicians ever sail back? Probably not. They probably died. But it's
How long does it take?
Or lived with him for a while.
or lived with them for a while and
left
and-
legends.
Yeah, and their DNA is just so scattered and
Yeah.
sparse, and who knows how many people actually survived that expedition if it happened. What were you about to say?
I was just wondering how long it takes, like the boat to drift.
I don't know. I need to know that number though, of how long it took.
I wonder if that's a date next to the traveler guy. Those symbols represent. Oh yeah, this is when he came.
It's
The time of the vulture, the clover, and the sun.
Yeah, the problem is that this is the very beginning of riding in Mesoamerica.
Yeah.
So whatever this means, we don't really know.
Of course,
I mean, maybe the foot is obvious that he's a traveler, but everything else, gosh, we don't know. I mean, this right here could mean 3. But as far as the vulture or whatever this is and whatever
Right.
it is,
Well, they could just be saying this was the time of the vulture, or this vulture was high in the sky.
Sure.
You know, whatever.
Yeah, and it's just context that we don't understand.
It could be constellations. You should show it to Matheson again.
Yeah.
He'll pull constellations out of that.
So who has?
We should wrap it up though.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well,
I mean, that was a great place to wrap
Who
it up.
had elongated skulls? We'll leave it there.
Who had elongated skulls? Ah, man, I love this. Thank you so much, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you gave this at the Eclipse, and you went through it much quicker, but this is awesome to get to sit here and discuss every slide with you and really dig into it. Because when I saw it, I was just like, oh my God, this is amazing.
Well,
just use the tilde, man.
I'll pack more on here.
Yeah.
Use the tilde.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll just make it like a 11-part series.
Yeah.
Well, I don't care.
I'm down.
Yeah.
We got 11ers in our listeners.
Do you really? Yeah. Okay.
We've done 11
No,
episodes
dude.
before. We call them, if you made it all the way through.
It called Tupac there. If you want
Interesting that I
Kamala, you need the tilde.
Yeah, well,
You
thank
need-
you guys again for the 3rd time, and I love coming and talking to you guys.
Yeah, this like all this stuff is amazing. So so you'll be back. It won't be next week or the week after. We got other
Probably
stuff
a
going
month.
on. Yeah, it might be.
Sure.
But we will have a part 2. That's what I'm telling people. There will be a part 2.
Shortly before or after coming, somewhere around there.
Yeah. All right, man.
Yeah.
Would you like a high five?
Yes, exactly. No, I think Tupac
All right, and to all you listeners out
trumps
there,
the
thank you guys
tilde.
so much. We love you.
Always have.
Always
Love you guys.
Good night, Adamu.
Get back to work.
Alright, be right back. Entertain yourselves with AI.
You pull it up on the screen? We'll show people the space for the news. All right. So, geomagnetic storm watch is canceled. There was a CME that was expected to hit Earth on July 3rd, but it missed, or it is very late. Either way, the geomagnetic storm watch is canceled. A tardy, slow-moving arrival on July 4th is unlikely to cause a storm. Also, green ghosts in a geomagnetic storm. This picture, maybe the first of its kind, on June 27th, caught a bunch of green ghosts in a geomagnetic storm. This was a huge bucket list item for me, says Warner. An MCS thunderstorm was moving through the area, so I set up my camera to photograph sprites. The auroras and the green ghosts were not expected. Everyone knows what auroras are.
Alright, be right back.
Are still new to many observers. They are the green blobs on top of red sprites. Experienced observers say they appear in as few as 0.2% of sprite photos. Tom Warner's green ghost is very clear and certainly an unusual sight combined with aurora, says Oscar van der Velde, an upper atmospheric lightning researcher at the University Polytechnica in somewhere. Green ghosts were discovered in May 2019 by Hank Shimya, a Houston, Texas-based storm chaser. Initially, researchers thought they might be a form of green air glow activated by sprites when they touched a layer of oxygen 80 to 90 kilometers above Earth's surface. Indeed, GHOST is an acronym. Green emissions from excited oxygen in sprite tops.
They're all distracting me. Ben said there's an audio buzz, but then he was just BSing.
Well, new research casts doubt on this explanation. A paper recently published in Nature Communications reports a Herculean effort.
Herculean.
Herculean. An effort to decode the color of green ghosts. About a month after Shima discovered the phenomenon, a team of lightning scientists led by Maria Passa of the Institute of Something at Somewhere began chasing thunderstorms, hoping to catch a green ghost in the slit of their spectrograph, but it wasn't easy. Green ghosts appear unpredictably and often last for no more than a fraction of a second. 4 years and 2,000 spectra later, they did manage to capture just one spectrum of a green ghost, strong enough to study, and the results surprised them. Green ghosts, it seems, are made of metal. We identified a mix of spectral lines including mainly iron, nickel, oxygen, and nitrogen that when combined produce a green-yellow glow, said the co-author of the study. There were also traces of sodium and silicon. This metal-rich stew is more like meteor debris than air glow. Iron atoms deposited by meteors burning up in Earth's atmosphere peak in abundance 85 kilometers high, about right for the tops of the tallest sprites. So green ghosts might thus be a type of meteor fluorescence. I think that's interesting. Pretty cool.
Well, there you have it, folks.
Yeah. Oh, here you go, bro. $50 from Commander Zender. We heard how Russ and Elisa met, but have we heard how Kyle and Laura met? I don't really trash light beers, by the way.
Appreciate it. But it's none of your business.
It's none of his business how y'all
Yeah. I'll let Laura tell you. But I appreciate the donation.
Wow. I'm sorry, Commander Xander.
I have a private life.
Yeah. Well, I have this email that I wanted to start with.
Okay.
There we go with that.
Yeah.
All right. So this is from Harley. It says, I am Harley. Hey guys, so cool that you read one of my emails on the show. I have 26 sods till I'm caught up. And I've been showing everyone like, I'm famous because you said my name. Maybe. LOL. I heard you talking about why Egypt doesn't want to dig more or see more or let us find out more. Well, they think we make a lot of money off of this, and if we milk it as long as we can, this cash cow will last forever. Or there is another group maybe living underneath that wants it kept secret. But today I have a new favorite sode. Episode 301, the 300th episode. My favorites are always when y'all talk freely about your thoughts, ideas, and feelings. In this one, Kyle says he is rethinking or soul-searching after all these new eyes. Well, those questions and that quest is what got me here to you. I was originally trying to find out a timeline of events, sort of Bible versus standard model. I quickly got frustrated with it and started listening to Isaac Arthur's YouTube channel. And when I caught up to those, I got into geography topics, and I soon found Randall Carlson. And y'all's podcast with him had me completely enthralled. I was addicted for real. when I got caught up there, I looked to y'all since you were advertising yours on there. And Ben, I've been sucked in ever since. From time to time, you talk freely about your thoughts and feelings at this point. Just like mine, yours is completely different than when you started this. Kyle, I too am confident there is something else besides what we can see and detect from here. I don't know what it is or how much control or power it has, but I'm sure it's there. I doubt it's anything we can understand or even imagine. I have a saying, the more we know or learn, the more we see that we don't know. And Russ, I totally understand what you mean when you say that now that you have seen some places, it makes you not want to talk about things, get to see, or go to any of those places, and I am anxious to hear you talk about more things and places. I get to hear about places that I've never heard of and learn more about them than I would any other way. Please don't give up your old ways of talking about places that are awesome and intriguing. Again, thanks for keeping me company here in the shop for so long. I am almost caught up in Kyle. I may take your advice and just start over. From Harley. Oh, P.S. My daughter bought me a hat from y'all for Father's Day. Super cool. I'm going to wear it every time I leave and see how many folks say something about it.
That's cool, man. Appreciate it.
Awesome. So yeah, did you have updated Egypt thoughts? I've heard you say a couple of times that like your opinions on Egypt is changing massively.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't completely put them all together, but that's kind of, I was in the process of sort of working on some of the new construction ideas combined with, you know, the primordial mound idea, and that these sites have been occupied for a long time prior to the building of some of these monuments. So that it's, the monument itself is more of a progression of construction of many different times and people. I think that's far more reasonable to, especially, I mean, like when you look at the construction details, it seems like, yeah, these are layered, multi-layered buildings and you know, you combine that with the idea that some of the limestone or sandstone temples were then later cased with granite after they were already eroded, and it's clear that that this has been going on for a long time. So it's one of those, it just seems so simple and obvious that, like, almost ridiculous to be like, oh wow, that's what happened. But I had previously thought of the pyramids as like, hey, we're gonna go build this pyramid. And they clear the site and build a giant triangle, but it doesn't appear to be that way at all. Like, it seems like it was something completely different in the beginning. And the pyramid is like the most recent iteration of the whatever was originally built there. And I know we've talked about this for years, but that like, for example, in the Great Pyramid, the King's Chamber and all that kind of looks like, what is, like, maybe that was a structure beforehand. But it's more than just that, because that's really, again, just like an interior space. It's not interior of the masonry. And like when we're looking at pyramids like Maidum or what's the one up on the hill, Abu Rawash, and like the southern shaft and all that. It's like these are the various stages of whatever it was they were doing, and it's like I can imagine that the southern shaft was something that was being done, and then people ended up building some kind of construction over top of it, and then that eventually, not the southern shaft in particular, but like that's something in and of itself.
Explain what the southern shaft is.
Well, it's a trough, essentially a trench cut into the ground at a steep angle, and the shaft is huge. I can show pictures of it. Frank.
Thanks, Frank. 1313. Not sure what to say. Thanks.
But okay, so basically, the southern shaft is a deep shaft with a long slope trench that meets up with it. So from the surface, it slopes down and meets up with the bottom of this deep shaft. When you go into the step pyramid, it's clearly the same thing.
Yeah.
In the main chamber, underneath the step pyramid, is a shaft of roughly the same size and depth with a now bricked up, what I would imagine is would have been a big trench-like channel cut in the bedrock, but it's clearly been bricked up by later people.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was part of the original design. It was supposed to be bricked up. And then we look at Abu Rawash, same deal, this giant shaft with this long slope trench going into it.
It was interesting, going through the.
So just real quick to finish my point is that, and then somebody comes along and starts building structures over top of them.
Yeah.
Those turn into go from like ziggurat type shapes or step pyramids into the slope pyramids that we're familiar with. So in any case, it just turned this idea of like, oh, the pyramid, like we want to argue that the possibility that the pyramid's older. Well, was the casing of the pyramid older, or is it properly dated? Like, in other words, did Khufu actually build the last bit of that structure around the Great Pyramid and put the casing stones on it before it was like some monolithic, like this big thing like you would see at Maidum, this sort of ziggurat-shaped tower that was highly degraded and falling apart, and he's like, oh, let's build this thing. So then, people say, like Jason was telling us on the trip, like how many Masons' stone marks have been on stones, and like there's like the gang of Khufu or whatever they were, and it's like, well, that makes sense that they were casing it and building it and actually turning what was not a pyramid into a pyramid. So it's his pyramid.
Yeah, and there's no doubt that the dynastics were all over Giza, and they built there's tons of Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, and New Kingdom structures there.
So I know people
and Roman stuff.
People that have way more knowledge on like the timelines and what the controversies are with the Masons marks and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. My point is that I, at this point, having not done a deep dive into all of that history of discovery and the papers written about it and whatever evidence is there, I have not done that deep dive, but I kind of shifted my thinking of like, wow, okay, this is not a single construction job. I don't believe in the 20 years to build it from bare bedrock to pyramid. Like, it was something beforehand. I think this is where the idea of the primordial mound comes from. The primordial mound is something nature built that is special in some way, and that very, very ancient, possibly, the pre-dynastics had already been doing stuff there, activity there, or whatever, and this is like why later kings are choosing, like, hey, let's renovate this site or build a pyramid over top of it.
Yeah, like the primordial mound is some kind of, like, I've wondered about this idea of the Umphalos, the navel, right? This concept of the navel of the world, and it's like it's sort of it gives like it's a birth imagery, right? This is what the navel is. It's associated with it's the connection to the mother.
Right. Exactly.
So I don't know. I think springs.
I mean, that's perfect. Like that is the connection to the mother. Like like our construction and like sort of an as above so below thing, but with Mother Nature. It's like this is where man's efforts meet with Mother Nature.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly. And so it's like you're saying, there's some natural formation there, something there that made them initially notice this site, and it had to have happened in pre-dynastic period, right?
Yeah.
Something much older was there already before we even get, and Ben was pointing out the middle pyramid, right? You can clearly see with the middle pyramid that the bottom part is rock cut, and then it's hugely megalithic, and then as you go up, it gets less so.
Yeah, so it could have been a platform.
Yeah.
And I started going through, if you look up pyramid diagrams on YouTube, on Google.
Never look things up on YouTube.
You can see a lot of these diagrams where they show these sort of low, almost like mastaba-like pedestals.
Yeah.
In the core masonry, and then there's something that there are some diagrams that show like phases of building, and in some cases they'll have like this real steep ziggurat shape, and then the final casing and stuff like that. Yeah, so I just, that's one of the main things is that, like, okay, maybe the standard model, like in terms of timeline of these construction sites, is not completely wrong. Like, in other words, that it's much more nuanced than just like they built it at this time.
Yeah.
Now, they could be correct about certain construction phases, and that this was the latest construction phase, and it may have been a huge one, like taking something like the pyramid at Maidum, like that superstructure,
And then adding
that tower, and then
adding the even slopes to it.
Yeah,
that would have been
that would have been enormous.
Yeah.
There would have been tons of masonry involved, but when you look at the diagram and you see the internal chambers, like they could all be inside that superstructure already, and then Khufu could have built out everything else to bring it to its pyramid shape.
Yeah. And the other thing is it's like the site prep. I mean, those tiles that are.
I know, that's crazy.
I mean, some of those tiles are meters thick, and I don't know what the measurements are. We've paced some of them out, and you're just like, this thing is huge. It's 10 paces this way and 15 paces that way.
Yeah, crazy.
And it's a tile that has been fitted onto the plateau to make a flat surface, and the whole place is tiled like this, and it's mixed in with tiles that are the size of little, like actual tiles that we have today.
Right.
So you have these enormous, giant slabs of megalithic stone, and then placed in amongst them are these little bitty ones that sort of fit in the corners, or take up a little tiny spot. It's just absolutely amazing work. So somebody did all of that first, and then the middle pyramid is cut out. The whole back corner. So somebody had to go in there and quarry out all of that stone, flatten that whole area, leave the megalithic platform in that back corner for the pyramid itself, and then go in and start adding blocks. It's just
and so with the tiles,
and I'd hold on, but the one thing I'd point out, and we can don't want to beat this to death, but the idea that this is a multi-generational effort.
Yes.
Completely, it's not a tomb.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, for sure. So
I'm done.
like
I'm
I said,
done for today.
I'm not. I'm like, man, I really wish.
Oh, I'm done.
Stuff, but that would be so cool. But actually, it's a standard model, guys.
Thank you for the raid, Robbie.
I've done tons of research.
Thank you everyone for being here.
Like, I used to think that kind of stuff, but I've done so much research that it's a standard model. But yeah. Anyway, I'm not trying to do that, and I'm also not trying to be a shill for they're totally wrong. I see this window of possibility, which is kind of the same thing that we're trying to make the case at Göbekli Tepe. There's still an open possibility at Göbekli Tepe that the megalithic architecture with the artwork is something much older than the Midden. However, I think that they may be right about a lot of construction and these feasts and all this kind of stuff going on there with the PPN people. Yeah. It's a similar type of thing in Egypt that I think I'm coming around to that okay.
Thanks, brother. Thank you, brother. No worries, buddy. Appreciate it, man. I'm really close. I'm really close.
To believe that this was the builder.
I had
especially when the builder is not saying
a couple 23 dupes tonight. One,
people are saying it's his pyramid.
I got boosted out of the pause at the final door. It was really troll. Not boosted out, but boosted.
But if you just built a giant
side boost, it was really dumb.
Still call it your skyscraper. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, but going back to the tiles, this is another thing that I just have I've come to realize and gained a lot of respect and for these
thank you.
And how they dealt with the navel, the mother nature's part.
Edfu is saying, I've heard the outcrop that was eventually carved into the Sphinx may have been sacred in pre-dynastic times, and the causeway for Khafre was actually used to build the Great Pyramid. On top of that, this causeway was an ancient pathway. Yeah, and this is the other question about that causeway, is it seems like there are hollow spaces beneath it, and we also know that it used to probably be roofed over on the part that we're walking on. It was tiled and roofed over as well. So it wasn't like a path. It was a full construction and maybe a double floor